For more chapters, join my Patreon, link in description. Chapter 131. Mad Lord's Grasp 1. Whoosh! Suddenly, as I regain consciousness, I find myself alongside the Mad Lord, having reached the front of Yuan Lai's castle. It feels too anticlimactic, thinking back to Song Jin's strength. The Mad Lord, who beheaded Song Jin, could shatter Yuan Lai along with his castle with just a swing of his hand. Is he inside there? Yes, that's right. Good, there's a massive amount of resentful souls under the castle. Your words weren't baseless. Mad Lord murmurs, chewing on his finger, then starts rummaging through his storage artifact. And then, flash, Mad Lord pulls something out of his storage artifact. It's a small stone doll, a small statue resembling a stone guardian. And when the Mad Lord throws that statue towards the Black Castle, Wo-Wung, the statue grows larger and larger. Expanding and increasing in size, the statue becomes as large as a mountain range and falls onto the small Black Castle. Kuang. It sounds as if heaven and earth are colliding. The defensive barrier of the Black Castle seems to activate but instantly shatters, and the statue continues to fall, crushing the Black Castle. Rumble starting from the top, the castle begins to crumble under the statue. Then, familiar clouds of blood emerge, trying to block the statue. Senior. Whoever you may be, how can you torment a junior who can't even participate in the ascension? With gleaming eyes, Mad Lord speaks. Don't worry. I'll accept you into my world and rebirth you into a fine new being. You'll make a fine peace. At those words, Yuan Lai screams in terror. This Mad Lord, this lunatic? I'm not a lunatic. I'm an artist. She told me so. I am an artist. Mad Lord speaks while chewing on his finger, and Yuan Lai, realizing the futility of communication, desperately summons blood clouds to block the statue. Just then, kugagugagugoo. From a distance, a blue radiance is hurtling towards us like a crazy river winding through the sky, revealing a majestic being. It's Cohweal, the Sea Dragon King. Old man Mad Lord, why are you oppressing a young junior during such an auspicious time? Swoosh. Cohweal, transforming into human form in front of me, and the Mad Lord smiles and raises his hand. Whoosh! Blue light swirls around his hand, and the statue the Mad Lord had thrown begins to slowly rise into the air. Yuan Lai is seen relaxing below. Old man Mad Lord. If something displeased you, please don't do this during such a sacred time. And, ignoring Cohweal's words, Mad Lord looks at me with gleaming eyes. I'll turn that worm-like beast into snake soup, so in the meantime you take revenge for your her. Yes, thank you. Cohweal's gaze meets mine. Oh my, this fellow Taoist. You seem to have learned a unique method. It's better to resolve things through dialogue, not fighting. Then, the Mad Lord, with still gleaming eyes, takes out a box as big as himself from his storage device and flings open the lid. Shut up, you blue worm. I'll brew snake liquor with you today and drink it with her. Oh my. Cohweal cringes and dodges, and something leaps out of the Mad Lord's box. After thanking the Mad Lord, I rush down below. Boom, it seems I'm back right away after making a mess last time. It's a strange feeling. I enter the interior of the Black Castle. There I see a familiar face. Yuan Lai, who are you? A friend of the Mad Lord? If so, could you please spare him? I look around inside the Black Castle. The smell of blood is still strong. Kugagugoo. Above, cultivators at the Heavenly Being stage are fighting, causing tremendous shockwaves. Actually, you're not my enemy. What? Strictly speaking, this guy has not yet committed the massacre, so he is not my enemy yet, but, looking around and glaring at Yuan Lai. The scent of blood wafting from everywhere. The wails of numerous resentful souls beneath the Black Castle. The long-source true power he has been gathering for hundreds of years, considering everything. Still, even if you're not my enemy, you seem like someone who deserves to die. What? I draw my colorless glass sword. Die! Crash! Before he can react, I charge at him. Og. It's a simple body slam, but it's enough to punch a hole in his stomach. This bastard. Yuan Lai pulls out his pagodas and starts taking out other Dharma treasures. Then I swing the formless sword at him. Swoosh! Ignoring all his Dharma treasures and defensive spells, The formless sword cuts right through him. He looks at me bewildered, as if he can't comprehend what just happened. But without bothering to explain, I swing dozens of strikes at his body. Dice and slice. In an instant, he is shredded into a mist of blood. Die. Puguaguaguagua, the fox that continuously tore off my arm, had planted a deep-seated anger in me. In my past life, facing the fox, I was furious and angry. However, my feelings towards Yuan Lai, who killed her, are of hatred, an even more concentrated and sticky malice than anger. Because it's more condensed, my malice doesn't erupt as easily as with the fox. Swinging the formless sword, I continuously break through Yuan Lai's defenses and dodge his attacks. Actually, there's no need to dodge. Slash, I just target the most crucial cores that serve as the link of the spells, letting all other parts pass through. Then when I cut it down, the spell dismantles. What nonsense is this? What are you? Yuan Lai, in panic, presses me even more, but I easily dodge his techniques. The speed at which I can accelerate has changed compared to before. Zip. After evading his attacks, I approach him and slash down with the formless sword. The formless sword, passing through the unnecessary, directly slices through Yuan Lai's golden core. He shudders in pain. Wo-woong. He then forms hand seals and blood clouds flow and are absorbed into his body, beginning to regenerate his golden core. But keep regenerating. Dice and slice. As soon as the golden core regenerates, I swing the formless sword again, cutting it off. I'll cut you down again and again. Churak churarak. You won't even have time to search for your blood spirits scattered near the heaven-treading desert. At my words, he shudders and glares at me. You, how do you know about my blood spirits? There's no need to know. I simply reply and charge at him again. You, fine. I'll treat you as a fellow nascent soul cultivator for now. Wo-woong, he summons his bizarre ghost beast and ghost kings. Suddenly it becomes a 4-against-1 situation, but strange. Why doesn't it feel burdensome at all? It isn't a matter of pure power or weight class. The enemy's intent is more vividly visible. Even if the area is covered with his consciousness, it's like I can clearly read Yuan Lai's intent from within. Boom, 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 boom. The blood cloud ghost kings swing their scythe at me. From all 6 directions, the ghost kings strike surge at me. But I entrust myself to the flow of emptiness and dash towards one point. Boom. With the formless sword imbued throughout my body, I shatter the weakest part of the attacks and break through. The bizarre ghost beast rushes at me. It sweeps at me with its tail-like part. A hit that would surely reduce me to shreds, however. I don't feel like it will hit. I dodge the ghost beast's attack and then dodge the attacks of the ghost kings from both sides. After that, Wo-woong, I throw the formless sword at Yuan Lai, who is casting spells from afar. Yuan Lai is shocked and tries to dodge, but slice. The formless sword changes its trajectory and pierces through Yuan Lai's body. He screams silently again, injecting the life force he has gathered into the freshly divided golden core, trying to heal it. So that's it. Your attacks traverse planes, not just cutting what you want, but adjusting the level of the plane. To nascent soul cultivators, there can be no attack more vicious than that. Yuan Lai spits out some words. But I silently dodge the attacks of the ghost beast and ghost kings, approaching him. Truly, before he commits the massacre and collects the blood spirits, he is truly weak. Compared to him 200 years later, it's almost embarrassing to consider them the same person. I feel his utmost effort to stop me, but that's it. Wo-woong, wo-woong. He sends hidden spells at me, not quite at the level of record of transcending cultivation and exhausting martial arts, but still difficult to perceive. However, using the strange sensation felt after reaching the treading heaven realm, I cut through his techniques and take another step towards him. Yuan Lai flinches. You. Do you know nothing about planes? Are you not cutting knowingly, but just instinctively? He trembles. You bastard, what are you? I'm asking what you are. Damn it, get away, quang, quang, quang. I take steps towards him, one at a time. In terms of pure power, I am still weaker than him. However, the true power of the formless sword, gained through the abilities of the treading heaven realm, makes it easy to slice through his techniques. It's a simple strategy. Let the tough parts pass through and cut only the vital, weaker parts. No defense can stop it. No matter how much he tries to block, it's futile. Boom, bang, my formless sword cuts through his vital parts again, and he spits blood while thrown backward. If you can't even grasp the concept of planes, you're not a nascent soul cultivator. But what is this ability to freely transcend planes? Let me ask you something. I approach him and ask, is life a blessing or a curse? What? He asks back, not understanding. Swoosh, I point my formless sword at him. Fighting with you, I'm gradually getting a feel for it. I've only been attacking your vital parts, but if I concentrate, I can cut through all physical defenses and directly target the most crucial essence, the soul. No matter how many times you regenerate, I can kill you. Yuan Lai 200 years later, no. Yuan Lai after the massacre is so much stronger in comparison. Even if the Black Castle provides him with the power of an early nascent soul, due to his core formation grand perfection cultivation, it seems it only amplifies the power of his abilities, not actually creating a nascent soul. The difference between the present him and the him when he possesses a nascent soul is immense. Of course, it's not an exaggeration to say he was originally a nascent soul cultivator. He grits his teeth seeing my focus on the formless sword. You've raised your plane to the extreme. Ha ha. You can even cut through souls. First, answer my question. I look at you and lie expressionlessly. Is life a blessing or is it a curse? Heh, are you asking such an obvious thing? He chuckles. Obviously, it's a tremendous blessing. How big a blessing it is to have this body and breathe in this world, do you know? Life is a blessing and death is the curse given to humans. Is that so? I wanted to ask the same to you and Lai in my past life, but I was too blinded by rage to ask properly. Why are you asking such a thing? Do you think the opposite? I used to. What? He looks at me as if I'm crazy, but I just smile. But now I'm sure it's neither. Yuan Lai looks at me, not understanding at all. Neither life nor death are the criteria to determine a blessing or a curse, and seeing you today, I'm sure, you're certainly not living a blessed life. What dog shit are you spouting? Dog shit, you say? I smirk. Even if I speak nonsense, isn't it your wish to live even a moment longer by letting me ramble on? His face behind the mask twists hideously. Now then, farewell. I don't wish to see you again. Wait. Look here, calm down. First, can you at least explain why you're killing me? Someone I've never seen before suddenly comes to kill. I can't quite understand. Understand. I point to the source of the bloody stench emanating from the Black Castle. Did you seek understanding from those you've killed? When you trample others so miserably, shouldn't you know you can end up the same? Wait, listen. Right, we have no relations, right? You had no relations with them either. And no, don't do that. Ah, no, I don't want to die. Please, I beg you. Do you know how precious it is to be alive? Please, please don't kill me. Someone who understands that shouldn't have stolen others' lives. I swing down my formless sword. No, nuo. Swoosh, my formless sword, cutting through his head, splits his soul. He dies, unable to even collect his blood spirits. Hiss. As Yuan Lai dies, the black mask covering his face also crumbles. Yuan Lai's face is a blank nothing. He claimed proudly that being alive is a blessing. But this monster, who devoured people and lost even his own face through synthetic bodies, who could he have truly connected with? What is life to someone who lived without a heart, so desperately clinging to it? I don't particularly want to know. I cut off Yuan Lai's head and exit the Black Castle. Outside the castle are Mad Lord and Coh Weal. Near Coh Weal are the faces I had seen in my previous life, all surrounding the Mad Lord. Old man, Mad Lord, please calm down and listen to what I'm saying. Shut up, you venomous snake. Don't block my way, old man. Then Coh Weal's gaze suddenly turns towards me. I meet Coh Weal's eyes smiling faintly and lift Yuan Lai's head. Suddenly, it's cold. Although Coh Weal looks at me with a faint smile, it feels as if I'm thrown naked into the depths of the sea, engulfed by the cold currents. How is it, Coh Weal? Despite his unchanging expression, I read his intent and heart essence, feeling an unprecedented pleasure. Mad Lord begins to laugh crazily, seemingly reading Cohweal's ever-changing intent. Ha 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 ha, you a ha 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 ha. What he did must have really bothered you that much, huh, right? What wicked plot were you cooking up this time, huh? Cohweal, who had been silently looking at me, speaks to the Mad Lord. It's nothing serious. Just seeing a promising junior among the humans, I, as a senior in the cultivation world, feel content regardless of race. I read Cohweal's intent, surprised to see he seemed to be genuinely resolving his feelings. Why wasn't Yuan Lai important to him, while I'm pondering Wo Woong? Cohweal suddenly appears right in front of me. He just leaped through space. It wasn't about speed. I literally felt space opening up for a moment. Cohweal looks at me and smiles gently. Yuan Lai, once a devil who killed one of the latter generations of the Sea Dragon tribe, was someone whom I personally admonished. However, it appears he could not rid himself of his vile nature and committed numerous massacres. It seems you have properly educated him. What can possibly be this man's intentions to speak to me as such? Cohweal grins at me. I shall take my leave. It seems Old Man Mad Lord has taken an interest in you, so be careful. Old Man Mad Lord turns those he finds interesting into living puppets in his own world. After patting my shoulder, Cohweal soars into the sky, disappearing into the blue twilight. The other heavenly being cultivators who had surrounded the Mad Lord also leave in the direction Cohweal has gone. Last time, because he used his powers in Ascension Path, many heavenly being cultivators detained him. But this time, there was no one to reprimand him, possibly because he used his powers in the heaven-treading desert. Haha, as for this castle. Mad Lord comes down to the Black Castle and starts inspecting it, a kind of immortal treasure. It contains the attraction of fate. Let's see, he tears apart a section of the castle. I've found it. Is this the source of the attraction? I glance at the spot the Mad Lord demolished. There's something like a shining rock embedded there. While the Mad Lord is intrigued by it, I decided to leave the area. Cohweal may be hateful, but he's right. Mad Lord is truly mad, and staying near him can result in me being dissected or turned into a puppet without anyone knowing. I silently leave the Mad Lord's side and fly far away into the heaven-treading desert, using the formless sword. Thus, on the first day of my return, I eliminated Yuan Lai, the source of the heaven-treading desert massacre, and escaped from the Mad Lord. I thought all the problems of this life have been solved. Where are you going so quickly? Chill? Whir. A puppet with wings resembling a wasp's, similar to a grotesque insect, is suddenly flapping next to me. The puppet, eerily resembling the Mad Lord, echoes his voice. Now that I think about it, I forgot to tell you. After hearing your story, I was so moved that I consulted with her. We agreed to help you with your revenge and welcome you into our world. Whir, don't worry, I intend to evolve you into a superior being. For now, just stay still for a moment. This is insane. I evade the Mad Lord's puppet that suddenly swings its saw blade at me. Why are you running? Why are you running? Why are you running? The Mad Lord's voice, full of incomprehension, echoes from the puppet. Why running, we're running, we're running, we're running, we're running. I'm offering to evolve you into something greater, yow 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 you. The eyes of the puppet start glowing hot red. And then, if you resist, I have no choice. I'll capture you by force and make sure to definitely evolve you. Kugagagugu, the puppet exudes an aura equivalent to the early stage of nascent soul. But that isn't the real problem. Far off in the distance, on the horizon where I had escaped from. Right there, several puppets, similar or even stronger than the one beside me, are chasing after me. If I get caught, I'll be turned into a puppet. Feeling chills all over my body, I start frantically crossing the heaven-treading desert to escape the Mad Lord's grasp. Chapter 132. Mad Lord's Grasp 2. I bite my lip. First, the Mad Lord ascends in a few days. That means if I can escape his grasp for just a few days, I can survive. Boom! Kuaang, as the wasp-winged puppet opens its mouth, a massive explosion occurs, creating a mushroom cloud in the desert. I'm not sure if I can last even a few days. In fact, in the case of the Mad Lord's puppets, they can be quickly neutralized by severing their circuits with the formless sword. However, I refrain from rashly doing so, wary of arousing further interest from the Mad Lord. Even if he isn't interested, if he gets enraged about his creation being damaged and starts chasing me personally, that alone is a terrifying prospect. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I dodge the puppet's attacks, flying over the heaven-treading desert day and night for 3 days. The puppets are indeed troublesome. They don't tire. Although I have some confidence in my stamina, it's not enough right now. It hasn't been long since I underwent complete transformation. I didn't have time to train, nor have I reached the Kai building stage to fortify my endurance. I grit my teeth. I hope the Mad Lord leaves as soon as possible, and then 7 more days pass. Boom! The number of Mad Lord's puppets chasing me has doubled. I grit my teeth even harder. The Mad Lord is still pursuing me, even past the original time he'd ascend. Damn, this won't work. I need a way to completely shake him off. Flash! Before I knew it, I had left the heaven-treading desert, passed small tribes beneath the desert, and finally arrived at the Black Wind Sea. And then, I begin to see puppets in the shape of fish chasing me from the sea. Right, I feel sorry for Song Jin, but I think to myself as I face the wind of the Black Wind Sea, I need to borrow the Nether crossing ship for a while. If it's the Mad Lord, Song Jin will understand given the circumstances, right? I fly towards the sea area where the Nether crossing ship is hidden. Just like that, another 3 days pass. Boom! Dodging the bombardment from the swarm of puppets behind me, I twist my body and force my way through with the formless sword, heading towards the location where the Nether crossing ship is sealed. Just then, the puppets that have been silently chasing me for days suddenly echo the Mad Lord's voice. Hum. Unfortunately, in 20 days, the Ascension Gate will completely close. It's about time for me to pursue other matters, so I shall leave, finally. Finally, it seems the Mad Lord is giving up on me and preparing for ascension. But his next words are beyond my imagination. However, she said your story is too touching, and she really wants you to join us. Therefore, kiik kikikik kiik suddenly, far away, the sky is tearing open. She and I have decided to work together to capture you. We will definitely invite you. Click. And what appears through the crack is a white, human-like finger. Just a finger, kuwang. As the finger moves, the sea splits, and the earth seems to flip upside down. The clouds in the sky split, and the winds of the sea stills. What is this she is wanting for you? Come here at once. I realize the identity of that finger, the Mad Lord's her, zap zap. The main energy source of the Nether crossing ship, implanted inside a puppet, the Mad Lord's greatest creation. Starting with her finger, a slender white hand gradually crosses over through the crack. Shiver, this is madness. This won't do from that one hand. From just the palm, am I feeling the same pressure as I did from Song Jin? I realize now. The Mad Lord's her is no ordinary heavenly being puppet. Even though I'm just a beginner in the core formation realm with limited insight, even with my ignorance, the intuition developed over 900 years of life is not to be underestimated. She is probably a 4-axis puppet. The prowess of the Mad Lord sends chills down my spine. Can this monster, from whose palm I feel the same pressure as Song Jin, be anything but a 4-axis puppet? I made up my mind. Fleeing this insane genius for up to 20 days. Impossible. Boom, through the spatial rift, not just her slender hand, but hordes of puppets begin to cross over. Before I know it, the sky over the sea is filled with the Mad Lord's puppets, creating an illusion that the spatial rift is pouring them out. I grit my teeth. I made a mistake. I shouldn't have told the Mad Lord and her my story, trying to gain their sympathy. What should I do now? I ponder for a moment, then open my eyes. This life will probably be the shortest. I imagine being captured by the Mad Lord, trapped in a body unable to die or decay for thousands of years, turned into a living puppet. Even with an extraordinary mental state, I can't bear such madness. I should commit suicide. The thought of abandoning this precious life is excruciating, but the conversation with Yuan Lai helped me solidify my understanding of life. Life is not a blessing in itself. It becomes a blessing when hearts are given and received within it. Following this belief, since I haven't formed significant connections or shared hearts with anyone yet, I can forsake this life. I steel my resolve. I will die. Dying is far simpler than figuring out how to live. There are countless ways to die immediately. It's when I'm about to blow up my head to end this cycle. Wait. I suddenly remember the colorless glass sword sleeping in my inner core. What happens to this colorless glass sword if I die now? Will it follow me in regression even if I die again, since it recognized me as its owner? Or, since it didn't connect with the white red wine in this timeline, will it just remain and disappear here if I die jolt? A worst-case scenario flashes through my mind. That can never happen. Suicide is easy. But I can't just kill myself right now. I need to consume white red wine first. Yes, at least I should drink white red wine before dying. I frantically dodge the puppet's attacks and fly towards the nether crossing ship as originally planned. Cugga-gugga-goo-goo. Her slender hand only reveals up to the wrist, occasionally launching immense ranged attacks at me. Since the hand doesn't have eyes, its accuracy is incredibly low. Of course, the just aftermath is nearly lethal. Damn it. I grit my teeth and enter the sea area where the nether crossing ship is sealed. I see the barrier of the nether crossing ship. Wo-woong. Using the formless sword wrapped around my body, I break through the barrier and charge towards the nether crossing ship. And then, boom! I finally land on the deck of the nether crossing ship and quickly move to the control room. I haven't touched the helm of the nether crossing ship for a long time, but I remember it clearly. Nether crossing ship start, rumble. Following my will, the nether crossing ship begins to rise into the sky. I must go to serving command palace, just when I'm clenching my teeth. This bastard. Cugga-gugga-goo, from below the nether crossing ship, a familiar face appears. It's Song Jin. How dare this thief? What are you planning to do with the nether crossing ship? Without saying much, I sail the nether crossing ship into the sky and reply. The Mad Lord is chasing me, Senior. While fleeing and dodging him, I ended up coming here. I beg for your understanding. What? Hearing the name Mad Lord, Song Jin's eyes blaze furiously, and then, boom, finally, Mad Lord's puppets break through the barriers of the ceiling area of the nether crossing ship and reach us. Kua-kua-kwang, countless puppets of the Mad Lord swarm in. Seeing them, Song Jin's eyes flare with blue fury. This Mad Lord. Bastard! How dare you come here again? Haven't you stolen enough from the nether crossing ship? His voice is laced with mixed wrath. Song Jin looks as if he would devour the Mad Lord on the spot, descending to the deck of the nether crossing ship to confront the puppets. And when countless puppets try to board the nether crossing ship, swoosh! Dark ghostly mist surrounds the nether crossing ship and it enters the void. Phew! I sigh and speak. I apologize, Senior. As I mentioned, enough. You're being chased by the Mad Lord, aren't you? Yes, yes. His eyes blaze with blue fury. As insane as the Mad Lord is, he wouldn't abandon Ascension to chase you. In this period when the Ascension Gate is opened, just hold on a bit longer. Then, just then, we're on one side of the void, a spatial rift connected to the mortal realm opens. A familiar slender hand emerges from it. Seeing this, Song Jin shouts, "This damned thing! Why didn't you say she is chasing you too?" Damn it, it's all over. If Mad Lord brought out even that puppet to capture you, then you're done for. I can't help you anymore. The situation is serious enough for even Song Jin to say so. As expected, I ask Song Jin while looking at him, "Senior, perhaps suicide is the right choice?" Oh, what an ingenious method. If you die, your soul will be sealed in the nether crossing ship to pay for sailing it without permission, so be aware of that. Regardless of Song Jin's growling, I grab the helm of the nether crossing ship. I already know the coordinates of serving command palace at this time. Then, if I'm going to commit suicide, I might as well use the nether crossing ship a bit more before I do. What? Flash. I glance at the dazzling, space-distorting slender hand in the distance and move the nether crossing ship. Flash. The nether crossing ship enters the space in the mortal realm, and from there, I direct it towards the coordinates of serving command palace. What a tumultuous time in such a short duration. I click my tongue, seeing serving command palace floating in the void in front of me. I weave pure spiritual force and create the barrier-breaking scroll when I finish creating the scroll. Again, a space rift connected to the mortal realm opens, and her slender hand stretches out. Boom! After annihilating the prohibition, I enter the interior of serving command palace, the floor with white red wine. I frantically ascend to the upper floors of serving command palace, searching for the immortal wine. I found it. Quang, using the formless sword, I cut all the main circuits inside the barrier and furiously hammer it. And then, crackle. One side of serving command palace begins to crumble. Shiver, what appears, as the wall of serving command palace crumbles, is her slender hand, which has already emerged up to the wrists. I feel a chill from the explosive force emanating from her slender hand. Quickly, snap. She spreads her hand, and then, Quang, my formless sword finally breaks the barrier. I already know which jar contains white red wine. Pop. I hastily open the lid of the white red wine and gulp it down directly from the jar. Once again, the Dharma treasures placed inside my body buzz, deepening their connection with me, certainly. I distinctly feel the connection between my soul and the Dharma treasures. It's then. A tremendous gravitational force is felt from her hand. It feels like I'm being directly sucked in, Indeed, my body is being drawn towards her hand. Resistance is impossible. Damn no, this won't do. I need another method, rumble. In the distance, Song Jinho holds the helm of the Nether crossing ship and crosses into the mortal realm. I clench my teeth and take the starting form. In the life before last, I followed Kim Young-hoon's footsteps, discovering treading heaven beyond the path. And in my last life, I finally killed Yuan Lai, fully reaching treading heaven beyond the path. Certainly, I have entered a different path than Kim Young-hoon. That's why, instead of his space-transcending surpassing radiant saber, my formless sword evolved to cut only what I want. But I'm certain my formless sword cut through space that one time. For a moment, it became Kim Young-hoon's surpassing radiant saber. That means, perhaps, can those who have reached treading heaven beyond the path mimic others treading heaven beyond the path? Think it through, find a way in your mind. I ignite the upper dantian with Gang Kai, awakening it. The flow starts from my Beihui point, heading towards the Yin Tang point, igniting the upper dantian with Gang Kai. Yu-wu-wo, I recall that sensation. The formless sword originates from severing mountain swordsmanship, and the surpassing radiant saber from severing vein saber method, and the root of both martial arts are actually one. Then, tracing back the formless sword, is it truly impossible to temporarily reach the space-gutting surpassing radiant saber? Of course, it's impossible to completely obtain the surpassing radiant saber. However, if it's just mimicking the ability for a brief moment. Flash. Simultaneously with my focused diligence, she suddenly looms before my eyes, her hand gripping something. I, with all my strength in the empty void, slash down with what is held in my hand. Swoosh, the formless sword, for an instant, shines with a brilliant golden radiance. At the same time. Flash, I escape the void and reach the mortal realm. Wo-woong. Far off, Song Jin, who had just escaped the void like me, is seen grasping the helm of the Nether crossing ship. Thump. I fly towards the Nether crossing ship and catch my breath. What is this? Didn't you say you were going to commit suicide? If you're going to kill yourself, do it after getting off the Nether crossing ship. Song Jin shouts, seemingly afraid of her pursuing us again. Gasping for air, I suddenly become curious about something. Perhaps, do you know any techniques that can attach a ghost to the depths of the soul? I do know something like that. Can you perform it on me? Why should I do that for you? Damn it. I forgot that to Songjin. I'm a stranger who briefly hijacked his Nether crossing ship, just then. Wo-woong, a spatial rift tears open, and her slender jade hand emerges once again. This time, as if determined not to let go, her arm extends up to the elbow. Damn it. Get off the Nether crossing ship now. Hurry. All right, fine, I'll perform that spell for you. Wo-woong. Song Jin takes out a ghost from the nether crossing ship and injects it directly into my upper dantian. Kia, with an unpleasant foreign sensation, I feel the ghost's soul attached to me, guided by Song Jin's power. For a moment, the ghost and I are connected. Get off now. And, as if obeying Song Jin's command, the ghost, now linked with my soul, forcibly controls my body and makes me jump off the nether crossing ship. Kugagagugu? Her hand reaches out towards me, and at the very last moment, I concentrate the energy of the formless sword towards my head. Boom. That is my 12th return. Chapter 133. 12th cycle's first day. Zing, I woke up with a slight headache. Apparently, the shock of blowing up my head was great. And that too. I realize this is the first time I had directly committed suicide. Better to choose death than suffer a fate worse than death. Feelings of sadness, anger, regret, and guilt for having wasted a life wash over me. In addition, I shouldn't approach the Mad Lord carelessly. The thought sends shivers down my spine. Just what is that old monster? I shake my head, dispelling these thoughts, more importantly, jolt. Once again, I begin to feel a tearing pain around my abdomen, pain like being gutted with a knife. But I smile. Once again, it has been transmitted. The effects of the white red wine worked. And if the connection to my soul has also been transmitted, it's when I focus my consciousness. Zing! The headache, which has been present earlier, intensifies as I concentrate. What's this? It hurts. It's like my soul is being engorged with a knife. Is it not just the lingering pain of blowing up my head with the formless sword? The headache continues, boring into my mind as I focus on it. Something is off. The size of my consciousness isn't the issue. The 5 elements blood curse banner is still in place, sealing my consciousness. It isn't the same headache I had before my head exploded. This pain is like when flesh is torn away, yes. I finally realize what is wrong. My soul has been torn away, not much, but torn nonetheless, like a slight peeling of skin on the body. But definitely a sensation of being torn, and the area of the soul that was torn is clear. It's exactly where the ghost connected with my soul. Indeed. The ghost was torn away along with the part of my soul it was connected to and disappeared, which means Dharma treasures can return with me, but if a sentient being tries to travel through time with me, it gets torn away. From the looks of the wound on my soul, rather than being deliberately ripped or cut by someone, it seems as if it had been caught on something rough and torn away while trying to pass through. Inanimate objects connected to me are somewhat allowed, but sentient beings are a problem. I smile bitterly. If it had been revealed that the ghost had also returned, perhaps the souls of my companions and even Hyang Hua's soul might be. No, it's fine. I erase my random thoughts. After all, each life is unique, so I should cherish it all the more. Yes, that's all I need to do. Just when I'm organizing my thoughts, woe woon. I slightly tilt my head, dodging the hand aimed at my cheek. Why you dodged it? Thinking about it, I forgot that I usually put my colleagues to sleep with a sleep spell, being preoccupied with verifying the experiment of the Dharma treasure and the ghost. This bastard, do you even realize what you just did? Aha. Somehow, it's a very welcome voice. This voice, hasn't it been quite a long time since I last heard it? He seems to be fussily bouncing around and saying something to me, but I just smirk and pat him on the shoulder. Getting too angry isn't good for your mental health. Calm down. What? Listening to this guy, who's in his early 30s, swear after being chased by madmen over 900 years old like Yuan Lai or over 1600 years old like the Mad Lord somehow. It's quite cute. It feels like a 3-year-old toddling in front of me. Honestly, even if I had been slapped just now, I wouldn't have felt too bad. What else does this guy know to do besides hitting me on the cheek and cursing cutely? He's not going to catch and turn me into a puppet, nor suddenly massacre people around him to consume them. Co Yun Hyun, you $% and $%. All right, take a deep breath. I pat the guy's shoulder as he tries to punch me frantically and eventually collapses from exhaustion without landing a single blow. Kim Young-hoon, Chiefo, Deputy Kang Min-hee, Deputy Oh-seo, and Team Leader Kim Yeon look at me with worried eyes. Leaving behind the panting Jeon Myung-hoon, I look at my colleagues for the first time in a while. It's been a really long time since I've seen them. They're still chattering about finding the SUV or figuring out where we are, unaware that this world is different. Suddenly, I feel an unusual sensation looking at them. Then, for the first time in a long time, I speak to them. I'll go climb that tree and check if there's a road or our car nearby. Deputy CO, can you climb the tree? Yes, just wait a moment. Tadat. With my hands behind my back, I climb the tree using only my legs, finally controlling my vital force, Kai, and muscle movements to the extreme without relying on internal energy. Then I quickly climb to the top of the tree, observe the landscape in the direction of the ascension gate, and come down to them. There's nothing around. No, how did you just do that? Chief O look at me with a stunned expression. After all, I had just casually climbed up and down a tree several meters high with my hands clasped behind my back. I vaguely answer. Well, I don't know. Ever since I opened my eyes here, I've just felt somehow lighter. Once again, my colleagues split into two groups. Deputy Oh-seo and Team Leader Kim Yeon go to the cave with me, while Deputy Kang Min-hee, Section Chief Jeon Myung-hoon, Kim Young-hoon, and Chief Oh-hyun-seok go out to find the SUV. Oh, a cave. That's right. They settle in the cave, observing inside. I gather branches with them to make a windbreak and a bonfire. This time, I don't need Kim Young-hoon's lighter. Chick. When I rub a suitable branch against the surface of a slightly dry tree, fire ignites on the tree's surface. It's a martial arts technique of momentarily tightening muscles to create extreme acceleration. I transfer the fire to the kindling and then swing the branch again to extinguish the fire on the tree surface. How did you do that? Deputy Oh-seo asks me with wide eyes. Again, I vaguely reply. It just worked. Later, I gather fruits from nearby trees and roast them with the two, waiting for the other colleagues. As evening comes, the other colleagues return, and I share the fruits with them. Jeon Myung-hoon initially refused to eat what I offered, but after I persistently persuaded him, he ate the fruit while cursing. We chat late into the night. It's been a very long time. It's been almost 400 years since I last had such a relaxed conversation with them. In my past lives, I was entangled in hunting the fox and private meetings with the Mad Lord right from the start, so I couldn't properly converse with these people. The lives before that were almost 400 to 500 years ago, so I felt a very new sensation now. Of course. Deputy CO, is your smartphone still not getting a signal? No data either, really? Where are we? Data. What was that again? I vaguely remember smartphones. They seem to be something like a transmission device, but details like data are a bit hazy in my memory. It's something I used 900 years ago, and I haven't heard of it in a few hundred years, so it's a bit confusing. I'll have to ask Kim Young-hoon about modern artifacts or memories from the company later. As my consciousness expands, my memory improves, but still, it's been 900 years. It's been a long time since I met my modern colleagues, so some things have become faint. Deputy CO, the GPS is dead too, and the air is suspiciously clean. Are we really in Korea? That's what I'm saying. I find it hard to understand their conversation and difficult to join in. But still, it feels good to chat with my colleagues after such a long time. Woosh, as all my colleagues fall asleep, I head outside to where a yellow bamboo root is. I missed the time to eat the yellow bamboo root before because I didn't put my colleagues to sleep right away. Crunch, crunch. I ate the ginseng and underwent complete transformation. As my consciousness domain properly settles, it completely fills the surroundings without needing to be sealed with the 5 elements blood curse banner, the consciousness domain of a core formation. It's as vast as the fox demons. Phew. I feel the internal energy flowing in my danchin and then get up from my spot. I don't bother to form an inner core. An inner core can be formed anytime, and more importantly, wo-woong, wo-woong, wo-woong. I float a gang sphere into the air. The gang sphere begins to split. With an inner core, creating and splitting a gang sphere becomes much easier. which is why I used to bother forming one. My body is already skilled in using gang spheres for over 500 years. Now, even without an inner core, it's possible to create and split a gang sphere. Wo-woong, 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 9 gang spheres line up in the air. Swoosh! The 9 gang spheres melt and combine with my domain of consciousness to form the formless sword. I grab the formless sword and concentrate my mind. Even though I didn't become one with the formless sword after creating the inner core, the true value of treading heaven beyond the path is to fully draw out the real power of beyond the path to heaven. In other words, if I had handled it before. Wo-woong, wo-woong, wo-woong. It's possible to handle it now. It. The formless sword transforms, more transparent and ethereal. There's no visible difference, but, swoosh, when I swing the formless sword, the surface of a nearby tree remains intact, but the inside is cut cleanly. Indeed, I can reproduce the realm of treading heaven beyond the path to some extent. Of course, implementing treading heaven beyond the path with just the formless sword without an inner core is much more mentally draining and troublesome. But anyhow, it's feasible. It's when I'm contemplating the realm of treading heaven beyond the path. Boom! A familiar creature appears. It's the fox. How dare you? When the master of the forest is perfectly healthy. It seems to have woken up and come here after sensing my consciousness domain, which has reached core formation. Without waiting for it to speak, I immediately swing the formless sword. Swoosh. My formless sword permeates through the fox's skin and flesh and reaches where its demon core resides. Then, it spreads in all directions, touching the major organs of the fox. At this moment, if I want to, I can extract its demon core and organs, leaving only the skin intact. If I quietly extract the demon core, even the Mad Lord won't notice. The eyes of the fox are filled with fear. Shiver. I calmly watch it tremble for a while, and then, shortly after, swoosh, I withdraw the formless sword from its body. The fox, realizing the overwhelming difference between us, shuts its mouth, stares at me with trembling eyes. I'll spare your life. Thank you very much. Hand over your demon core. I felt a sudden impulse to help this demon fox a little. That. Do you prefer handing over a split demon core, or prefer handing over a perfectly fine demon core? Ooh. As I pressure the fox with the formless sword, it groans and eventually spits out a pure white orb from its mouth. Wo-woong, wo-woong, as I catch the white orb, the fox's body gradually shrinks. Eventually, it turns back into a normal fox with only 3 tails. Ack, ack, ack. In a state of lost intelligence, the fox looks at me in a daze. Upon seeing its demon core in my hand, it shows a covetous look. Wo-woong. I catch the back of the fox's neck with my formless sword and drag it in front of me. The fox yelps and cries out in fear. Be quiet. Stay by my side for a few days. After smacking the fox's head, I bring it with me into the cave. The next day. My company colleagues, especially the female staff, are astonished to see the 3-tailed fox that appeared in the cave. What is this? A mutation. More importantly, it's cute. Kim Young-hoon and Chief Oh-hyun-seok's eyes widen at the sight of the 3-tailed fox, and even Jeon Myung-hoon's eyes bulge. What is this? It's a monster. They gather and talk about the fox. Then, SSSSSSSS. A 2-headed red snake appears again. It's also been a while since I've seen this guy. Who? Man. SSS? Ugh, ah. A peculiar scent is coming off you, slither, your blood. Then the snake looks into my eyes as it is speaking. SSSSSSS, as I reveal my domain of consciousness and emit killing intent, the snake shuts its mouth. Well, if you go that way, there's a tree with delicious fruits. You will enjoy the view of the ridge. The snake glances at me and then quickly turns and flees. The company colleagues are shocked to see the talking 2-headed snake. They fearfully discuss that this place is not a normal world. I watch them for a while, waiting for the heavenly beings to arrive in a few days. A few days later. Rumble, rumble, familiar faces arrive. Grand Elder Heo Guak of Black Ghost Valley. Sect Master Jin Bayuk Ho of Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect. and founder of Azure Heaven Creation Sect Azure Tiger Saint Chungmun Sun Wu. The three heavenly beings descend from the sky and select their disciples. This time, since I haven't formed an inner core and am suppressing my core formation level consciousness with the 5 elements blood curse banner and hidden consciousness technique, I am of no interest to them. After Jin Bayak Ho roughly tests the qualities, everyone loses interest at the mention of 5 elements spiritual roots. Had they inspected more closely, they might have discovered the 5 elements blood curse banner. Once they confirmed the presence of 5 elements spiritual roots, they seemed to lose interest altogether. The one who showed some interest was Azure Tiger Saint. You have a core formation Demon Beast's Demon Core. That's right. HM, perhaps, Azure Tiger Saint speaks to me. Could you deliver that demon core to the Chungmun clan in Byokra? It might be helpful to my descendants. Wo Woong, Azure Tiger Saint stamps a recommendation for the Chungmun clan on the back of my hand. If you deliver it, use this recommendation to become an external member of the Chungmun clan. How about it, Tusk? Why are you trying to persuade him? He's just a mere Kai refining kid. If it were me, I would have just snatched it. Jin Bayak Ho grunts as he looks at Azure Tiger Saint, who is trying to persuade me, and then tosses Jian Myung-hoon into his own storage artifact. Azure Tiger Saint clicks his tongue. Why snatch something from a young junior? Besides, for us, having that demon core is just a bonus. HMPH. We're leaving first. Black Ghost Valley and Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect leaves before Azure Tiger Saint, who then pats my shoulder. Follow us. Other heavenly beings will come too, so if you want to leave Ascension Path, you can ask them. I can't tamper with space right now as I'm raising the power of the blue sky armor. Still, it's an auspicious time as it's the period for Ascension. If you ask, the other heavenly being cultivators will surely listen. After saying this, he flies off, following Jin Bayak Ho and Hyo Guak. I watch Azure Tiger Saint fly away. The next day, Kurung Kururung, Coh Weal appears, muttering whatever to himself. Coh Weal again flies away, holding Deputy O in his arms. This time I chose not to speak to him or even look at him. I'm sorry, Deputy O Hi Co. It's already determined. There's an attraction of fate, and every time I try to defy it, it only hastens the outcome. In this life, I have no intention of trying hard to pass my colleagues onto better heavenly beings. After all, with my current power, I can't change anything. Taking action unnecessarily might only bring more confusing results without changing anything. I'm sorry, everyone. I watch, pained, as Deputy Oh Hi Co also leaves us, leaving Kim Yeon and Kim Young-hoon distraught. Then, in the evening, Kim Yeon awakens her consciousness, and the Mad Lord appears. Shiver. Seeing the familiar face of the Mad Lord sends a chill through my body, but I manage not to show it and carefully hide my intent and heart essence. The Mad Lord declares he will take Kim Yeon as his disciple, and then lifts me and Kim Young-hoon, throwing us into a spatial rift. Using sword control, I also pull the yelping fox, grab it by the neck, and fall through the spatial rift into the void. Beyond the spatial rift, as Kim Young-hoon and I are about to disappear, she desperately reaches out to us. Seeing the color of Kim Yeon's intent, I finally understand what Kim Young-hoon was talking about in Chinsik City. Gasp, gasp. I open my eyes beyond the void, suddenly feeling breathless. This place. Formless sword, boom, kuang. Cough, I gasp for air. Mad Lord, this lunatic. I gasp for air, looking at where I emerged. I appeared underground, randomly teleporting. Does that include underground? It's fortunate that I have the formless sword in this situation. Wait. I hurriedly expand my consciousness domain to find Kim Young-hoon. Kim Young-hoon and the fox are also trapped underground. I dig through the ground with the formless sword, rescuing them both and looking around. Familiar characters and language, this place is. A person just popped out from the earth. What's that? He's wearing strange clothes. It's the bustling area of Yongyuo. I approach one of the people surrounding me and ask, is this Yongyuo's? Never mind. I recall from my memory where this place is. Yongyuo's Lianshan City, the city where I first landed in my very first life. It's also been a long time since I've been here. Carrying the unconscious Kim Young-hoon and the fox, I quickly move away from people's sight using my movement technique. Then I swiftly clear nearby bandit groups and collect money. In a flash, I arrange an identity badge and a residence for Kim Young-hoon. While Kim Young-hoon is still asleep, I quickly proceed with the tasks. I hire a caretaker and a scholar to teach him additional language, writing, and culture. And then, I leave in Kim Young-hoon's mind all the essential martial art techniques. In addition, the martial principles to reach 5 energies converging to the origin, ultimate pinnacle, path beyond the heavens, and treading heaven beyond the path. Then I throw the demon core I have been keeping to the fox. Gulp! The fox swallows the demon core and again reveals its gigantic form inside the residence. It looks at me, its eyes trembling. If you had stayed in Ascension Path during the opening of the Ascension Gate, your demon core would have been extracted. Thank you, Senior. I have a request. Yes, please give me your command. Protect this human in exchange for sparing you. I point at Kim Young-hoon. The fox immediately lays flat and nods its head like mad. Yes, yes. I'll return someday, so don't indulge in cannibalism. I understand. I will remember. Good. After a moment's glance at Kim Young-hoon, I set off to complete the remaining tasks in this life. I confirmed what I need to do. Now reaching a realm comparable to nascent soul, and having achieved treading heaven beyond the path, what's left is finish my tasks and return to Ascension Path. Since the days I practiced martial arts and dreamed of becoming a cultivator, a goal set a long time ago. Now that I possess at least the minimum force, it's time. I gaze up at the sky. I'm going to investigate the Ascension Gate. It's something that has to be done at some point. I could get caught in a spatial storm and possibly die, but even so. It's a goal I have planned since a very long time ago. Now it's time to investigate it at least once. I'm sorry, everyone. I couldn't protect any of my colleagues. So in this life, I will dedicate myself to finding a way back home. I quickly soar through the void. Translator notes, haha, the snake demon was talking slowly on purpose the entire time. Chapter 134, Bei-hui, 1. After distancing myself from Kim Young-hoon, I first begin to form the inner core in a nearby mountain. Wo-woong, the inner core is formed. I gather the energy from all over my body to the Bei-hui point, located at the top of my head. Bei-hui, meaning 100 meetings, is called so because it is where 100 meridians converge. It is also the most crucial part of the body that connects with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As energy gathers at the Bei-hui, I can feel the inner core melting into it. The melted inner core disperses into the meridians of my body, connecting with the formless sword in my grasp. The formless sword permeates my entire body, flowing through my meridians. With my eyes closed, I gather the formless sword at the Bei-hui and integrate it at my upper dantian. Fully embodying the formless sword, I become the sword itself. I can feel the power to draw out strength from each and every cell through the formless sword. Conversely, I can also use my flesh and blood to draw out the power of the formless sword to its extreme. And that extreme of the formless sword is precisely it. When I swing my sword, I can feel the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the surrounding mountain veins being cut off in an instant. The power to cut what I desire. Did Yuan Lai call it planes? I wasn't sure exactly what he meant by planes, but as my formless sword is honed to the extreme, I vaguely feel something. It's a vague sense of crossing something similar to a dimension. I realize that my imitation of the surpassing radiant saber to cut through space might have been possible, because both the formless sword and the surpassing radiant saber's abilities are related to dimensions. Well, I'll have to keep using the formless sword in the treading heaven realm to confirm. I resume my thoughts as I propel myself from my spot. Whoosh! As I became one with the formless sword, I flew much faster than the flying escape technique. It's time to take care of the tasks I need to do. In Yangyuo, there are things to be done. The first is, I need to see their faces. I have never missed a visit in any cycle. This cycle will be no exception. I swiftly fly to the Jin clan. They are asleep. I look over the sleeping children in the quarters who were receiving training. I'm sorry. I speak to my former disciples, looking around at them. Living has taught me that sometimes people must plunge into things they know might kill them. This is an apology to those children. In my short-sightedness and obstinacy, I forced my will upon you all without knowing that. Of course, I had my reasons back then. Assassination attempts that were certain to lead to death. Cultivation techniques that exploit the grievances of relatives, inflating hatred beyond measure. Seeing their intent, watching them love each other, rejoice, and even find happiness in their hatred, I wished they could live. But that was the position of the powerless. If I wanted them to live, I should have risked my life and assassinated the emperor in advance. There are many excuses, but one thing I have to say is clear. I couldn't do anything for you then, but now I will use my power for you. Live well. Leaving the quarters, I bow to the building as once their master. A bow is not only a sign of respect, but also a gesture of gratitude. I am thankful to those children who are a part of my fate. I head to the Jin clan's soul storage warehouse. Numerous crystal orbs are stored there. I swing my formless sword. Shik, my formless sword, cuts the cultivation technique that links the crystal orbs and the souls. The technique is severed, and the souls begin to emerge from their orbs, slowly dissipating. I speak to them. Your children, those who survived, will live peacefully for the rest of their lives in the Jin clan. They will be happy for generations. May you find peace in the afterlife. The souls tremble for a while upon hearing my voice, then ascend to the heavens. After a while, as the soul storage warehouse is about to set off an alarm, I cut that technique as well and left the Jin clan unhurriedly. Now in Yangyuo, the only thing left to do is Mackley clan. Those traitors who betrayed the alliance in my past life need to be purged. I can't think of a single reason for you to remain in this world. Whoosh. I fly towards the Mackley clan's main house, which I had learned of as a decisive member of the alliance. The Mackley clan's main house is a place very familiar to me. The capital of Yangyuo, Xiaoqiang City. Whoosh, tearing through the air, I arrive above Xiaoqiang City. Then, after observing below for a moment, I plunge straight towards the center of Xiaoqiang City. Boom, my body, like the formless sword, pierces through the center of Xiaoqiang City and heads underground. Kyuguaguagua. After drilling through the ground for a while, I finally come across a vast, empty cavity. Kugagagugu, the underground den, likely under spatial compression by the Mackley clan, is immensely vast inside. It's so big that a small mountain range was fit inside. Rumble. And above that mountain range, there stands a huge palace, from which a heavy scent of decay and a thick, devilish energy emanates. I have heard before that this place was not originally the Mackley clan's main stronghold. It was the headquarters of the Devil Path Alliance. The Mackley clan had been living there as tenants in a small land under that very palace. But now, with the entire alliance ascending to the higher realms, the Mackley clan had taken over the empty cave. Whoosh! I fly towards the main house of the Mackley clan, cutting through the air. The ceiling of the cavity is lit by incredible glowing stones, making it as bright as day. Thus, I arrived at the palace. 2 Kai building cultivators of the Mackley clan block the palace entrance and approach me. Greetings, senior. Are you a core formation senior? They must have thought I used the flying escape technique, seeing me fly without a magic artifact. Although it isn't a flight technique, their judgment isn't bad. Anyway, I am indeed their senior. However, there are 3 things I need to correct you on. First, I am not at core formation. Oh, so you must be a Taoist who has mastered a unique method? Second, I am neither your Taoist nor your senior. Sensing something off from my stern tone, the gatekeeper's expressions start to harden. Third, I don't wish to receive any greetings from you, so keep them to yourself. They ask with stern faces, "What brings you here?" "I've come to make a few demands. If you comply, I will leave." I begin listing my demands to them. 1. Stop sacrificing innocent lives for elixir making. 2. Abandon your dirty foundations in Yangyuo and leave for somewhere else. 3. Hold a ritual for those you've killed for your elixirs. With each point I make, their faces turn red and then pale. If you comply with these terms, I will spare your clan. What do you say? You, insane. The two early Kai building cultivators, faces red with anger, reach out towards me. Die, you madmen! Wuosh, a strong force accompanied by the smell of corpses, tries to push me back. I just snort and swing my hand. Buong Kuaang. With my gesture, one of them is split in half along with the palace door behind him. Ah! The remaining early Kai building cultivator, seeing my might, steps back with his mouth agape. Core formation cultivator? He turns pale and flees in haste. But after he takes 5 steps, he falls to the ground, split into 3 pieces. Ignoring them, I walk through the split doors. Step. Inside the dark palace. Once the main headquarters of the Devil Path Alliance, I feel the gaze of hundreds. 8 powerful auras press down on me. Kugagagugu, the head of the Makli clan, Makli Hwangchen, and the 7 core formation elders. How dare this madman attack the Makli clan? Just as the heavenly being seniors are ascending, he's running wild. Such disrespect. One of the elders growl at me. Judging by the power in his meridians, he's at best core formation. No, he doesn't even seem to have a core, maybe Kai building. Is he out of his mind causing a ruckus here? You won't be able to leave here in one piece. Let's see how the elixir made from your boiled body will turn out. A pack of dogs, barking loudly, and the leader of the wild dogs, Makli Hwangchen, sits quietly on his throne just watching me. I smirk. You're all barking like dogs, but everyone is tense, right? Since if I'm not really crazy, then I must have something to be confident in to have invaded like this. I don't have the power of a core formation cultivator, just a strong force flowing through my meridians like Kai building cultivators. It wouldn't be strange for them to mistake me for a Kai building cultivator. However, the power I have achieved is completely different from cultivation methods. Since it's noisy, all of you come at me at once. I'll show them the power I've attained in treading heaven. Kugagagugu. I begin to draw out the power of the formless sword, now completely one with myself. The head of the Makli clan, Makli Hwangchen, stands up from his seat. At the same time, the 7 elders of the Makli clan also rise from their positions. 350 QI building elders of the Makli clan also stand up. Kugagagugu, around Makli Hwangchen, a tornado surges upwards. Daring to challenge the Makli clan, you madmen, I'll show you the power of the Makli clan. Seo Yun Hyan and the Makli clan collide. Quang. Hundreds of Makli clan cultivators against the sole Seo Yun Hyan clash. And then, Makli Hwangchen, along with the elders and all the members of the council, look around with wide eyes. They unleashed their full power on the unidentified intruder. But instead, they were the ones who were thrown out of the palace. What is this? Just then, step. Outside the palace, Seo Yun Hyan walks out. My demands, once again, are simple. 1. Stop making human elixirs. 2. Leave Yangyuo. 3. Hold a sacred ritual for the deceased used in the elixirs. He looks around with a chilling gaze. This is my last mercy and demand. You'd better accept it. Makli Hwangchen frowns and shouts. A cultivator who has mastered strange techniques. Everyone, brace yourselves. Who? Seo Yun Hyan sighs. I have shown mercy even to you. Don't blame me. And then he begins to use his power. Kugagagugu, the formless sword, is a kind of gang sphere, and the gang sphere and inner core, apart from one being connected to life, are essentially the same. From such a concept, Kim Young-hoon's external inner core was created, a method of connecting his life force to the external path beyond the heavens gang sphere, enhancing it. Now, ascending to the treading heaven realm, along with the inner core inside the body, the path beyond the heavens that has fully merged with the body is also considered an external inner core. In fact, it's much more efficient than an external inner core. Not an artificially created gang Kai meridian, but truly connected to life. Therefore, the formless sword of Seo Yun Hyan, who has reached treading heaven beyond the path, is completely different in enhancement compared to the path beyond the heavens. Seo Yun Hyan swings his hand. Something connected to his hand swung. Kwang Makli H. Wangchen manages to hastily dodge with a dreadful premonition, and the heaven and earth spiritual energy at his position is cut off. Asak, it's dangerous. Makli H. Wangchen grits his teeth and forms a seal. Corpse River? Kagagugu. A green river smelling of rotting corpses pour out from the palace, covering Co Yunhyan. Along with other core formation cultivators, they also begin to form their spells. Dragon and demon ghost summoning yin. Wind summoning devil dragon transformation. Yin water gathering fire. Although there are slight differences in attributes, generally yin-based spells strike Co Yunhyan. Co Yunhyan only swings his hand in response. Wallach bang bang bang. Their spells explode at once by something transparent swung in a crescent moon shape. Co Yunhyan swings his hand again. A bizarre darkness. Around him, an invisible storm begins to rage. Colorless trajectories swirl, growing larger. Wagagagaga. The palace of the Makli clan closest to him is the first to be cut by the force of the trajectories, and the colorless whirlwind grows, covering the entire Makli clan. Block it? Damn it! Several core formation elders attempt to block the colorless trajectory with their Dharma treasures, but the treasures crumble, unable to pierce through the colorless storm. Landscape painting. Kagagagugu. The raging storm suddenly transforms, altering the trajectory. Flash. In the next moment, colorless trajectories whirl in all directions, slashing through the entire cavity. Mountains are split, and cracks form throughout the den. Makli H. Wangchen's expression hardens. Non-ascent soul cultivator. At the very least, this is clearly not a core formation cultivator. Until the end, Makli H. Wangchen ponders Co Yunhyan's trajectory. It's definitely beyond core formation, but to call it nascent soul. Isn't it too weak, however? His decision is swift. Even if it's not nascent soul, at the very least it's an equivalent force. I've misjudged. Everyone listen. This man is a nascent soul old monster, a nascent soul old monster who hid from the heavenly being seniors, now attacking the Makli clan. His words continue. However, this place is the stronghold of the Makli clan and where the Devil Path Alliance once stood. As the successors of the Devil Path Alliance's spirit, we will never yield to a nascent soul old monster. Makli H. Wangchen ponders. The power is definitely beyond core formation, but it's too weak for nascent soul. Just like that person in the desert. But compared to the hidden power of the desert cultivator, his attacks are simple and weak. This guy. Greed flickers in the eyes of Makli H. Wangchen. If we mobilize the entire power of the Makli clan, we can capture him. He smirks. The Jiangshi made from a nascent soul cultivator's corpse. Just thinking about its power makes my heart race. Capturing the nascent soul old monster, the Makli clan will leap to greatness once again. Upon his declaration, the elders solemnly draw out all their Dharma treasures. The Kai-building elders also simultaneously start forming hand seals in unison. Unleash an all-out attack. Block the nascent soul old monster. Rumble. Numerous spells, Dharma treasures, and magic artifacts fly towards Co Yunhyan. Boom! Yin energy explodes, and spells formed of devilish energy assault Co Yunhyan. The Kai-building elders pull out wartime weapons from the clan's arsenal and activate them against Co Yunhyan. Siege weapons fly towards him, and numerous devilish fire and Jiangshi legions swarm him like a tide. Numerous formation barriers in the Makli clan's palace activates, restricting Co Yunhyan's power. Against all that, Co Yunhyan swings his sword. We're being sucked in. Block it. Block it. Severing mountain swordsmanship, layered mountains, Kuguaguagua. Colorless trajectory extends in all directions, filling the entire space. Dozens of Kai-building cultivators are split apart, and several parts of core formation elders' bodies are torn off. The colorless trajectory, spreading in all directions, writhe like tentacles. Severing mountain swordsmanship, Mountain Echo's valley responds. Ting! The writhing trajectory turns into a wave, echoing throughout the entire cavity, causing everyone except Co Yunhyan inside to vomit blood at once. severing mountain swordsmanship, flowing ridge, Kagagugu. The colorless trajectory twists and sweeps away the gathered Kai building cultivators and 3 core formation elders. Kagagugu, and then the aura of Seo Yunhyan, integrated with the formless sword, begins to grow even stronger. Block it. Block it. Set up the formation. The nascent soul old monster is using his power. Stop the old monster. Severing mountain swordsmanship. Kai mountain heart heaven he, clad in colorless trajectory, steps forward step by step, like a mountain lord soaring over the mountains. The movement technique of the mountain lord's soaring flight, tailored to Seo Yunhyan and fused with the formless sword, becomes a fierce weapon in itself. A giant colorless tiger leaps. Led by 8 core formation cultivators, hundreds of Kai building cultivators are swept away by the flight of the Lord. By time, the formation is almost complete. Mackley H. Wangchen clenches his teeth and shouts. This is the Mackley clan's stronghold and the main base of the Devil Path Alliance that they have inherited. The formations spread here are by no means simple. And finally, form the seal. Yin Spirit, Devilish Fire, 3 core formation cultivators and 150 Kai building cultivators. Each group, thus composed, forms different seals. In the center, Mackley H. Wangchen and the Mackley Grand Elder simultaneously form hand seals, completing the formation. Yin Spirit Devilish Fire Ghost Formation, activate, simultaneously, rumble. From the Mackley clan's palace, black devilish fire surges, engulfing Seo Yunhyan. The yin energy emitted from the devilish fire forms a barrier, and from the barrier, numerous ghostly wails erupt, creating symbols that complete the barrier. 8 core formation cultivators from all 8 directions simultaneously form seals. Seal, Kagagagugu, shortly after, a dark green barrier seals the rampaging Seo Yunhyan. Struggling within the devilish fire, his consciousness will be gradually suppressed, and he will be refined into a Jiangshi ha-ha. Ha-ha-ha-ha. Mackley H. Wangchen bursts into laughter. Look, everyone. The Mackley clan has successfully captured and is refining a nascent soul-old monster. He clenches his fists and looks around at the elders. Everyone contact our territories through the communication division. We need more pure blood. Using more pure blood to refine the Jiangshi, we can truly... Just then, crash. Mackley H. Wangchen's face stiffens as he turns to the loud noise behind him. There he sees the barrier cracked all over. What? Crack once again. A loud noise echoes, crack simultaneously. Puckwhack from inside the flaming barrier, Seo Yunhyan's hand bursts through. Cue a duck-duck. Seo Yunhyan's hand slowly tears apart the barrier. The colorless trajectory in his hand causes the barrier to crumble, widening the cracks. And then, Puckwhack. His other hand also bursts through the barrier, and he begins widening the breach with both hands. Within the devilish fire, Seo Yunhyan's eyes blaze like ghostly fire. Not a bad attempt, but you made one mistake. Whoosh, Seo Yunhyan emerges from the devilish fire with a pale smile. You shouldn't have boasted after sealing me. You should have run away. How can this be? A mid-stage nascent soul cultivation should be required to break such a barrier? Mackley H. Wangchen loses his composure and shouts. Seo Yunhyan's eyes explode with brilliance. I may be weaker than the typical nascent soul, but I have a bit of an edge in specialized areas. Early, mid, late. Those don't mean much in front of me. SSS. Finally, Seo Yunhyan, fully emerged from the devilish fire, raises one hand. You should have accepted my mercy when it was offered. Those still not fleeing have courageously chosen to enter the gate of death, correct? Kagagagugu. Colorless trajectories boil over his entire body. From now on, I will end the Mackley clan. The next moment, his pupils seethe pure white, severing mountain swordsmanship. Ultimate technique, severing mountain Kagagagugu. A colorless storm fills the cavity so densely that no one could find a foothold. The mountain range where the palace stood is split into thousands of pieces. The Mackley clan's palace is torn apart, turning into dust. Phew, and thus, the Mackley clan, one of the twin pillars of Yongyuo and rulers of the imperial family for hundreds of years, disappeared into the annals of history that very day. Chapter 135. Beihui 2. Tap tap, I dust off my clothes and look back. Whoosh. From the ground I emerged, dust rose up. Crack, I move my formless sword, covering the dirt a bit more. Although I had extensively destroyed the palace, I didn't touch the main barriers, so it wouldn't cause the fall of Siakyung City abruptly. The Mackley clan is now over. Having eliminated most of the Kai-building cultivators and the core formation elders, including the clan head, the remaining members of the Mackley clan in the territory will slowly wither away under the pressure of the Jin clan. I look at the bundles of goods I have taken from the Mackley clan. I have gathered every single spirit stone from the Mackley clan except for the elixirs. With this, I resolved all the issues in Yongyuo. Now then, I turn my gaze southward. I should go meet Song Jin and Seo Ran. Swoosh, the blue sea. Flying over the sea, I arrive at Seo Ran's residence from Yongyuo in a day. Swish, I part the waters with my formless sword and descend directly to Seo Ran's dwelling. When I arrive at his underwater cave, splash, from inside the underwater abode, Seo Ran hastily lifts his head. I speak to Seo Ran in the language of the demon race. Are you Seo Ran? Feeling the presence of my formless sword, he looks at me cautiously and asks, Yes, that's me, but may I ask, are you also a demon beast, just an unusual human, and... I have come to Seo Ran without any major incidents in this life, so he must have received the space-breaking bead from Seo Hweol as planned. How should I explain? After a moment of contemplation, I tell him. I'm here on behalf of an elder of the Sea Dragon tribe, named Jian Hyang. He asked me to find you. You know Elder Jian? Seo Ran asks, his eyes widening. I nod. You received the space-breaking bead from Seo Hweol and were instructed to blow up the Nether crossing ship, correct? Isn't that so? Yes, that's correct. First, give me the space-breaking bead. Yes. Oh, here it is. Seo Ran, though suspicious, hands me the space-breaking bead. After receiving the Dharma treasure, I say to him, You couldn't break through the barrier of Black Ghost Valley to enter the Nether crossing ship, could you? Let's go together, I'll break the barrier for you. Thank you. Seo Ran bows to me in gratitude, and I continue. You can transform into your true form since I know you're a demi-human. Elder Jian told you about that as well. Let's say he did. Now follow me. We're going to the Nether crossing ship. Yes. Seo Ran, while still suspicious, follows me towards the Nether crossing ship. We arrive at the sea area where the Nether crossing ship is located. An invisible barrier is positioned ahead. Beyond this barrier lies the domain of ghosts. Senior, first of all, this barrier. Never mind, just stay there. I step back and raise my hand, severing mountain swordsmanship, entering mountain, a slicing upward motion. That's all it took, and then, swoosh, the air splits open and the barrier is cut through. Beyond the barrier, the army of tens of thousands of ghosts that form the Black Ghost Legion are also split in half, clearing the path. Gasp. Seo Ran's mouth hangs open, and I, pulling along the stunned Seo Ran, quickly head towards the center of the formation where the Nether crossing ship is located. In the center of the well-shaped formation, a solid final barrier remains. Boom quang. My thrown formless sword shatters the barrier in one strike. Gasp! Even a core formation cultivator would struggle to break such a barrier. Seo Ran, who had been staring blankly, now looks at me with eyes full of fear. It's understandable. An already suspicious person showing nascent soul capabilities is indeed terrifying. Hurry up. There's someone we need to meet. To meet? Who? Did you think, even though Black Ghost Valley became a wasteland, that they would leave the Nether crossing ship, their pride and joy completely unguarded? I lead Seo Ran straight down to the lowest level of the Nether crossing ship. There, in the deepest part of the ship, we meet Song Jin, who glares at me nervously. Who are you? Song Jin seems aware that I had broken the barrier in one go, sizing me up intensely. I turn to Seo Ran. Introduce yourself, Taoist Seo. This person is Senior Song Jin, a heavenly being remnant soul, guarding this nether crossing ship after being killed by the Mad Lord Zhou Yon. Hello? You? Could it be? Why have you come here? Co Ran looks to not understand the situation and just greets Song Jin as instructed. Are you her child? Why have you come here? At this, Co Ran clamps his lips shut. I came to search for my mother's relic. You came to search for your mother's relic, flames blaze in Song Jin's eyes, yet he seems to restrain his anger, speaking more softly. Whatever is remaining in this place, everything, is a part of the valley. I cannot give anything to an outsider like you. I raise my formless sword and ask, why don't you give us a chance to find it, senior? Song Jin's eyes blaze even more fiercely at the sight of my formless sword. Though angry, realizing he has no way to resist against my nascent soul prowess, he seems to accept his situation. How did you manage to not get dragged into ascension? And what is that ominous thing that freely enters and leaves planes? Damn it. He grits his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. I'll give you half a day. Find your mother's room within that time and search for the relic. If you don't leave within that time, I will burn my soul to show you the wrath of a heavenly being cultivator. Understood. Thank you. Co Ran bows to Song Jin, and I nod. Later, guided by me, Co Ran reaches his mother's room. You. Song Jin looks furious but closes his mouth and watches us silently. Soon, Co Ran finds the jade slip his mother left and begins to read it. Song Jin also sneaks in and starts reading the jade slip with him. I step outside for a while. After some time, I hear Song Jin and Co Ran talking inside the room. I head outside the nether crossing ship and slowly look up at the sky. 3 days passed. You, what are your intentions? Song Jin came to find me, who had been quietly waiting on the deck. Why did you bring that boy to me? And why did you support him without asking for anything in return? I pause before making an excuse. I was asked by an elder of the Sea Dragon tribe, Jian Hyang. Jian Hyang. The chief astrologer of the Sea Dragon tribe, I see. HM. Why do you ask? That boy? I've decided to take him as my disciple. Once again, the master-disciple bond between Song Jin and Co Ran is established. Co Ran and Song Jin came to the deck to thank me. I don't like it, but I need to thank you anyway. I'm also very grateful. If there's anything you need in the future, senior, I will fulfill up to 3 requests. My disciple is doing so I can't just stand by only opening my mouth. I will do the same. In that case, I look at Song Jin and say, first, let me use the nether crossing ship. What? Boom! I present the pile of spirit stones I have brought from the main house of the Mackley clan in front of him. With this, it should be enough to operate the nether crossing ship, right? It should be more than enough since I had taken all the spirit stones from the Mackley clan. HM? Song Jin's eyes gleam at the sight of the spirit stones. It's more than enough. All right, where do you want to go? First, let's go to the Sea Dragon Palace of the Sea Dragon tribe. Together, we move towards the Sea Dragon Palace. Rumble, together with ghostly energy, the nether crossing ship moved through space. We immediately reached the location of the Sea Dragon Palace. Is it possible to break the barrier of the Sea Dragon Palace using the main cannon of the nether crossing ship? Impossible. All the main cannons on the nether crossing ship are broken. I see. I recall the power of the cannon fired by Manly Minlap and lick my lips. Then I have no choice but to use my own strength. I descend from the nether crossing ship, braving the water pressure, and swing my formless sword. The area in my past life where Co Ran had set up the formation. It should be enough to break through the weakest part of Co Hwial's barrier. Woong. The formless sword penetrates the inside of the formation. Starting with the most fragile parts, it begins to permeate and erode them, as the layers thin soon after. Boom, a small hole appears on one side of the barrier. Taoist Co, follow me, and if possible, Senior Song Jin, please come along. How can I trust that you haven't set a trap here? Song Jin looks at me suspiciously, and I sigh and say, I swear on the nether crossing ship. I assure you I haven't set any traps here. All right. Song Jin forms a hand seal and draws the ghostly energy from the nether crossing ship to himself. Swoosh. Song Jin jumps down with the ghostly energy attached, followed by Co Ran and me, and we enter the Sea Dragon Palace. The Sea Dragon Palace. The last time I was here was when I was invited by Dragon King Seo. It's been a long time. It's been a while for me too. We head towards the inner palace of the Sea Dragon Palace. But why have you called us here? Please follow me. There's something I need to show you. I lead them to the hall where Jian Hyang had died. Swoosh, and when we enter the hall... Ah! A sticky curse flies towards Seo Ran and sticks to him, just as Song Jin is startled and tries to remove the curse attached to Seo Ran. Hiss! The curse attached to Seo Ran melts away. It seems like Seo Ran has heard Jian Hyang's voice as his eyes tremble. Elder Jian? I need to read that book. I calmly picked up a jade slab. Below, I find a familiar book. I pull the book towards me with my formless sword and then place the jade slab down. Then I hand the book to Song Jin. Please check if there are any problems with it. What problem could there be? It's just... Then what? Damn it, our eyes met. Startled, Song Jin glares at the book. Wriggle, wriggle. Even though the book left by Seo Hweol hasn't been fully read or closed yet, it begins to wriggle wildly. Swoosh! A ghostly energy emanates from Song Jin's hand, enveloping the book, and he urgently speaks. Damn, I've temporarily sealed it. Let's quickly go back to the Nether crossing ship. Snap. I grab Song Jin's shoulder, and together we return to the Nether crossing ship using the formless sword. When we finally arrive at the Nether crossing ship, boom! The ghostly energy fails to withstand anymore and finally breaks apart. From inside the book, a blue light bursts forth. The consciousness of Sea Dragon King Seo Hweol. The consciousness of Seo Hweol begins to spill out the same words I had heard in my past life. As Seo Ran's eyes widen in shock, Song Jin forms a seal and shouts, "Devour it, Nether crossing ship." Simultaneously, screech. Ghostly figures emerge from the deck of the Nether crossing ship, idly binding Seo Hweol's remnant. And so, Seo Hweol's remnant is sucked into the Nether crossing ship. Swoosh! Just like that, Seo Hweol's remnant vanishes. It's the remnant consciousness left by Dragon King Seo. Why did he leave such a thing? Song Jin wonders, and Seo Ran, shocked by Seo Hweol's words, trembles. I pick up the book and hand it to Seo Ran. Inside, you'll find Elder Jian Hyang's diary. There's no more trickery from Seo Hweol, so take your time and read it. All right. Seo Ran looks fearful of facing the truth, hesitating briefly. But soon he tremblingly begins to read the book. After a while, drip, drip, tears begin to flow from Seo Ran's eyes. Everything the king showed me, was it all a lie? He looks deeply shocked. Seo Ran weeps for a long time while looking at the book. After several hours, have you calmed down a bit, Taoist Seo? I was entrusted by Elder Jian Hyang before he wrote the last part of his diary. He asked me to guide you well. I have led you here in accordance with his will, so I hope you make wise decisions going forward. Seo Ran grits his teeth and nods. Understood. Thank you. He has a resolved expression on his face. Song Jin, who has been watching us, speaks to me. I won't count activating the Nether crossing ship as a favor. Thanks to this, my disciple has learned about the deceitfulness of Dragon King Seo and will also gain the numerous treasures left in the Sea Dragon Palace. Thank you. Then, can we make a few more stops using the Nether crossing ship? Late evening. The heat of the desert cooled as night approached. Kagagugu. The Nether crossing ship appeared in the middle of the desert. In the distance, a black castle is visible. Senior Song Jin, do you feel the enormous resentful souls sleeping beneath that castle? Indeed. They are immense. Can you use them to break the barrier covering that black castle? Hearing my words, Song Jin nods well, all right. Kagagugu, shortly after, the Nether crossing ship lands in the desert. Song Jin begins to form seals. It's the dead of night with no sunrise, so the yin energy of the resentful souls are boiling more fiercely. Kaya-eh, bubble, bubble, bubble. Millions of resentful souls beneath the black castle scream wildly. And feeling the anomaly, a bloody fog starts to flow out from inside the black castle. What? Who are you? Who dares? And a familiar face appears. It's you and Lai, I smirk. Should have stayed hidden, why come out and risk your life? What? W8 Nether Crossing Ship, Black Ghost Valley. Just then, Song Jin completes his spell. Kaya a horde of ghosts wail and rush towards Song Jin. This is madness. What? Why are you doing this to me? All of a sudden, Yuan Lai, sensing Song Jin's growing power, cries out in terror. But Song Jin, indifferent to his pleas, completes his ghostly spell. Damn it, Shush! Kying Yuan Lai curses and retreats back into the Black Castle. Soon, the ancient barrier covering the Black Castle reveals itself. Swoosh. Simultaneously, a crimson river of blood flows from inside the castle, strengthening the barrier. Long source true power. Yuan Lai's backup life. Kying, crack, crack, the barrier strengthened, emits sparks, and then, Kugagugu, the sky fills with yin energy. In an instant, Song Jin, regaining his heavenly being power, stands with his hands behind his back, floating in the air, looking down at the Black Castle. It seems to be an immortal treasure with the power to attract fate. So they say. The Mad Lord had mentioned it before. I had heard about this castle before as well. Song Jin looks at me. It seems you want to capture that guy. Though the castle itself is not much, the core supplying the castle with the power of fate is troublesome, and he's hiding right below it. I can shatter the castle with one blow, but I might not be able to capture him in the core. Ah, it's all right. Just do that much, and I'll handle the rest. Very well then. Kugagugu, blue ghostly flames rise in Song Jin's eyes. I'll show you the power of an elder of the great Azure Ghost Valley. Kaya Kurururung. Dark clouds gather in the sky. Soon the clouds merge, forming a giant ghostly head, 1,000 ghost bone formation. Open Kaya, a ghostly wail echoes between heaven and earth. Then, the ghostly head formed by the dark clouds contort wildly and plummet towards the Black Castle, a force that rivals the statue thrown by the Mad Lord. Jaejeung, the Black Castle's barrier, saturated with long source true power, seems to resist for a moment, but then turns red and explodes. Kwang, the Black Castle beneath the barrier, also crumbles. Quagwagwang, a storm of yin wind sweeps across heaven and earth. Shortly after, surprising indeed, I did hold back a bit. Still, I didn't expect the castle to retain its shape. Song Jin looks at the Black Castle in astonishment. It's just as he said. Despite the immense strike it had just endured, the Black Castle hasn't turned entirely to dust. Only the upper layers and the roof had been blown off, maintaining its general structure, of course. Argak. Yuan Lai is inside, half turned to meat, vomiting blood. Shuruk. He's using the long source true power to regenerate his body. And then, above him, the apparition of Cohweal flickers and disappears. Song Jin looks at Cohweal's apparition, his ghostly energy distorting for a moment before turning his head away. Cohweal's remnants and the core of this castle shielded it from my strike. That is, I remember something from my distant past life, after the Mad Lord dealt with Yuan Lai. When he tore apart the Black Castle, there was a stone fragment. Back then, I was more concerned with escaping the Mad Lord secretly and didn't pay much attention to the fragment. But at this moment, seeing the stone fragment clearly, my eyes widened in astonishment. Crackle, crackle. The stone fragment is continuously emitting golden lightning. It's the upper part of the steel that had floated right in front of Ascension Gate, in the center of Ascension Path. Chapter 136. Beihui 3. Leave it behind for future generations. Relinquish your desires and ascend. Those who do not adhere will face calamity. I recall the contents of the steel I had seen on Ascension Path, the upper part that was torn off and couldn't be seen. Clearly, given the edges on this steel, this must be the upper part of that steel. I haven't made the connection before, as it seemed unrelated to Yuan Lai, thinking about it. Back then, I saw the stone tablet inscribed with golden divine heavenly thunder near the Black Castle. I never imagined. This guy is related to the golden divine heavenly thunder sect. Of course, the details will have to wait. I'll have to subdue him first and see. As Yuan Lai vomits blood, I charge right in front of him. Kugagugung, my formless sword, swung at tremendous speed, clashes against his defenses. As long as the castle isn't completely turned to dust, it seems he can still exert the power of the nascent soul within it. But the situation is different from my last life. Thud, I kick Yuan Lai squarely. He looks to erect a shield, but my formless sword permeates right through, kicking him in the stomach. Pewhack! He spits out a mouthful of blood. And then, having been kicked by my formless sword, he is blown away, flying out of the punctured black castle. Quang. Once outside the castle's domain, his cultivation falls to the level of a mere core formation great perfection. You bastard! Grinding his teeth, Yuan Lai pulls out 7 scrolls from his storage artifact. He opens the scrolls, while summoning 2 blood cloud ghost kings. 7 demon souls also emerge, but in the name of Prince Seo Ran. Seo Ran's voice echoes across the desert. Children of the sea, kneel before the bloodline of the Sea Dragon King. Xiaing, Seo Ran's command becomes an order, binding the demon souls. The dragon demon soul immediately prostrates itself. The other demon souls, initially resisting Seo Ran's command, also reluctantly knelt down. I can't hold demon souls above core formation for long. Seo Ran urgently shouts, and I nod. Kaya gua. Ahead, 2 ghost kings scream, each wielding a scythe. But from behind, another booming voice is heard under the name of the Nether crossing ship. Then, all ghosts shall bow before the boat that crosses the river of the Netherworld. Kugagagugu. From the Nether crossing ship behind me, a strong suction force targeting ghosts manifests. Gwa Kaya. The 2 ghost kings scream, trying their best to resist being sucked into the Nether crossing ship and planting their scythes into the desert to hold their ground. In an instant, 3 of Yuan Lai's major forces are neutralized. Seo Ran and Song Jin are a perfect match against Yuan Lai. I realized this in my past life when I saw Seo Ran subdue Yuan Lai using the summoning wind, true blood transformation. But in this life, their compatibility is even more apparent. Of course, if Yuan Lai could properly recall his ghost kings and supply the energy of a nascent soul to his demon souls and ghost kings, even Seo Ran and Song Jin would find it hard to neutralize Yuan Lai so easily. But once driven out of the Black Castle, he became much easier to handle. Step. I draw my formless sword and walk towards him. KRGH, damn you think you can defeat me so easily. Boong around him, bone dagger dharma treasures, a spear dharma treasure, and a crystal skull staff float up. Above him, the 5 elements blood curse banners emerge. Charararak. The 5 elements blood curse banners fly towards my head, but I let the banners hit me. Puck, with a slight sting, the 5 elements blood curse banners are absorbed into the 5 elements blood curse banner located in my upper dantian. What? Yuan Lai trembles in dismay. Step. I walk slowly towards Yuan Lai. That reaction, you also have the 5 elements blood curse banner. All right. Then. 17 bone dagger dharma treasures spin. I swing my formless sword. The link that connects the dharma treasures to Yuan Lai severs. The dharma treasures fall to the ground. A Ika Ghost King emerges from the blood-colored spear, grabbing it. Immediately upon emerging, the Ghost King, resisting the suction of the Nether crossing ship, desperately plants the spear into the ground. Eventually, all Yuan Lai has left is the crystal skull staff, KRRRG. Yuan Lai begins casting a spell with a murmuring voice. Chwaj. From the staff, blood trees sprout in the desert, and a sea of blood covers the surroundings. Clouds of blood erupt from the blood sea, enveloping him. Instantly, the area transforms into his domain. Blood-red ghosts rush towards me. From the blood clouds, numerous skulls fall like rain on top of me. Blood from the sea surges, turning into arrows of blood shooting at me. The whole area is dyed in blood, and then I swing my sword, Quang, with a single slash. That slash sweeps away all the miscellaneous spells. Even after that, the slash does not lose momentum, changing its trajectory and extending in all directions like thorny vines. Yuan Lai resists with numerous spells, but the slash permeates through the stronger parts and cuts through the weaker ones, nullifying them all, finally. Whack Yuan Lai's body is swept up by the storm of colorless trajectories and turns into a bloody mess. Of course. Churuk, chururuk. As he absorbs the blood fog, his flesh begins to wriggle and regenerate. But the regeneration takes too long. It takes 2 full breaths. In 2 breaths, I can swing my formless sword hundreds of times. Quang, quang, quang. All the miscellaneous things in front of me are swept away, and I quickly approach Yuan Lai, who is regenerating, and kick him. Jeong, as he's regenerating, he is again blown far away into the desert. Chururururuk. Like a cockroach boasting its vitality, he regenerates even while being blown away. But in no time, I am already above him. I bend my legs, then extend them, stomping down on Yuan Lai with both feet. Pook Yuan Lai's body, struck by my feet, splits in 2 and falls below. Chalak charalak, from his severed body, fish made of blood appear and fly at me. Boong, 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 boong. My formless sword rotates around me. In a state of unified offense and defense, I ground all the approaching fish and again plummet down towards him. Chulpuk. His upper body, split in 2, explodes into a bloody mess. He again regenerates his upper body from his lower half. Woong. I feel the air burst behind me. Having turned Yuan Lai's upper body into a blood mist, I approach his regenerating lower half and raise my hand. Quang. I slam my hand down. Kugagagugu. As Yuan Lai's body tries to regenerate, a chasm forms beneath him and he is split in half. Keep regenerating, you cockroach. Churuk churururuk. The halved body begins to reattach itself. Hwaruruk. His blood turns into blood fire and envelops me, but with my formless sword flowing through my entire body, I break through the blood fire and reach out. Quack, my hand grasps Yuan Lai's head. I'll kill you until you die. With that, I grab his head and slam it into the desert floor. Tuguang. His upper body again vanishes along with sword scars. By now, Yuan Lai's regeneration has visibly slowed. Shik shiririk. I watch Yuan Lai wriggling and regenerating his upper body and raise my foot. Wait a moment. Quang, in my past life, I killed him too easily, watching out for the Mad Lord and Hweal. It was fortunate that I killed him quickly. The Mad Lord was slightly outmatched among the many heavenly being cultivators. If I dragged it out like this back then, Hweal might have come in person. Why peeing? After blowing up his face again. Whenever he tries to regenerate properly, I relentlessly attack him. Intermittent spells flying towards me are so weak that I can fend them off with my formless sword-imbued body, and even those are getting weaker. And then, Quang, when I blew up his face once more. Seeing that it takes him so long to even regenerate somewhat, I step on his stomach and finally stop attacking. It's a little refreshing. KRGGHHKRGAG? I feel a little sorry about this, but you see I had quite a bit pent up. Cough, cough. Now that your regeneration seems to have slowed down quite a bit, if I crush your golden core now, you'll die, won't you? KRRGH, gasping for breath, Yuan Lai looks up at me and asks, why are you doing this to me? Are you? A nascent soul cultivator? Think of it that way. In fact, I could have crushed your golden core and severed your soul right away, but I wanted to hit you a bit. Thank you. For sparing me, I looked down at him with a slight smile. I never said I'd spare you, though. Please spare me. I won't make you regret it. How so? There is a lot of wealth in my castle. If I kill you, all of that becomes mine anyway, doesn't it? I can also teach you the devilish arts I have mastered. I'm not interested in devilish arts. What do you want then? I know a lot. If you have any questions, please just ask. I grab his hair. Now you seem ready to talk, step by step. I drag him toward the nether crossing ship. Thump, I place Yuan Lai on the deck of the nether crossing ship. You are now my slave. You cannot defy my orders, and if I choose to kill you, you must submit without resistance. Understand? Yes, if you spare my life right now, swear it on the nether crossing ship. I can feel Yuan Lai's intent flare up in anger and fear. You didn't swear sincerely. I guess I should kill you right now. I swear on the nether crossing ship. I will follow your commands. Eventually, Yuan Lai swears a ghostly oath on the Nether crossing ship. Now, if he breaks his oath, his soul will be instantly sucked into the Nether crossing ship. I command him, wait here for now. It's time to check the contents of the stele. Tired, I jump down and read the upper part of the stele that's been intriguing me. What exactly does it say? The upper part of the stele is a bit longer and contains much more content than the lower part. The content of the stele is as follows: a warning to future generations. All immortal treasures in the world are ultimately connected to true immortals and the force of attraction. For those who are not yet prepared and are connected to true immortals, calamity will inevitably come. One of the few advantages of this grotesque and bizarre world is that, due to its ominous nature, most true immortals find it difficult to read and locate heavenly fate. Therefore, descendants, if you happen to obtain an immortal treasure or something of the immortal realm, leave it in this world. Do not underestimate the desires and powers of those who have reached the great boundary. Those who possess an immortal treasure and ascend will inevitably be noticed by true immortals, no matter where they ascend to, especially my descendants. Growing up in the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, if you happen to possess the Heavenly Lightning Banner, heed my warning and... The content ends there. I connect this content of the stele in Ascension Path. Leave it behind for future generations. Relinquish your desires and ascend. Those who do not adhere will face calamity. It's not just encouragement to let go of desires. It's a much more specific warning than I expected. I think of the three heavenly beings, each hoarding their sect's treasures, and the Sea Dragon King who left considerable treasures in the Sea Dragon Palace. The Sea Dragon King knew this warning. And, the warning was intended for the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. But the current generation of the sect, didn't they take the Heavenly Lightning Banner as is? The Nether crossing ship of Black Ghost Valley is a counterfeit of an immortal treasure. The blue sky armor of Azure Tiger Saint is an exceptional Dharma treasure beyond ordinary ones. But the Heavenly Lightning Banner is a rumored immortal treasure of Yang Sujin. Jian Myung-hoon, this guy. I can't help but worry for him. I have been most worried about Deputy O and Team Leader Kim, who were captured by CO Hweol and Mad Lord. But unexpectedly, the most concerning might be Jian Myung-hoon, who could be entangled with a great boundary existence right now. Crackle, crackle. I look at the stele floating in front of me, sparking with lightning. Yuan Lai quietly came to stand beside me. What's your relationship with the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect? What is this Black Castle? This castle, 40,000 years ago, was in Ascension Path. It was originally a shrine dedicated to golden deity Yang Sujin. I am a descendant of the clan that managed the shrine. The torn-off parts of the castle. I remember the remnants of the stone structure in Ascension Path, which seemed to have something ripped off from it. That was another part of this castle. So, you have no connection with the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. After the shrine was torn from Ascension Path and flown to the desert during the war 40,000 years ago, my clan was forgotten in the memories of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. I see. I continue to question him. What was your original purpose? After all the heavenly being cultivators ascended, my goal was to rule the entire continent, harnessing the resources to master devilish arts to an extreme degree. Then, with the blessing of the serving command seal, I plan to ascend to an upper realm called the Blood Yin Realm, not the one connected to the Ascension Gate. The Blood Yin Realm? Yes. Nowadays, thanks to Yang Sujin's Ascension Gate, everyone ascends through the gate. However, 120,000 years ago, depending on the cultivation method practiced, the upper realm one ascended to differed. The upper realm connected to the Ascension Gate isn't suitable for practicing devilish arts. Though it's hundreds of times better than this world, it's still not optimized for devilish arts. Hence, I was planning a more traditional ascension through the serving command seal. Knowing about the Blood Yin Realm, it seems you have information about the upper realms. Tell me about it. Yuan Lai cautiously begins his story. There are currently 6 known upper realms: Blood Yin, True Devil, Ancient Force, Nether Ghost, Purple Gold, and Bright Cold. I don't have information about Ancient Force, Nether Ghost, and Purple Gold, but the Bright Cold and True Devil realms are well known. The Bright Cold realm is currently connected to the Ascension Gate. The True Devil realm is adjacent to the Bright Cold realm and is at war with it. His explanation continues. Seo Ran also joins in, listening carefully, and Song Jin evaluates Yuan Lai's story from above the Nether crossing ship. In the times before the Ascension Gate, if one practiced ordinary immortal or righteous cultivation methods, they would ascend to the Bright Cold realm. Practicing devilish arts led to the True Devil realm. Ascending to the True Devil realm allows one to receive the True Devil Kai, enabling a transformation into the Devil race. What about the Blood Yin realm then? The Blood Yin realm was originally part of the True Devil realm, but separated due to the overwhelming evil, yin, and turbid energy. Ascending there, instead of the True Devil realm, allows absorption of the realm's power, potentially becoming a far more exalted being than the devils of the True Devil realm. In essence, Yuan Lai's plan was to commit a massacre across the entire continent, gather extreme devilish energy, and ascend to a more exceptional realm suited for him. Then, what is Seo Hweal planning to achieve through such a person? Did he also desire to go to the Blood Yin realm? No, he has too many schemes laid out in this world. Seo Hweal's objective isn't an upper realm, but specifically this world. I can't deduce Seo Hweal's purpose from just listening to Yuan Lai's explanation. Did you hear anything from Seo Hweal, from the Sea Dragon King? No, but... Not from him directly, but I did steal one of his cultivation methods and a drop of his blood. If you want it, I can give it to you. No need. This guy doesn't even realize he is being used by the Sea Dragon King, so this guy's goal and the Sea Dragon King's goal coincides. Is the massacre he was planning to commit for the Blood Yin realm somehow what the Sea Dragon King wants? Right. I remember there's one more thing to obtain from this bastard. If you wanted the Serving Command Seal's blessing for your ascension, you must have wanted the seal, correct? Yes, that is correct. Then, you must also have the method to break down all the floors of Serving Command Palace. Yes, I have analyzed the energy flowing through the layers of Serving Command Palace and prepared a formation to break down all of its floors. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Yuan Lai takes out red flag Dharma treasures from his storage artifact, hands them to me, and explains how to use them. Similar to the formation Chengmun Ryong and I created, it's a formation specifically for Serving Command Palace. All right, and I asked Yuan Lai a few more questions. Then I learned the location of his treasure vault, and even where he hid his blood spirits. After following him around the inside of the Black Castle, I came across what he had been hiding, just as I expected. This is... I gaze at a large blood-red jar. The jar is sealed with a pristine white cloth, and although its color is red, it doesn't emit the foul stench of blood like Yuan Lai's other items. Instead, a fragrant scent wafts from within. What's inside this? Inside is my blood body. What is this blood body made of? Among blood bodies, the basic blood body itself is cultivated from my blood in a spiritual fluid. Later, if I wish to add special functions, I dissolve collected materials into the jar, slowly synthesizing them with the blood body. Collected materials. Yes, solutions made of impressive enemies' corpses dissolved in blood. How many materials have you dissolved in this blood body? Yuan Lai's subsequent revelation surprises me. Currently, the blood body is purely accumulating spiritual power and practicing devilish arts with unadulterated devilish energy, so nothing has been synthesized yet. Originally, I planned to find my blood spirits, regain cultivation, and slowly synthesize it over the next 200 years. Understood. Hand over everything you know about the blood body. Yuan Lai writes down everything about creating, manipulating, and synthesizing the blood body and hands it to me. Thus, I successfully gathered everything I needed from Yuan Lai. It seems I've heard everything worthwhile now. Yes, I have told you everything truthfully without omission. Of course, my usefulness doesn't end here. There are also those whom I've made slaves by implanting the 5 elements blood curse banners in advance. Just then, Song Jin, who has been listening to Yuan Lai's story, speaks up. Let me sift through his mind a bit. What? He appears to have told the truth, but why take the words of a devilish cultivator at face value? Surely the secrets he's been hiding are far greater than what he's blurted out so far. If I just delve a little into his upper dantian, I can make him spill everything, even the secrets he's unaware of. That sounds reasonable, I nod. Go ahead. Wait a moment, stay still, Yuan Lai. If you resist, I'll kill you. Are you planning to break your oath to the nether crossing ship? You just wait, master. But Song Jin's hand reaches Yuan Lai's head faster, soon after. Yuan Lai trembles violently and screams. Then Song Jin speaks. He told most of it, but he had sealed some information in his mind. Roughly tearing through those seals revealed the following. The information Song Jin reveals includes methods for offering sacrifices to high-ranking entities in the Blood Yin realm, and efficient rituals for blood sacrifices. Of course, it also includes Yuan Lai's personal history and more. Not particularly useful information. Regardless, the fact that he dared to hide things from you is significant. Especially the method of making sacrifices to entities in the Blood Yin realm can be threatening, as it might allow one to break free from the nether crossing ship's oath. Is that so? It didn't really concern me, and, after rummaging through Yuan Lai's mind for a while, Song Jin says, as for information about the Sea Dragon King, it seems he was lying about being unaware. Is there any information? Song Jin's eyes flare with ghostly fire. No. Song Jin clicks his tongue, the remnant of Cohweol that appeared when I struck with my full power during my prime. It seems a seal was placed in this one's mind to automatically erase any information about Cohweol upon activation. The seal was embedded in his upper dantian. He didn't even realize the information in his mind was being erased. It means there's no way to obtain information about Cohweol. So that's it then? That's all. Shiik, Song Jin releases Yuan Lai, who collapses, clutching his head. I look down at him. All right, now that we've obtained all the useful information, Dai. Wait, I still have uses. Even after extracting all the information you've hidden? No, my influence, obtained through covert operations around the world, isn't just this. Is that so? The 3 clans of the West, the 4 tribes of the North, the 5 lords of the East are all under my control. Interesting. I raise my formless sword. Farewell. Why, no, please don't, I don't want to die. Master, you son of a bitch. Slice. My formless sword gleams as it cleanly severs Yuan Lai's soul. Thus, Yuan Lai, having spilled everything, perished. Don't worry. Next time I won't torture you with false hope and will grant you a swift death. I gaze coldly at Yuan Lai's lifeless body, murmuring to myself. Song Jin chuckles. Not caring about betrayal, I see. You never intended to spare him from the start. It's not betrayal. We were never on the same side to begin with. I simply cut down an enemy. I look at the jar said to contain Yuan Lai's blood body. Whoosh. Opening the cloth that sealed the jar, I see a familiar beauty inside, neither male nor female. Using the devilish method I acquired from Yuan Lai, I separate my consciousness and insert it into the blood body. Flash. The blood body accepts my consciousness, opening its eyes. It rises to its feet. The blood body is a naked, pale white figure, with jet-black hair cascading down, covering its vital parts. Yuan Lai was cultivating his original devilish arts in it. Apparently, not having grown as much as it would in 200 years, the blood body's cultivation is only at the later stages of core formation. It will be quite useful when investigating the Ascension Gate. After all, having a puppet that can go ahead and face death first is very useful. Moreover, thump, thump. I manipulate the blood body, dressing it in Yuan Lai's blood robes and equipping it with his Dharma treasures. Yuan Lai's Dharma treasures are still functional, making it a truly useful puppet. The spirit stones and elixirs beneath the castle can be taken by Senior Song Jin. I don't particularly need such resources. Oh, really? Song Jin, delighted, plunders Yuan Lai's treasure vault, loading up the nether crossing ship with spirit stones for recharging, while rummaging through Yuan Lai's castle. This is I found something familiar among the items scattered in Yuan Lai's vault, a jade norigi. It belonged to Wulryang's great-grandson. He said he was devoured long ago. I decided to bring the norigi to Wulryang shortly after. Song Jin and Seo Ran began to move the Nether Crossing ship again at my request. Kugagagugu. The Nether Crossing ship roamed the vast northern plains. We fed Yuan Lai's blood spirits, hidden across the northern plains, one by one to the Nether Crossing ship, eradicating any chances of Yuan Lai's resurrection. During this process, I spotted a familiar face among the bewildered mortals and cultivators watching the Nether Crossing ship. It was Wulryang. I descended from the Nether Crossing ship and approached him. Who are you? Wulryang looked at me with a wary expression. I walked up to him and handed him the norigi. This is... I briefly told Wulryang about his great-grandson's story. Yuan Lai, who lived in the heaven-treading desert, the many he had devoured, and among them the relic of Wulryang's great-grandson. Thank you. Wulryang exuded an indescribable mix of pain and slight relief. Really, thank you. I listened to Wulryang's words of gratitude for a while, and joined him in a moment of silence for those sacrificed by Yuan Lai. The Nether Crossing ship continued to move, visiting the areas near the heaven-treading desert, the north, the east, the southern seas, and the vicinity of the western countries. Then, from the prow of the Nether Crossing ship, I spot a familiar city. Kugagagogu. The Nether Crossing ship hovers above Chinsik City, targeting Yuan Lai's last blood spirit hidden in its center. Ki-eyeing Yuan Lai's blood spirit, concealed in the heart of Chinsik City, emits monstrous screams as it is devoured by the Nether Crossing ship. Phew, it's all over now. The chances of resurrection was less than a penny the moment his soul was severed, but to go this far, you're quite ruthless. It's not so much about guarding against Yuan Lai's resurrection. I smile bitterly. I just wanted to completely erase his existence from this world. I gaze down at Chinsik City and the countless people living there. I hope for Yuan Lai's traces to not linger in their daily lives. Squeeze. I hold not the norigi given to Wulryang, but the jade norigage that has become my Dharma treasure. Senior, I have someone to meet briefly. Could you please wait for me? All right. Holding the jade norigi, I land in front of a familiar workshop located in the center of Chinsik City. Thump, thump. My heart is racing. What should I say first? Creak. I open the door to the magic artifact store and step inside. Translator notes. This and the next 3 chapters are all donated by the one and only Satino. Thanks for the support. Chapter 137. Beihui 4. The magic artifact shop is just as I remember it. It's still the same scene from that time. Clang, clang, clang. From inside the workshop, the sound of her crafting something can still be heard. I look around the magic artifact shop for a while, waiting for her. After a bit, the door of the workshop opens and a person walks out. She is wearing the same pure white robe as in my memory. It's her. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. What brings you here? I am. Before I can even say anything, whoosh. Suddenly, the jade-colored norigi hanging at my waist starts to tremble violently. At the same time, the norigi at her waist also starts to shake. A perfectly identical pair of magic artifacts. Of course, now there were not 2, but 3, thanks to the item that transcended time. But their function still seems to resonate. That is, her eyes widened. Are you that person? She looks at me with wide eyes, holding her norigi. I can't speak. What should I say? What can I say? Just then, flash. The norigi in her hand shines brightly and suddenly turns into a bright brilliance. And then, the light flows into the norigi I am holding and merges into it. The one I brought is the norigi of Buck Hyang-Hwa, transcending time. In other words, it's hers from the future. As if the world does not allow 2 completely identical things to exist, her norigi from the past is sucked into the one I am holding and absorbed. FZZZZT. Soon after, the norigi in my hand, having absorbed Buck Hyang-Hwa's, shines even brighter. It appears to have become firmer and more mysterious than before, by overlapping the same artifacts. Has the grade of the Dharma treasure risen, Lost in thought at the mysterious phenomenon, Hwa too looks astonished. So, when the same artifacts meet, this happens. I've learned something new. But that norigi was also my mother's heirloom. She seems somewhat sad, her expression, gestures, actions, habits, breathing, heartbeat. All of it is her, she is alive. By the way, since you've come all this way with the norigi, why don't you come in and have some tea? Then, I realize from her tone of voice, she is not the person I loved, drip, drip. She is not the her who shared the same time with me, the same feelings, the same pain. You don't know me. Yes. I absent-mindedly wipe away my tears and speak. No, it's nothing, I have anticipated this. My disciples, my master, countless Kim Young-hoons, I have been preparing for this moment since the time I couldn't meet them. But now that it's actually happening, I can't help but feel bitterly cold. Seeing her stirred a tempest in my heart. Perhaps that's why I hand her the norigi. Your mother's heirloom was absorbed, so I can't keep it. Please take it. Really, it's fine for me, but are you sure you can just give away the token of fate? Token of fate, how do you know? The person your mother intended to connect you with is already married and dead. The real token is probably buried with him by Wolyang's hand in his grave. I heard you were to marry the person who brought the norigi. Feeling an indescribably complex emotion, I placed the norigi in her hand. I'm sorry, but I will give you this norigi and leave. Yes. I look at her face and feel relieved, at the same time sad looking into her eyes. Her is alive, but she doesn't know me. If only we had died at the same time that day, we could have been together in the afterlife. I already have someone I love. Holding back tears is easy, but holding back emotions is difficult. If someone else reads my intent, they might have cried with me. Thank you for keeping the token while waiting for fate, but I no longer need that token. Please take it and live freely. You don't have to live waiting anymore. Wait a moment. Barely suppressing my boiling emotions, I turn my back and leave the magic artifact shop. A brief but intense encounter, but I force myself to step away and turn my back. If I don't turn my back now, I might fall there and cling to her, weeping madly. I would never leave this place again. Swoosh, I leave the magic artifact shop and board the Nether crossing ship. Quickly, go anywhere. All right, whirring. Ghostly mist envelops the Nether crossing ship, and we immediately move to another place. Who was that man? Buck Hwa recalls the man who suddenly came to give her his token and left. She was bewildered. For years, the signal from the connected magic artifacts had not been detected. Then suddenly signals started appearing from two places. She thought the magic artifact was broken, but when she checked, it was fine, leaving her confused. And a few days ago, one of the two signals disappeared. Unbeknownst to her, that was when Wolyang had placed the norigi in a shrine to honor his great-grandson's spirit. Seeing the signal return to one, she felt a subtle trembling and tension. It seemed like he might come to find her at any time. Of course, the pair her mother had made for her could have died long ago, and a third person could have found the magic artifact. But she had been unable to sleep for several days. And today, the him she had been fantasizing about had come. Surprisingly, he spoke the story of the token related to her norigi. She was shocked. Doesn't that mean he is the match her mother had mentioned? Realizing this, she felt a strange, fluttering and trembling feeling, but contrary to her various expectations. He simply gave her his norigi and ran away, saying he already had someone he liked. In truth, she had somewhat anticipated this outcome. Her mother had wished for her to form a bond or marry the person with the norigi. But in reality, there was no guarantee the other party would honor the promise, even if he didn't keep the promise. The fact that he crossed the desert to deliver the norigi to inform her of this means his character is respectable enough. He seemed like a good person. She sighed, thinking of the late-stage Kai raffiners who had been following her around lately. If only there were someone with even half the character of that man, I would have considered it. They were just immature late-stage Kai raffiners. Buck Hwa looked outside for a moment, and then at the norigi. Her norigi and his had merged, emitting a more mysterious aura. Her mother, lacking a spiritual root, had some skill in crafting magic artifacts. Perhaps due to her lineage from the Gongmyo Chinseek's bloodline, Her mother, who had the talent for making magic artifacts, did produce quite good quality ones. However, Buck Hyung-Hwa was well aware of her mother's skills. It has been a long time since she surpassed her mother with her own talents, and she thought about the noragi her mother had made. Two magic artifacts merging into one. And this strange, sacred aura. Did my mother really make this? It seems more like a Dharma treasure than a magic artifact. As she curiously examined the noragi, drip. Hyung-Hwa suddenly wiped her eyes. Did something get in my eye? Thump, thump. Somehow she felt a pain in her heart, and looking at the noragi, she suddenly felt overwhelmed with emotion. Wait a moment. Drip, dripping. The tears wouldn't stop. Somehow, emotions she didn't even know she had surged up. Hyung-Hwa felt her heart trembling wildly as she thought of the man who had just left. Ah, no. She had to catch him. Somehow, she strongly felt this urge bang. With trembling legs, she stumbled and rushed towards the entrance of the magic artifact shop. But he was nowhere to be seen in the vicinity. Whoosh! In the clear desert sky, strangely, a black ghostly mist dispersed into the air. As if possessed, she boarded a flying magic artifact and rose into the sky to look around. He was nowhere to be found. With trembling hands holding the noragi, feeling the tears falling from her chin, she thought. Why, her heart ached so much. What is this feeling? She bit her lip. I must find him, she had to ask him. What is this feeling? What has he done to her? Buck Hyung-Hwa wiped away the sudden tears and resolved, I will find him. No matter where he is, no matter where he goes, she will find him and ask. That was her decision. Who did you meet? Just an acquaintance? Is that so? Song Jin speaks to me. Why don't you try learning the ghostly arts of the Black Ghost Valley? The death energy accumulated in various parts of your soul, and the intense emotional fluctuations you just displayed. They seem highly compatible with the sect's techniques. I'll decline learning devilish arts. Oh, and I decided to receive something else from Song Jin. You have a method called Devil Legion Terracotta Scroll in the Black Ghost Valley. Yes, it exists. It's a cultivation method that no one practices, always sitting in the corner of our archives. How do you know about it? I heard about it before. Could you give me that manual? I would like to learn it. It's only at the level of Kai building methods. A method that can resonate with my Dharma treasure. Now that I have given the noragi to Hyung-Hwa, I want to resonate more deeply with the colorless glass sword. Song Jin readily hands over the Devil Legion Terracotta Scroll, and after I memorize its essence, I speak to him. Thank you. And I have a few more requests. I moved to another place with Song Jin's nether-crossing ship. My emotions are boiling too fiercely. I wanted to do something quickly to calm them down in the southeast of Byokra. The Byok clan resides here. I arrive at the top of the Byok clan's main house with the nether-crossing ship. Maybe I should use the blood body here. I raise the blood body controlled by my consciousness, resembling Yuan Lai. Whoosh. Through the blood body, I create a mask of devilish energy on its face, making it look exactly like Yuan Lai. Whoosh, Yuan Lai's blood body flies into the sky and lands above the Byok clan's estate. Soon after, feeling the commotion of the nether-crossing ship and the presence of Yuan Lai, Byok Chungi and the elders of the Byok clan hurry out. Lo Lord Bloodwood, what brings you here? Byok Chungi quickly sets up a soundproof barrier around us and asks. I speak through the blood body's mouth. Bring all the spirit stones of your clan here. Yes, yes, did you not hear me? I command you to bring all the spirit stones of your clan. But how? Enough talk, whoosh. Through the blood body, I sense the 5 elements blood curse banners embedded in the heads of Byok Chungi and clan elders. So he's been operating in secret for hundreds of years, embedding them all in their heads. ZZZT. Ag. Ag. Perhaps due to extracting only about 1/20th of the power of the 5 elements blood curse banners, the core formation cultivators of the Byok clan are in agonizing pain, but they somehow manage to endure. Too much talk. This is for a greater plan, so stop complaining and bring all the spirit stones. GH. All right. Soon after, under Byok Chingi's command, the cultivators of the Byok clan bring millions of spirit stones and place them in front of the blood body. These are all the spirit stones in our main house. There are about 10% as many stones scattered across our territories, but it will take too long to gather them. That's enough. This will do, and one more thing, I speak through the blood body. You mentioned discovering relics of the Zhou clan and researching them, right? Yes. Bring all relics of the Zhou clan, especially those related to the devilish path that sacrifices human lives, whether they are cultivators or mortals, as well as poisonous manuals or techniques here. It's better not to replicate them recklessly. Yes. As I menacingly move the 5 elements blood curse banners, Byok Chingi replies with trembling lips. Soon they bring the requested items to the blood body. Whoosh. I open the blood body storage device and receive everything, loading the spirit stones onto the nether crossing ship. That's enough. Stay quiet for now. I will contact you again. Understood. Please take care, Lord Bloodwood. The core formation cultivators of the Byok clan bow to the blood body, and I control it to board the nether crossing ship, asking Song Jin to take me to the Chengmun clan. This should make up for the betrayal in the past life. Thinking of the moment when Byok Chingi chose to throw the heaven-sealing talisman instead of the heaven-striking talisman to kill Yuan Lai. Frankly, it was infuriating. But be grateful for having a son like Byok Munseong. I decided to let the Byok clan off this lightly because of Byok Munseong's presence. They're not a completely depraved, devilish clan like the Makli clan, after all. And since I have also recovered all the devilish arts and refining methods discovered in the Zhou clan's ruins, they wouldn't develop like the Makli clan. Kugagugu. As I'm sorting through these thoughts, the nether crossing ship already arrives at the Chengmun clan. I once again move Yuan Lai's blood body and reveal myself to the Chengmun clan. Kugagugu. Behind Yuan Lai, I unleash the aura of treading heaven beyond the path, pressing down on the Chengmun clan. Soon after, Chengmun Yongjin, the head of the Chengmun clan, and the clan's elders appear. Are you a nascent soul senior? Yes. What graces us with your presence to the Chengmun clan? Chengmun Yongjin asks with a serious expression, looking at the blood body. I move the blood body's mouth to speak. I have noticed someone of interest. A cultivator named Chengmun Ryong from the Chengmun clan is quite knowledgeable in the way of understanding before breakthrough. He is known as one of the 3 great experts in Kai building, and his fame is widespread. I have read his books, and I'm impressed. He truly is a master of understanding before breakthrough knowledge. Therefore, I have come to support him and his clan, the Chengmun clan. Kugagugu. I unload the several million spirit stones from the Byok clan in front of the Chengmun clan's courtyard. Chengmun Yongjin's eyes widened in shock at the sudden influx of enough spirit stones for the entire clan. Thank you. And I continue. I will ask the owner of this nether crossing ship, Senior Song Jin of Black Ghost Valley, to make an arrangement. From now on, if you provide spirit stones, you will be granted the right to ride this nether crossing ship. Take the cultivators of the Chengmun clan who mainly practice wood attribute methods to the serving command palace frequently to accumulate spiritual power. I pass on my insights of wood attribute methods and a scroll that can break through the prohibitions of serving command palace. Hearing my words through the blood body, Chengmun Yongjin, the core formation elders, and even the Kai building elders of the Chengmun clan who had come out to listen to our conversation bow deeply to me. Thank you, Sini. Enough, I shout, cutting off the council of elders. Especially Chengmun Ryong, who was slowly bowing his head, as expected. This is why I had the blood body deliver it instead of myself. If I had to hear senior and receive thanks from Chengmun Ryong, it would be too painful. But still, hearing it through the blood body is heart-wrenching. That's enough. No need for thanks. It's an order now. Take care. Do your best to support Chengmun Ryong so he can reach the core formation stage. After quickly conveying my wishes, I board the nether crossing ship and ask Song Jin to take me to Shengzi. Whoosh. The ghostly mist envelops the nether-crossing ship once more, and we sail through space. Huh! Chungmun Yongjin chuckles, looking at the pile of spirit stones before him, and Chungmun Ryong, who looks bewildered. Heh. He approaches Chungmun Ryong and pats his shoulder. Ryong, your efforts have not been in vain. These gifts from the respected senior are because they were impressed by your writings and theories. Is that so? Stand tall, Ryong. Everyone listen up. The spirit stones that have been gifted are under Ryong's name. 1/3 of them will be used for Ryong. Any objections? The elders and late-stage Kai refining cultivators of the Chungmun clan answer loudly. None. Chungmun Yongjin laughs heartily. First, organize these spirit stones. And Ryong, I'll help you as best as I can, so let's focus on advancing to the core formation stage from today onwards. That senior hopes for your advancement to core formation and gave us so many gifts. We can't disappoint him. Chungmun Ryong, after a moment of silence, speaks with a trembling voice. Thank you. Kagagugu, the nether-crossing ship arrives above the Jinlu clan in Shengzi. The Jinlu clan is the last of the traitor clans of the Western Three Kingdoms. I have crushed the Makli clan and extracted spirit stones from the Byok clan. But what about the Jinlu clan? The Byok clan was spared to some extent because of Byok Munseong, despite my resentment against them. The Makli clan was destroyed not only due to my resentment, but also because of their usual cruel deeds. But the Jinlu clan? There is neither the usual resentment nor the cruel actions. At the same time, there are no good memories like with Byok Munseong, so then. After some contemplation, I descend upon the Jinlu clan with Yuan Lai's blood body. Shortly after, Jinlu Yonchen, the head of the Jinlu clan, and core formation elders appear. Oh my, what brings Lord Bloodwood to this far western end? Jinlu Yonchen approaches the blood puppet with a captivating voice. I activate the blood curse banners embedded in her and the other elders through the blood body. ZZZT. Ugh. Agar. In an instant, their entire core formation force is incapacitated from now on. I speak through the blood body's mouth. I will inform you of the forces in the northern grasslands and the eastern states, with the 5 elements blood curse banners embedded in them. Go around the north and east and collect 2 million spirit stones, or equivalent value from each of them. Whoosh, I summon a blood curse banner through the blood body's hand. Whoosh. The blood curse banner becomes a red flag tattoo that lands on Jinlu Yonchen's hand. Using this, you can activate the 5 elements blood curse banners embedded in individuals 3 times. Find them, collect the spirit stones under my name, and deliver all of them to the Chungmun clan under my name. To the Chungmun clan, you say? Yes, and this is for when everything is over. Open it after you've completed your task. Inside the letter are instructions for your next steps. If you open this letter before completing the task, a curse written in the letter will activate, alerting me, so do not open it recklessly. Yes, I will heed your command. I hand her the letter with the curse attached. Jinlu Yonchen carefully places the letter in her storage artifact. Carry out my command. Inside the letter, once everything is over, dedicate everything of the Jinlu clan to the Chungmun clan and become a subordinate force to them. That is the command I wrote. It's also a punishment for the Jinlu clan. She will probably like it. A command that would make Jinlu Yonchen happy. A command that would make everyone happy. And now the last part. I fly to a village with the nether-crossing ship. It's a familiar village. A village that suffered from the tyranny of a centipede demon. This time I land in the village with my actual body. The villagers are wide-eyed seeing me descend from the sky. I ask the village head. Beyond that peak, there lives a centipede demon, correct? Yes, that demon has been taking our young men and women. I'll take care of it. In return, do me a favor. What is the favor? In this village, using internal energy, I sketch the face of a child to whom I read the book of fairy tales in my past life. Is there a child who looks like this? Oh, that would be the bookshop owner's daughter. Yes, she's here. I have a request for her. Please guide me to her. I followed the village head's guidance to find the child. That book, it certainly wasn't ordinary. There must be some hidden secret in it. In my previous life, consumed with anger, I hadn't thought to delve further into its secrets. But in this life, it seems worth investigating. The owner of the village bookshop is an elderly scholar, and the child, known as his daughter, is playing with dolls nearby. I approach them and ask, "Do you, by chance, have a book of fairy tales?" The scholar's response makes me jolt. "A book of fairy tales? We don't deal with such childish books here." "What?" I explain the contents of the fairy tales, asking if they have a book of such stories. Upon hearing my description, the scholar, looking annoyed, goes inside and rummages through his books for a while. "There's nothing like that here, and stories about the Ender. I have lived and studied in this region for 20 years, but have never heard of such traditional fairy tales. Although I often read books with similar tales and sayings to children, I have never come across a book mentioning a supreme deity or the Ender." Translator notes, "It feels like Seo Yoon-hyun is resolving his karmic ties. Though he'll probably speedrun this every cycle in the future, it does remind me of the immortal among mortal arcs in other Xiangxia." Chapter 138, Beihui 5. Is the fairy tale book I saw really non-existent? I thought it was just a common fairy tale, but it turns out to be a non-existent fairy tale? No, then. Why is the book that was definitely here in the previous cycle now gone? This is strange. It's too strange. Why did this happen? My thoughts, chasing each other's tails, soon lead me to the remnants of fate left by the golden deity Yang Sujin. Yes. Certainly those remnants had set up an attraction of fate near Shattered Heaven Peak, and to see those remnants, an unbelievable miracle of chance is needed. Perhaps that fairy tale is also like that. It too could be a story that can only be seen by being drawn into the attraction of fate set up by Yang Sujin or someone else. And to see it, does one need to realize some kind of miraculous chance? There's definitely a possibility. If it's something left behind by a true immortal equivalent like Yang Sujin, perhaps that strange content of the fairy tale can only be seen again after passing through an unbelievable miracle of chance. I nod my head as I ponder. I understand. If you ever find such a book, please be sure to tell me. I speak to the little girl playing with dolls beside me. If you see a book with such fairy tales, or if such fairy tales come to your mind, be sure to tell me. It's very important to me. Yes. The girl answers brightly, hugging her 7 dolls. But where is your sister?" "Sister? What sister? My child is an only daughter." The scholar speaks to me with a slightly uncomfortable expression. "What? I feel something strange again. I feel like I've forgotten something." An indescribable sense of unease. Ah, right. That's right. This little girl said in her past life that she was waiting for her parents. Why did I suddenly blurt out the word sister? Anyway, thank you. After expressing my gratitude, I decide to go ahead and deal with the centipede demon as planned. With a swift movement, I jump over the peak. There, I see the centipede demon's lair. And, clang, 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 I see martial artists swinging their swords in front of the centipede's cave. Ah, those must be the ones. They seem to be the martial art experts hired by the village chief. They are vigorously emitting sword energy, swinging their weapons at the centipede demon. But their sword energy can't even scratch the centipede demon's carapace, and instead, they are vomiting blood from the demon's poison. Die, die, you monster! One martial artist charges at the centipede demon, coughing blood. The centipede demon opens its mouth wide to welcome him, ready to tear off his head in a flash. Instantly, I insert myself between them. Whoosh. My palm's energy gently wraps around the martial artist and safely ejects him outside the cave, while my formless sword strongly pushes back the centipede demon. Boom! The centipede demon is knocked back, vomiting blood. Oh, what? What in the world? I extend my hand to the martial artist sitting on the ground, vomiting blood. Swish, my formless sword touches their acupoints, seeping into their meridians and forcibly operates their vital energy, Kai. And then, bam, cough, cough, herk. As my formless sword guides their vital energy, the accumulated poison of the centipede demon is expelled through their mouths. I've removed the basic poison, but you should seek a doctor for further treatment. I can't help with the poison that has penetrated too deeply." After saying this, I slowly approach the centipede demon. "Ki-iguk, ki-iguk. You." I speak to it in demon language. On closer inspection, the centipede demon, while being wary of me, does not flee deeper into the cave. Beneath it, there are grains like rice, smaller than a fingernail and densely packed its eggs. The demon does not flee, emitting poison to protect its eggs. Seeing this, I momentarily sheathe my formless sword. "Leave. If you swear never to eat humans again, I'll let you go." "Ki-iruk, ki-iruk." The centipede demon hesitates for a moment, then speaks. "My offspring, too, make them like me." How? It expresses despairing intent, stuttering in its speech. "How will survive, lonely?" "I am, O Great One, rather, here now, kill me." The centipede demon speaks with a resigned tone. "My flesh and blood take remaining offspring, become like me. Please, kill." It's a fierce maternal love. When I'm contemplating whether to kill the demon or not from behind, the martial artist who had rushed at the centipede demon earlier, now coughing blood, runs and kneels before me. "Greetings to the revered one. I dare to make a request of you." "What is it?" I turn to him and ask. "Please. Tear that monster to pieces. Kill it as painfully as possible." Since the centipede demon and I converse in demon language, he, unaware of our conversation, cried out with tears in his eyes. "It ate my lover. Please kill it, I beg of you." Hearing this, I turn back to the centipede demon. What am I even hesitating about? Maternal love is certainly noble, but this creature has eaten innocent people. Moreover, the words of the martial artist whose lover was eaten caused a throbbing pain in my heart. "Looks like you need to die. Do you have any last words?" I raise my hand again, looking at the centipede demon. The centipede demon bows to me, saying, "My offspring, not like me, but like you, a great being. Please help them." The centipede demon kept bowing its head, not caring about its own death. "Just offspring, please?" "All right. I'll try." I approach the centipede demon and place my hand on its head. Poof, my formless sword passes through its entire body, instantly severing all nerves and turning its brain to mush. It probably didn't feel any pain. It's done. Thank you so much." As the centipede demon died, the martial artist, shedding tears of gratitude, bowed to me. I then look at the place where the centipede demon had been lying. There lay thousands of centipede eggs, tightly packed. They look like ordinary centipede eggs, rather than those of a demon centipede. Actually, I can't sense any spiritual aura from them. They are just normal eggs that haven't inherited any of the centipede demon's powers. I transfer all the tiny, rice grain-sized eggs into my storage artifact. I'm not sure if it'll work, but I'll give it a try. After looking at the centipede for a moment, I pass by the martial artists expressing their gratitude and return to the village. The centipede has been dealt with. Thank you. Please accept this as a token of our gratitude, immortal." I look at what the village chief is offering me. It's a clean white Taoist robe, the garment worn during the twin immortals' dance in this village. I'll accept it gratefully. I take the white Taoist robe from him and change into it. Clad in it, I am reminded of my past life. It's nice. I savor the memory for a moment. It's the best gift. Thank you. With that, I leap back onto the Nether crossing ship. Now for the last request, Senior. Why have you been traveling so much? All right, where's the next destination? I tell him. Serving Command Palace. The ship roars as it sails towards Serving Command Palace. I penetrate the golden prohibition of the palace's outer walls and enter within, still the same. Inside, I search around and acquire the necessary items. Various immortal wines, especially the white red wine. And then, now that I think about it, I find the pipe artifact, a long, slender bamboo pipe. Isn't this a magic artifact that imbues ordinary beasts with spiritual enlightenment? I carefully read the description of the artifact. Magic artifact. Demon immortal bamboo. After lighting and inhaling, if you expose a beast to its spiritual energy, the beast has a 1 in 10,000 chance of gaining spiritual enlightenment. If used on one beast, it should not be used again on the same creature for at least 5 years due to its potent nature. as it may lead to death. For demon beasts, even those in the Kai building stage, exposing them more than twice a month can be lethal. And for core formation stage demon beasts, once every 7 days is the limit, while nascent soul stage demon beasts can be exposed daily. The thought of using it on the centipede demon's offspring seems foolish. It's not even some kind of radioactive waste. At this level, it seems less like an artifact for nurturing demon beasts and more like a method of killing them with toxic smoke. Despite my disbelief, I put the bamboo pipe in my storage device, just in case. I continue searching and find another useful item. 2 heaven-sealing talismans. These talismans are said to provide heavenly being stage defense. Thanks to this talisman, I glance subtly at Yuan Lai's blood body. That moment of immense despair caused by this guy came to my mind. I should keep it for now. I also put the heaven-striking talisman into the storage artifact. After doing so, there's nothing left to get from serving command palace. Then now, shall I try to obtain the serving command seal? Kuguagu? I take out the red formation flags given by Yuan Lai from my storage artifact. Kuwung. As the blood body forms a seal, the magic artifacts emit light, attracting the power flowing inside the serving command palace. And then, Kuguagu. The magic artifacts internally collide the powers of serving command palace, starting to break down the floors of the palace one by one. I deflect all the debris falling from the top of the longevity tree. Ku-woo-woo-woo, after a while. All the layers of serving command palace have collapsed, and light begins to flash in the sky. Parat, the serving command seal. As I look at the seal, Song Jin and Seo Ran enter the inside of serving command palace. Song Jin's eyes shine as he looks at the seal. The serving command seal, it's been a while. He asks me, why do you want to obtain the serving command seal? Are you trying to ascend in the traditional way like that Yuan Lai guy? Ah, isn't there a saying that the serving command seal attracts heavenly fate? I ask, holding the serving command seal. Heavenly fate. Heavenly fate is indeed good, but if you receive the blessing of the serving command seal, don't carry it around in your pocket when ascending. The holder of the serving command seal is drawn by the serving command seal connected to this world and fate's attraction, making ascension difficult. Eventually, you'll have to return to this world. Haha, I grin. That is exactly it. Investigate the ascension gate, keeping the serving command seal with me. In that case, even if I get caught in a spatial storm, I would eventually return to this world. Right? My goal is not ascension, but to investigate ascension gate. While I'm looking at the serving command seal pat. Light bursts from the serving command seal, scattering brilliance around me. Somehow I feel lighter, the blessing of the serving command seal. Usually you have to touch it to receive the blessing. Seems you are born with a strong fate. Really? Didn't you know? Serving command seal responds to fate, reacting more strongly to those born with a strong fate. The same goes for its blessings. The fact that the serving command seal bestowed its blessings on you without you touching, it means that you are born with an immense fate. Is that so? It's a new fact, my fate. Certainly it is a bit strong. As soon as I try to step out of the framework of fate, the heavens would throw lightning like crazy. Holding the serving command seal, I speak. Anyway, I have a favor to ask you, Senior. What now? I hand Song Jin the structural diagram of a formation and the blueprint of the formation's magic artifacts. If you install these formations and magic artifacts on the first layer of serving command palace and activate them, after 5 years, the longevity fruit will ripen in serving command palace. Please give one to Taoist Seo. Huh? Song Jin looks at me with surprised eyes. You keep giving things. At this rate, my debts will never disappear. Haha, I just need you to do me one favor, I request him. When the longevity fruits ripen, please deliver the fruit to a man named Kim Young-hoon in Yangnuo. Why don't you deliver it yourself? I have my reasons. Going to investigate the Ascension Gate, I might die getting caught in a spatial storm. I could become a lost soul in space. Or I could be marked by a great boundary being observing this place from outside this world and die. Therefore, it's right to ask beforehand. This is my last request. Thank you very much for your help so far. He looks at me for a while. Are you trying to ascend to the upper realm at your current level? Songjin seems to realize my intention and asks in surprise. It's too sudden. Why are you moving so hastily? We cultivators have hundreds of years. Of course, the ascension path hasn't closed yet, but there will be another opportunity in 1,000 years. With your talent, you can definitely reach the great perfection of heavenly being and prepare for ascension in about 1,000 years. 1,000 years. I give a bitter smile. Perhaps, even after 1,000 years, I will still remain at this level. Songjin tilts his head, seemingly puzzled. But I know my own talent well. Even after 1,000 years, it would be fortunate if I can barely reach the nascent soul stage with my cultivation methods. Even if my martial skills are several steps ahead someone like Kim Young-hoon. After all, I am not Kim Young-hoon. 1,000 years is too long. Anyway, it's something I have to investigate at least once. Perhaps this life, having not formed many connections, is the most appropriate time to investigate the Ascension Gate. When I handed the Norigi to Buck Hyung-hwa, my decision solidified. I won't meet her again in this life, even if I live for 1,000 years. If I do meet her again, I feel I wouldn't be able to restrain myself. Anyway, it's my choice. Please respect it. Well, do as you please. Since my disciple has received much help from you, I will fulfill the tasks you've requested. They're not difficult anyway. Songjin crosses his arms and nods. Then, we leave Serving Command Palace and head back towards Ascension Path. Woowash! A dark, ghostly ship crosses the sky. The nether-crossing ship, emerging from the void, is floating in the sky. When I asked why we didn't use spatial travel through the void, it was because frequent use would strain the nether-crossing ship. By the way, do you know anything about the upper realm, Senior Songjin? Of course. At least, what that Yuan Lai guy mentioned is a well-known fact among the upper echelons of major forces. Songjin, holding the ship's steering wheel, continues his explanation. Especially factions with a deep history like Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect, Black Ghost Valley, Mighty Tiger, Holy Peng, and Sea Dragons. Ancestors who ascended through the Ascension Gate have occasionally contacted us over the long history. May I ask what you know regarding the upper realm? I don't know much in detail. Really, we only get contacted once every few thousand years. But about 4,000 years ago, one of the ancestors from the upper realms who contacted Black Ghost Valley said that the spiritual energy in the upper realms is hundreds of times more abundant than in Ascension Path, and there are no mortals in the upper realm. No mortals. That's right. I also thought it was unbelievable when I first heard it. In the upper realms, due to the immense heaven and earth spiritual energy, babies become Kai-gathering cultivators from the moment of conception. They are born as cultivators. Some with a bit more talent are born already at the first or second stage of Kai refining. Isn't it unbelievable? I have no words for the ridiculousness of what I just heard. The entire concept of mortals doesn't exist there. How high must the density of spiritual energy be for such a thing to be possible? Songjin chuckles at my expression. Also, in the upper realms, people reach the Kai building stage as early as their early 20s. By their 40s and 50s, everyone reaches that stage. Those over 200 years old are mostly core formation cultivators. From the nascent soul stage, substantial enlightenment is required, so the numbers drop there. Still, isn't it unfair? Some have to grind people down to reach Kai building, while others just breathe to reach the same destination. Haha. Really? It's unbelievable. I smile bitterly. Such a place would not have clans like the Mackley clan. Moreover, although I don't know in detail, the human race seems to be considered somewhat of a ruling class and enjoys quite a high status. The upper realm, quite frankly, seems like a paradise. Tusk. This is the extent of the information I can provide. The rest of the more confidential information is subject to restrictions and is classified, so I can't disclose it recklessly. I see. Thank you. Woo. In the distance, I see the barrier covering Ascension Path. Standing next to Song Jin, I suddenly think of something else and ask. I'm curious. There's a place called the Nether Ghost Realm among the upper realms, and it sounds related to Black Ghost Valley. Is there any connection? It seems obviously related to Black Ghost Valley. Yuan Lai said he didn't know about Ancient Force, Nether Ghost, and Purple Gold realms, but maybe Song Jin does. Song Jin strokes his chin and replies, I do know. Before the Ascension Gate appeared, the main upper realm for ascension for Black Ghost Valley was the Nether Ghost Realm. Just out of pure curiosity, why then does Black Ghost Valley ascend to the bright cold realm connected to the Ascension Gate instead of the Nether Ghost Realm? It's because ascending through the Ascension Gate is much safer and more certain, and also. He ponders for a moment and continues. The information from here onwards is confidential, and I cannot disclose it directly, but, he chuckles. Why do the devilish sects not ascend to the true devil realm, but choose the bright cold realm, which is said to be at war with it? Yuan Lai spoke of a war, but he only knows outdated information. Perhaps there's a reason everyone is choosing to ascend to the bright cold realm. Could it be that the war between the true devil realm and the bright cold realm is? Turning in favor of the bright cold, I nod in understanding. Then I strike the barrier of ascension path with my formless sword. Kugu Aguang. The formless sword splits the barrier, creating a large entrance for the nether crossing ship. Ku-woo-woo. The nether crossing ship doesn't stop and flies towards the center of ascension path. And then a familiar scene appears. Kurung, kurururung. Thunderclouds are rolling in. Below the thunderclouds, a bisected steel absorbs heavenly lightning. Beyond the steel, a glowing spatial gate the size of a human torso resides. It's the Ascension Gate. Kugu-agu. Before the area riddles with spatial rifts, the nether crossing ship descends. Then I thank you for everything up to now. Yeah, do well and take care. Senior, must you really ascend now? Haha, don't worry about me, Taoist CEO. Just deliver the longevity fruit to Kim Young-hoon as I requested. Song Jin and CEO ran. Their expressions differ, but both radiate the intent of concern for me. After bidding them farewell, I take out the centipede eggs from my storage artifact. Well, I may not be able to do much, but if they feed on the dense spiritual energy of the ascension path and continue to grow, maybe they'll become demon beasts, as their mother wished for. I light the immortal demon bamboo and fan its smoke over the centipede eggs. The probability of becoming a demon beast will increase, albeit very slightly, with the dense spiritual energy of ascension path. Just then, crack Krasasok. Whether it's due to the time, the effect of immortal demon bamboo, or the ascension path's energy, many baby centipedes hatch from their eggs. They scatter throughout the ascension path. Live well, everyone, as I'm about to put the bamboo pipe back in the storage artifact. A small baby centipede wriggles up onto my foot. I pick it up and place it elsewhere, but it keeps coming back and clinging to me. What's this? Just when I'm wondering, just let it stay. You have the serving command seal, right? The seal has granted you a fate that suits you. It's an affinity brought by fate, so it might be more beneficial to keep it with you. I see. After looking at the centipede for a moment, I pick it up and place it on my shoulder. I'm about to leave this world. Is that all right with you? The baby centipede doesn't respond. After staring at it for a while, I bid farewell to Song Jin and CEO Ran. Then, I head towards the Ascension Gate. Well then, Kugu-agu, about 15 days after my return, I approach the Ascension Gate that's about to close with Yuan Lai's blood body in front. Shall we investigate the Ascension Gate? As I approach the gate, I take out the 2 heaven-sealing talisman, activate one, and apply it to the blood body. All right now, let's see. Just then, FZZZ fizz, suddenly the steel above starts to spark intensely with lightning. What's this? Then, without warning, flash kurururung, a sudden bolt of lightning strikes me. Kugu-agu. Though not a heavenly rejection-level lightning, it was still immensely powerful. Had I not enveloped my whole body in the formless sword, I would have been roasted on the spot. As I grit my teeth against the lightning, Fwa, a familiar figure appears before my eyes, a shadow engulfed in blood-red lightning, weeping blood. Yang Sujin? I tremble, recalling the shadow I had seen at Shattered Heaven Peak. Then the remnant of Yang Sujin speaks. Ender, seeing this remnant means that you have heard my true words left at Shattered Heaven Peak. I won't speak at length. If you are contemplating ascending to the upper realms, do not hesitate and quickly leave this grotesque world. This world is especially threatening to Enders. There's nothing good for you by staying in this world any longer. Hurry and depart from within this hideous head. Fwa, the lightning ceases, and at the same time my eyes widen in shock, creak. The ascension gate created by Yang Sujin, like a living entity, opens its maw wide and lunges towards me. Woo woo woo. The serving command seal inside me howls madly, but then, thud, it's forcefully ejected from my embrace by some strong, repulsive force. What? And at that moment, qua. I am swallowed by the ascension gate. What on earth? Seo Ran yells as he watches, and Song Jin's ghostly fire burns with panic. FSSSH. The ascension gate, having devoured Seo Yun Hyun, immediately closes shut. I've never seen such a phenomenon before. Normally, the ascension gate would open once, gradually shrink over several days, and finally disappear in a state as small as dust. The kind of phenomenon where it devours a person like a living entity and closes abruptly is unheard of. Thump, thud, thud. The serving command seal, repelled from Seo Yun Hyun's embrace, rolls towards them. Swoosh. The ownerless serving command seal lays in front of them for a moment, and then is swept away into another spatial rift nearby. The serving command seal, with its inherent attraction of fate, is fated to return to the serving command palace, and in the liberation palace, it will wait to be frayed, endlessly wandering the void. Song Jin and Seo Ran, having witnessed Seo Yun Hyun's sudden devouring by the ascension gate, stand in silence, lost in their thoughts. Translator notes, I got chills. Chapter 139. Ascension. Kugu-wagu, numerous sounds and rays of light brush past me. I grit my teeth, focusing on the formless sword throughout my body. My whole body feels like it's about to be crushed. Had it not been for the formless sword enveloping my body due to my attainments in treading heaven, my body would have instantly been crushed without a moment's notice. The heaven-sealing talisman. Gritting my teeth hard enough for my gums to bleed, I tack out the heaven-sealing talisman. Heaven-sealing talisman, activate? Kugu-wagu, an immense force gathers in the talisman, and the power of the heaven-sealing talisman envelops my body. Heaven and earth spiritual energy even exists in spatial passageways. The heaven and earth spiritual energy wraps around my body, creating a dense barrier that prevents even a single strand of energy from leaking out. Cough. Huck. I spit blood, barely regaining consciousness. Damn it, what a mess this is. Inside the spatial passageway of the ascension gate, I am being pulled upwards towards some above. Kiaing. The blessing of the serving command seal within me is pulling me far away. Upon entering the ascension gate, the serving command seal's blessing became a definite force, pulling me along. And I realized that this force is terrifyingly abnormal. Kugu-wagu, soon, I'll probably reach the upper realm. But I grit my teeth, watching the barrier of the heaven-sealing talisman trembling madly all over my body. The heaven-sealing talisman seems to be losing its effect faster than I thought. There's a possibility it might break before I reach the upper realm. I clench my teeth, thinking of the serving command seal. Originally, even if I entered the ascension gate, I planned to return to that world with the power of the serving command seal. I didn't expect that the serving command seal itself would be repelled by some strange, repulsive force. There's no other choice. I have to endure as much as I can. Kugu-wagu, I frown, watching the heaven-sealing talisman about to collapse any moment. This won't do. Then, I look at Yuan Lai's blood body ascending alongside me. I recall one method of using the blood body, a technique passed down by Yuan Lai. I form a seal together with the blood body. Blood body skin armor? Open! At the same time, the blood body opens wide. Swoosh! Its internal organs, muscles, and inner body are all exposed. And then, from within, all the organs and muscles turn into blood, and a space large enough for one person to squeeze in is seen forming. As I form a seal, the blood body flies towards me and envelops me. The blood body covers my whole body and soon seeps through every part of it. Kagagugu. As the blood body seeps through my muscle fibers, my entire body is further strengthened. The strength and regenerative ability of my physical body increases tremendously, and in an instant, I can feel that I'm able to use all the techniques that the blood body can use. But what's most important is Wo Wung, the energy of the heaven-sealing talisman that had been residing in the blood body now merges with my heaven-sealing talisman, significantly extending the duration of the talisman's effect. Pod. The barrier of the heaven-sealing talisman, which seemed about to collapse at any moment, has now become more robust, and I can finally take a breath. Good, I don't know when I'll reach the upper realm, but at least I can hold out for a while. Now that I have some leeway for survival, I look around. Numerous beams of light and sound are brushing past me. Honestly, it's hard to discern what is what. Inside the Ascension Gate. Perhaps there's a reason why we fell into this world here. I look around inside the Ascension Gate. The spatial passage leading to the upper realm. It among the numerous beams of light, occasionally, stars that look like the universe reveal themselves. I catch glimpses of what seems to be countless spaces and dimensions, and then, down below. I faintly make out the form of the world I came from. That world is, like, I see it, and it sees me. Our eyes meet. It's a gigantic jade. Hyok. What was that? What just happened? I realize I'm still ascending to the upper realm. Numerous beams of light are still passing by around me, and from the scenes occasionally visible between the beams of light, I realize I have ascended quite a bit. Just now, my consciousness cut off for a moment. I hold my throbbing head. Why did I lose consciousness? Was it because of the spatial pressure? Even though there's the heaven-sealing talisman, considerable pressure is still being transmitted through. Of course, it's bearable, but there are times when the pressure intensifies suddenly, so it's possible that I lost consciousness due to the severe pressure at that moment. But right before losing consciousness, it seemed like I saw something. I hold my throbbing temples and try to gather my thoughts. Damn it, my head isn't working right. Fortunately, things are stabilizing, but the throbbing headache doesn't easily subside. And also, Kagagugu. It seems quite some time has passed since I lost consciousness, as the heaven-sealing talisman is already showing signs of collapsing. Damn, what do I do if the heaven-sealing talisman collapses? The pressure increased even more than before. The heaven and earth spiritual energy in the spatial passage becomes denser, but at the same time, the resistance beating against the heaven-sealing talisman becomes stronger. If this continues, once the effect of the talisman wears off, I will be crushed into a lump of flesh. I can't let that happen. While being pulled above, I take a stance. I will divert the pressure. I begin performing a sword dance towards the pressing force bearing down on me. Kim Young-hoon had certainly performed Foolish Old Man Moves Mountains by himself. A self-destructive technique that usually requires an opponent. The fact that he performed Foolish Old Man Moves Mountains towards empty space meant that. It means that the world itself can become the subject of martial arts. Cutting through the void itself, exchanging and merging with that emptiness, I enter the state of Foolish Old Man Moves Mountains. Of course, I have no intention of performing Foolish Old Man Moves Mountains to completion. But if it's just endless mountains beyond mountains, shung, 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 I swing my formless sword towards the void. What nascent soul cultivators call planes. I feel my sword brushing against the boundaries of dimensions. Womb, 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 beyond the dimension. I feel my sword colliding with the vital force, Kai, that makes up the world itself. Cut it. I slice through the vital force, and with that as a starting point, I perform a sword dance towards the immense pressure that is assaulting me. Whiz. Crack. My sword dance cuts through the spatial pressure. At the same time, the pressure on the heaven-sealing talisman decreases. I can't perform foolish old man moves mountains. But I can still pour out every move from the beginning to the end without getting tired. Horizontal slash, lower 3 cuts, upward slash, stab, change moves, offense and defense as one. Countless moves burst out almost simultaneously, forming a single shape. Severing mountain. Woo-wash, the pressure above is split. Crack, crack. Despite this, an endless amount of pressure continues to squeeze me, and the heaven-sealing talisman is gradually losing its power. And then, at some moment, bang, crash, finally, the heaven-sealing talisman exhausts its power. Faster, stronger. I resist the pressure squeezing my whole body and slice through the spatial pressure more quickly with the formless sword. But the pressure continues to gradually increase. Crack, crack. Despite cutting through, the residual pressure alone feels enough to crush my entire body covered in the formless sword. During this wriggle, I spot something wriggling on the other side of the spatial passage, swimming through space. What is that? That bizarre creature, seemingly living in the crevices of space, fortunately has no interest in me, but its momentum is not inferior to a heavenly being. Feeling a chill down my spine, I continue to cut through the pressure. Crack, crack. Even after being infused by the blood body for enhanced durability and regeneration, my whole body feels like it's about to be shattered by the spatial pressure. And then, when blood finally bursts from my 7 orifices, bang, boom. I vomit blood as I collide with a barrier that suddenly appeared in front of me. Woo-wash. Naturally, the formless sword cut through the barrier, and thanks to the inertia that had been pulling me along, I am finally able to enter above by piercing through the barrier. Bang. Cug. Cough, gasp. I spit out a mouthful of blood. And then, I feel the ground beneath my hands. That terrible spatial pressure is no longer felt. A stable and much denser heaven and earth spiritual energy than what I felt in the previous world. Tens of times more spiritual energy than Ascension Path. Compared to typical areas in the previous world, it's hundreds of times more. Huff, huff. I look around. This place. Upper realm. As I look around, boom, what's this now? A giant in green armor appears before me. Interestingly, he's not made of flesh and blood like humans or demi-humans, but of wood and earth, and the pressure emanating from him. Quack, ki-yuug. I can't breathe, 4-axis. His pressure is outrageously beyond that of a heavenly being. Him just standing in my domain of consciousness makes me feel like my head is going to split open. I quickly abandon the thought of observing him and withdraw my consciousness. I try to look at him but quickly lower my gaze to his shadow. Looking directly at him somehow made my eyes sore. An entity those below heavenly being can't even look directly at. A cultivator of the 4-axis stage, breaking through the thin spatial barrier. And yet the aura is only at most the level of Kai building. How suspicious. Has some strange creature from the void masqueraded as a human and infiltrated? Kagugu. The 4-axis cultivator raises his hand. This is the same momentum I felt from her palm. I'm going to burst and die. My pupils shrink with tension and fear. I try to speak as I vomit blood. Just then. Wait a minute. A familiar voice rings in my ears. The 4-axis cultivator looks in one direction. I also look towards where the voice came from. There stood a familiar figure in blue armor, arms crossed. Chingmun Sun Wu. It's a face I know. He's not a strange life form from the void. Woo-wash. The momentum that formed in the hands of the 4-axis cultivator dissipates. Only then do I take a look around. Behind Azure Tiger Saint, there are several heavenly being cultivators who exude similar auras and nascent soul cultivators. And behind them, numerous burly figures with unusually powerful auras are positioned. Further back, Chief Ohyunseok is staring at me, eyes wide open. On both sides of Azure Tiger Saint stand a middle-aged man in golden robes and a gender-neutral figure in black devilish robes. P-Ijit Pijijijit. The man in golden robes, the master of golden divine heavenly thunder sect, Jin Byakho. Behind him are several heavenly being cultivators emitting lightning energy and a significant number of nascent soul cultivators. and many disciples of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect are also visible. Kaya, Jia, and the figure in black devilish robes, the Grand Elder of Black Ghost Valley, White Bone Ghost Devil Heogwak. Behind them, two nether-crossing ships float in the air, and eerie valley sounds echo around. Furthermore, ho, this is an unexpected visit. A handsome young man with blue hair, wearing blue robes and antler-like horns on his forehead, Cohweal smiles gently as he looks at me. Behind Cohweal, several giant sea dragons exuding the energy of heavenly beings reveal themselves, with dozens of smaller sea dragons positioned behind them. Kings of the mighty Tiger and Holy Peng tribes are also present beside Cohweal, along with their tribe members. And then Hu, what an odd situation. How did this kid get here, Mad Lord Zhou Yon? He stands a little apart from the other forces, hands behind his back, watching me and stroking his chin. Beside him, Team Leader Kim Yon is inexplicably lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. It doesn't look like the actions of the Mad Lord. Rather, the shock of withstanding the spatial pressure, even with his protection, seemed too significant. Everyone I had met on Ascension Path is gathered here. Then the four-axis entity speaks. Explain. You say you know this kid? Yes, that guy is definitely someone I saw before passing through the Ascension Gate when I was in the lower realm. We three met and even tested him. He's definitely a human, not a strange life form. Then how could this human of apparently Kai building stage ascend to the bright cold realm on his own? At the wooden man's words, Azure Tiger St. coughs, seemingly unable to guess. Then, Cohweal steps forward with a kind smile. Perhaps he too possesses some unique quality. Before our ascension through the Ascension Gate, we encountered a group of humans, and we confirmed that some of them had interesting qualities. So, before ascension, those thought to lack such qualities were abandoned, and each force took one of the talented for themselves. But it turns out they all have unique talents. To think that he followed us and ascended on his own, it makes me a bit curious about what kind of talent the remaining human has. At Cohweal's explanation, the wooden man in green armor asks curiously, "Unique qualities? What kind of unique qualities?" Ha. At that, Cohweal grins and exchanges glances with the other three heavenly beings, even the Mad Lord. Mad Lord snorts but crosses his arms, keeping silent. Just unique qualities. But no matter how unique, they can't compare to the distinguished bloodlines and methods practiced by those in the bright cold realm, right? The three heavenly beings also laugh and nod. Well, they're a bit unique, but really nothing special. Just talents that perfectly fit each sect's methods. The green-armored wooden man's eyes light up. It seems you're hiding something. Speak plainly. You've just ascended to the bright cold realm. Why so secretive? Rumble? The wooden man's aura envelops the area. I struggle to breathe, falling to the ground and clutching my heart. Actually, it felt like my heart would stop any moment, and I had to forcibly keep it beating with my formless sword. Heavenly beings, how are they, just then? Suddenly, the eyes of the heavenly being cultivators, initially subdued by the wooden man's aura, shined. And then, Cohweal, hands behind his back, started walking towards us. This guy. Then, my eyes widened. Kugagugu, Cohweal's aura is rising, and the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy, hundreds of times denser than before, began to be absorbed by Cohweal. Crack. Cohweal's aura began to push back the green-armored wooden man's aura. With each step he took, his aura grew stronger. I must say something to the bright, cold realm senior, lest there be any misunderstandings. What? Thud, thud, thud. Not only Cohweal, but also Jin Bayako, Heogwak, and Chengmun Sunwoo approached. Absorbing the dense spiritual energy of the bright, cold realm, their auras intensified even more. We are not like those who fled to the upper realms merely to extend their lives. Rather, we had already reached the peak of heavenly being and gained enlightenment towards the four-axis, but had to ascend due to a lack of resources to elevate our cultivation. Rumble, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, It became difficult to even look directly at Cohweal. I felt the same towards the other three heavenly beings. Boom, the next moment. A brilliant light burst from Cohweal, Jin Bayakho, Heo Guak, and Chengmun Sunwu, and their auras changed, simultaneously. Whoosh. The green-armored wooden man's aura was completely neutralized, and I finally found it easier to breathe. Even if you find the juniors from the lower realms somewhat lacking, we have worked hard in our own right and would appreciate a little respect. With the end of Cohweal's words, I once again look at them, or rather, their shadows. In the blink of an eye, after absorbing the spiritual energy of the upper realm, they have become four-axis cultivators. The green-armored wooden man is suddenly surrounded by four-axis cultivators. What is this? How can you elevate your cultivation without undergoing heavenly tribulation? Haha. Before ascending, Sect Master Jin of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect used the sect's divine treasure to disperse the four-axis heavenly tribulation in advance. We reached the four-axis immediately, having already faced the tribulation beforehand, so it does not strike us now. Azure Tiger Saint laughs heartily and pats the shoulder of the green-armored wooden man as they begin to pressure him. Rumble. In the sky, a massive aura stirs and several more four-axis cultivators begin to descend. These ascenders are, all quite special, enduring added spatial pressure and ascending with their sects. They are monsters from the start. To possess such talent to reach four-axis immediately upon arrival. They look at Jin Bayakho, Heo Guak, Chengmun Sunwu, and Cohweal in awe at the same time. Kugagagugu from the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect, Black Ghost Valley, Azure Heaven Creation Sect, Mighty Tiger, Holy Peng, Sea Dragon, and others. Many heavenly being and nascent soul cultivators began to elevate their cultivation by absorbing the dense spiritual energy. Rumble, they too seem to have received help from the divine treasure of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect. None of them particularly caused heavenly tribulation. Of course, none reached four-axis immediately like the first four. Rumble. And there, quietly beside them, Mad Lord Zhou Yon seems to have broken through some stagnant bottleneck, but has not reached four-axis. He appears to have reached the peak of heavenly being, but likely. Given his personality, he probably didn't accept help from the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect and didn't face the tribulation in advance, so he couldn't immediately overcome the ascension tribulation and reach four-axis, as I survey the chaotic surroundings. Anyway, lower your auras, juniors. No matter how impressive your generation is, there are integration stage grand cultivators nearby in this flying immortal platform, so be careful. Seeing sects like Black Ghost Valley and Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect, it seems you've ascended from the head realm. I'll guide your group to the human territory. And you, demon beasts? Kugagagugu before the cultivators could finish speaking. Far away, thunder and lightning struck, and dark clouds gathered in the sky. Soon after, the entity bringing the dark clouds descended. Kugugugugugu, it's a gigantic dragon. Larger even than Cohweal's original form, this four-axis dragon from the Earth Tribe's True Dragon Alliance landed among the Sea Dragon Tribe. I am Elder Jayurion of the Earth Tribe's True Dragon Alliance. This generation's head realm ascenders are indeed something. To have reached four-axis already, you demon beasts, follow me to the demon territory. Haha, we've heard of your fame even in the lower realm, Elder Jayurion. We appreciate your guidance. Cohweal greets Jayurion with a gentle smile, and Jayurion, seemingly a bit embarrassed upon seeing Cohweal's face, snorts. Anyway, let's get going. I don't want to be around these folks for too long. Jayurion declares, glancing briefly at the green-armored wooden man and the other human four-axis cultivators. Then, turning to me, Cohweal says, please just wait a moment, there's a matter regarding this junior that needs to be addressed. With a gentle face, he extends his hand to me as I lay on the ground. This really? Getting caught between a dragon's fight always hurts the ants back. I apologize for any distress. I don't know what unique talent you have, but it must have been difficult ascending all the way here, wasn't it? Thank you for your concern, I reply, getting up on my own without taking his hand. By the way, kid, just what kind of method did you use to follow us? Azure Tiger Saint asks, passing by the green-armored wooden man to approach me. Indeed, we left several days before him, and yet he managed to catch up just as we ascended. That's right, now that I think about it. Under normal circumstances, I shouldn't have been able to converse with them here. They had ascended days before me, and it's odd that I, who left much later, arrived in the upper realm at the same time. Mad Lord Joe Yone, who has been quiet, speaks with a chuckle. Seems like he has a special connection or fate with the upper realm. Even just considering the blessing of the serving command seal, those with stronger fates can reach the upper realm much faster, can't they? While it took us several days to barely ascend, this guy with his extraordinary fate might have managed it in just half a day. Kekek, because of the serving command seal, it seems that while they struggled for days to ascend through spatial pressure, I had ascended instantly thanks to the seal's blessing, suddenly. The ground beneath me lights up and is covered by a strange barrier. It's called the Flying Immortal Platform. All cultivators ascending from the lower realms arrive here. Now that there are no more ascendants, the platform is closing, and the barrier we broke through is being restored, Cohweal explains while walking. The platform, now covered in a barrier, makes the surrounding space feel more stable, Cohweal asks me. So, what will you do? He gestures around with a benevolent expression. Your colleagues' talents have already been recognized. By ascending on your own, you've proven your exceptional talent as well. Since everyone has ascended, if you're as talented as they are, I wouldn't mind taking you with me. I'm quite interested in you. Intrigue sparkled in the eyes of everyone around me, including Cohweal. Make your choice. We'll soon scatter according to the guidance of the bright, cold realm seniors. Which faction will you join? Hearing this, I relax my entire body. My formless sword, which has been surrounding me, disperses into the air. Well, let's think about it, just then. Hey, you. The green-armored wooden man and other four-axis cultivators floating in the air, along with the Dragon Elder representing the True Dragon Alliance, all show signs of intense anger. What's happening? In my confusion, they react to my formless sword. Looking carefully, isn't this a spy from the Heart Tribe trained in the Heart Path method? I knew something was suspicious. What? Die, you spy. We'll extract your soul and interrogate you after death. Wait a boom, I explode, not even realizing what hit me, and die instantly. Thus, I died right after succeeding in ascension. That is my 13th return. Translator notes. We've finally made it to the upper realm. Chapters 136 to 139, chunky-ass chapters, were all donated by Satino. Thanks for the support. Chapter 140. 13th cycle's first day, blinking, I open my eyes. Damn it, dying right after ascension, what a mess. As I'm rubbing my throbbing head, I pause. Wait, something is off. What? I look around. This isn't the familiar forest, this place. Make your choice. We'll soon scatter according to the guidance of the bright, cold realm seniors. Which faction will you join? What? Staring at Cohweal in front of me, my eyes widen as I survey my surroundings. This is atop the Flying Immortal Platform where I had just died. Wait. Then it became clear. My point of return has been fixed to this place. Look here. Ah, I flinch at Cohweal's question. Cautiously observing the wooden man's reactions, I don't scatter my formless sword recklessly, instead concealing my energy within my body as I look around. Now that my point of return has unexpectedly moved itself, Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect, Black Ghost Valley, Azure Heaven Creation Sect, the demon tribes heading towards the True Dragon Alliance, and various others like the Righteous and Devil Path Alliances. I have to choose among them. On the first day of my 13th return, choose. I press my temples, looking around. Who should I choose? I don't even understand the current situation. The sudden fixation of my return point is overwhelming. This fixation means everything I did during the short time since I started my return is all permanent. The norigi I gave to Hyang Hwa, the relationship between Song Jin and Seo Ran. The longevity fruit I prepared for Kim Young-hoon. The death of Yuan Lai and the disappearance of the Mackley clan. Whether good or bad, my actions are permanent. This means everything I've done so far. A feeling of indescribable emotion wells up in my chest. It wasn't meaningless. Even though I may not know when I will die, I have always given my best in everything I've done. Even if the lives were meaningless, the results of my actions, to which I've given my all, have now become meaningful as time has become fixed. I reflect on my actions and accomplishments in the lower realm. Ah, really? What a relief. That's what I thought when. Seems like you're deep in thought, says Seo Hwa, stroking his chin and slowing his pace. It looks like we need to leave now. Honestly, I'm quite interested in you. It isn't just Seo Hwa. Other demon tribe leaders, the kings of the Holy Peng and Mighty Tiger tribes, also look interested, implying that I look to be a useful talent. However, the eyes of the dragon behind them show dissatisfaction. What's so important about this leftover trash? It's a long journey from the central lands to the Earth Tribe's territory. We must depart quickly. It seems the elder is in a hurry. We should go now. Yes, take care, Sir Dragon King. Ha, Dragon King, you say. I appreciate the words, but from now on, don't call me king. The real middle boundary demon kings might get angry. He chuckles, patting my shoulder, and turns to join Jae-Yon. I courteously see off Seo Hwa, having no intention of joining him at the moment. If I had gathered more information through several lives, maybe. Of course, if it wasn't the true dragon alliance but the sea dragon tribe in the lower realm, I would have refused immediately, now or later. As Seo Hwa prepares to leave, since you're a human, come with us. Whichever faction you choose, it won't be hard to settle in. The green-armored wooden man speaks, watching the situation with arms crossed. However, you don't want to choose anyone, do you? Mad Lord Jo-Yon, from a distance, speaks up with his eyes glowing. Kugagugu. He absorbs the spiritual energy of the bright, cold realm, having already reached the grand perfection of heavenly being, just a step away from Four-Axis, demonstrating a presence akin to it. His not immediate advancement to Four-Axis, like the three heavenly beings and Seo Hwa, due to not using the heavenly lightning banner, proved his near Four-Axis strength as he spoke to me. If you won't choose anyone, come with me. What are you, really? I'm so curious I could die. How can a person have such a heart essence? Ah, so interesting. I'll take you as my disciple, so follow me. Follow me. Follow me. Follow me. Let's head to the light spirit pond together. His eyes, brimming with madness, stares at me, and I involuntarily step back. Then, the green-armored wooden man frowns and speaks. I recognize your tremendous talent, but first, as you are a human, you must go to the human territory to receive your identity plaque. Where are you even saying you're planning to go? Both of you just follow for now. At that moment, Mad Lord Jo-Yon laughs wildly, shaking his head. No, I don't want to. I need to gather materials to complete her. That's why I ascended to the upper realm. I need nothing else. I will find the light spirit pond in the bright cold realm to circulate blood in her body. How dare you? Do you not understand? I don't care why you came to the upper realm. First, you need to go to the human territory and... Suddenly, Mad Lord Jo-Yon begins shaking his head violently. Don't want to. Don't want to, don't want to, don't want to, don't want to. Don't order me. I'm heading to the light spirit pond right now. I must go there to complete her. Don't stop me. Don't stop me. At Mad Lord Jo-Yon's behavior, Seo Hwa, as well as the three newly ascended Four-Axis cultivators, begin to look tense. They each protect their factions with a barrier, retreating step by step. I also feel a chill down my spine at his behavior. That person, he always acts like that before doing something crazy. We're running. I'm offering Toval Vayuin to something creator. You recalling that horrific memory. I feel a chill enveloping my body. The green-armored wooden man's face distorts, angered by Mad Lord Jo-Yon's attitude. Have you ever seen such a madman? In the lower realm, you may have been indulged as a heavenly being, but this is the bright, cold realm. How dare this bastard cause a scene here? Rumble, spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathers in the wooden man's hand. I'll properly teach you a lesson. Come, try acting crazy. I'll get rid of you, and then... Snap! Mad Lord Joe Yone suddenly stops and stares at the wooden man with glittering eyes. Get rid of me! Mad Lord Joe Yone brings his hands to his mouth. Crunch, crunch, snap, get rid of me. Get rid, get rid, get rid, get rid, get rid, get rid. No, 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 no. Ah. She said something. Everyone quiet, quiet. Ah, that's right. Did you hear? She gave me her opinion. Mad Lord Joe Yone, his eyes filled with insanity, continues talking while chewing his fingers till they bleed. As a celebration of my ascension to the bright, cold realm, let's see how effective four-axis materials are. You. Lunatic. The wooden man makes his move. COH we all, along with the elder from the True Dragon Alliance, hurriedly flee. The three newly ascended four-axis cultivators protect their factions with barriers. Having not chosen any faction, no one particularly helps me. Then, Mad Lord Joe Yone clashes with the four-axis cultivator. Flash ZZ zing. Their collision causes the spiritual energy to surge, shaking the nearby space. Kugagugu, KRG. Damn it. If it wasn't for the blood-body skin armor, I would have died. Thanks to the regenerative power of the blood-body skin armor, I barely survived. Pinned down by their pressure, I can barely lift my head to watch their battle in the sky. And then, that day, I witnessed the full power of Mad Lord Joe Yone for the first time. Koo-woo-woog, Mad Lord Joe Yone opens a box. Whoosh, from inside the box, a massive fortress emerges. The fortress resembles three serving command palaces combined. A cylindrical pillar trio formed a triangle in Mad Lord Joe Yone's fortress. From atop the fortress, Mad Lord Joe Yone's voice thunders. Wonderfully mysterious fortress, open your gates. Kugagugu. The gates of Mad Lord Joe Yone's fortress opens, and the sky begins to be enveloped. That is... I gape in astonishment, and so do the other four-axis cultivators of the bright, cold realm, their eyes wide with shock as they stare at Mad Lord Joe Yone. Womb. Bee puppets, spider puppets, mantis puppets, animal puppets, human puppets, they all fill the sky. Mad Lord Joe Yone's voice resounds from beyond them. Kai building puppets, 190 million. Core formation puppets, 165,600. Nascent soul puppets, 4203. Heavenly being puppets, 63. Four-axis stage, 2. The collective power of two authentic four-axis beings, and the combined strength of all other puppets filling the sky. The total combined power is 4 four-axis, the power equivalent to 4 four-axis cultivators. My mouth falls open in awe, and I look below at the three heavenly beings, now four-axis cultivators, calmly deploying barriers below. Kugagugu. Mad Lord Joe Yone skillfully manipulates his puppets, aggressively pushing against the green-armored wooden man. Other four-axis cultivators, who have been stunned, fly up to help the green-armored wooden man. I look below at the Black Ghost Valley with a stunned expression. Only today do I realize how astonishing and incredible the Black Ghost Valley is. To wage war against such a monstrous entity, and survive by sacrificing only a third of their forces is truly a testament to their immense power. Qguang, Qguang, Guang, Guang. For several moments, the four-axis cultivators dazzlingly engage in battle amidst numerous Kai-building puppets. And then... Quoong. The puppets are suddenly blasted away in a circle, creating a gap among the sea of puppets. Through that gap, the wooden man in green armor is seen falling, blood-like liquid flowing from its body, simultaneously. Poof. The Mad Lord's wonderfully mysterious fortress descends from the sky, capturing the green-armored wooden man. And then, the Mad Lord's puppets are instantly sucked back into his fortress, which in turn is drawn back into his box. Pat. Behind the Mad Lord, something brilliantly white is embracing him. Is that her? I'm astonished while I look at something. It seems to resemble a human form, but the radiance emanating from her and the eye-watering difficulty in focusing on her makes it hard to observe. Just then. You brat! The Mad Lord, along with her, flies towards me. No, flies isn't the right word. They simply transcended space and instantly reached in front of me. Quack. Her grasp of the void causes the heaven and earth spiritual energy to seize me up. At the same time, Kim Yon, who has been foaming at the mouth and unconscious, is also lifted into the air. Let's go. We've got a 4-axis material now, damn it, vroom. I draw my formless sword, frantically resisting, but I'm unable to move against the strength of her, a 4-axis level being. This is exciting. Hee. 2 worthy disciples and 1 4-axis level material and a successful ascension into the bright, cold realm. The day we dance together isn't far off. The Mad Lord with her flies away, and I, captured by her, am dragged along. Behind me the distance quickly grows, and I can hear the 4-axis cultivators screaming in rage as if they had gone mad. Kugagugugoo. Their angry roars cause the earth to shake and tremble like an earthquake. These entities, whose mere existences surpassed natural disasters and became celestial phenomenons. Such 4-axis cultivators were toyed with and are now trembling in rage by a single Mad Lord. Chase that madman. Put a bounty on that scum in the entire bright cold realm, you lunatic. The entire Heaven tribe will hunt you down. In this chaotic situation, being captured by the Mad Lord, I clench my teeth. Damn it. Because I didn't choose a faction in time, I ended up being captured by the Mad Lord. I, along with the Mad Lord, her, and team leader Kim, swiftly fly to an unknown destination. Chapter X1. Author's Tidbit Co. Ran, Buck Hyung HWA, and Ewan Lai Author's Tidbit. Co. Ran, Buck Hyung HWA, and Ewan Lai. Since I've created a blog and all, I'm thinking of posting at least once a week. The posts will mostly be about tidbits which won't appear in the actual novel. For now, let's talk about a tidbit regarding Co. Ran, Buck Hyung HWA, and Ewan Lai. I chose this topic because many readers might be curious why Co. Ran's name sounds feminine. The hidden truth is that, during the novel's conception, Co. Ran was actually a female character. And even the name wasn't Co. Ran. It was Baek Ran, a Korean name for Yulen Magnolia, a disciple from the Black Ghost Valley who was expelled, honed her skills in the Black Castle for vengeance, and eventually became a slaughterer who led the massacre in the heaven-treading desert. Note: Baek Ran is the White Orchid from the White Orchid Blessing Incantation. As you might have guessed at that time, Buck Hyung HWA, Co. Ran, and Ewan Lai were all the same person. This being who was Ewan Lai, Co. Ran, and Buck Hyung HWA at the same time, was planned to give the protagonist water in the desert and fall in love with him. She was a tragic figure who couldn't let go of her vengeance towards the Black Ghost Valley, committed massacre, and ultimately met her demise at the hands of the protagonist, but, in the end, I was worried that the story would become too complicated. I assigned the Black Ghost Valley part to Co. Ran, the romance part to Buck Hyung HWA, and the main perpetrator of the massacre was made to be Ewan Lai. At that time, I thought this was a good idea. Looking back, though, I wonder if sticking to the original setup would have been better for Buck Hyung HWA's popularity. But then again, my skill in creating female characters was practically non-existent at the time, so the original narrative probably would have suffered in viewership anyway. Note: the author talks about the viewership here because a lot of Korean readers were fed up with Ewan Lai's constant revivals at the time, which took a toll on the viewership. And if I had gone with that character setting, my most painstakingly crafted episode 131 probably wouldn't exist. Note: episode 131 in the Korean version is episode 129 in the We Tried TL version, the last chapter of the 10th regression. Hoo-hoo. Buck Hyung HWA had a tragic story, and some may refer to her as a cursed beast. But she is my most beloved character who symbolizes the Head Realm saga along with Ewan Lai. Note: Cursed Beast is a Korean community meme that originates from the gacha game Princess Connect. Re-dive. Some people in the Korean RTC community call Buck Hyung HWA Cursed Beast for the memes, because she was loosely associated with the whole Ewan Lai zombie tendency in the 10th regression. Even though the character Beek Ran has vanished to the other side of fate, her name still accompanies Seo Yun Hyun through the White Orchid Blessing incantation. I believe the absent Beek Ran would be satisfied. That's all for today's tidbit. Have a pleasant night. Translating Novice. This is a translation of the author's tidbit made by our fellow member of the Discord, Resnut. He's someone I ask for help quite a bit when it comes to terms, as he's fully caught up in the raws, and he helps pointing out any vague parts or inaccuracies in the translation, contributing to the accuracy and quality. Let's all give a round of applause to Resnut. Chapter 141. Madmen 1. Bright cold realm on the highest mountain in the White Cloud continent, the summit of Celestial Lotus Great Mountain. There a white pavilion made of white jade stands. The inside of the pavilion is obscured by strange rays of light that swirl around, making it impossible to see inside. Numerous light rays move back and forth around the pavilion. Wo-woong. And then, when a ray of light enters within, Pasusu. More talents have ascended from the head realm. One of them killed a patrolling cultivator of the flying immortal platform, captured his body and escaped. Pajik. Light rays continuously swirl. Outside of those rays, something bursts out from inside the pavilion. It's a pure white tree branch. That branch is held in a hand, wrinkled and pale as white. To think such talents have ascended from that hideous world. After 120,000 years, with outstanding talents having emerged again from that ominous place, the whole world will be engulfed in chaos again. What will become of fate? Pa'at. From the end of the white branch, a light orb similar to the swirling rays of light around the pavilion shoots out rapidly to some unknown location. I sent a message, but when will the star-shattering kids who left for their journey return? As the eldest in bright cold realm, I must heal the injury I received from the golden deity even a day earlier for the world to stabilize. The wrinkled hand holding the white branch trembles and returns back inside the pavilion. Wo-woong. Once again, the surroundings of the pavilion quieten down with light orbs swirling around as before. Kagugu. After being captured by the Mad Lord and breaking through in all directions for a while. Wo-woong. Crossing mountains and rivers, seas, and all sorts of strange places and spaces, the Mad Lord finally sets me and Kim Yon down. The place he arrived at is a huge valley. The size of the valley is not that of a moderately sized one in the lower realm. It's incredibly deep, about 30 to 40 lie approx 12 to 16 km. How can something be so huge? I am stunned by the overwhelming size of the terrain in the bright cold realm. Finally, those annoying ones have stopped following. The Mad Lord smiles broadly and takes out his box again. And then, Kagugu, as he opens the box, a huge fortress bursts out from inside. That is, indeed. I am certain as I look at the fortress, known as the Wonderfully Mysterious Fortress. The Wonderfully Mysterious Fortress resembles the Serving Command Palace quite a bit. It's as if 3 serving command palaces are attached to form a triangle. In fact, apart from the color scheme, it looks exactly the same. Unlike the serving command palace made of jade-colored tiles and white stones, the wonderfully mysterious fortress of the Mad Lord is made of brown tiles and black stones. I'm curious, but decided not to speak unnecessarily in front of the Mad Lord. I need to find a chance to escape or commit suicide. Even contemplating suicide is impossible at the moment, as she, about Tenjang, approximately 30 meters tall, is emitting light from her whole body and freezing the heaven and earth spiritual energy around, preventing any movement. And then, at that moment, open wonderfully mysterious fortress, clean up the things below. The wonderfully mysterious fortress opens its 3 gates on each palace, and from there, like I saw previously, countless puppets pour out heading down the valley. Kagugugu. After a while, a loud noise comes from below the valley, and then the puppets return back. In their arms are the carcasses of demon beasts and insects that look like demon beasts. There. Now that the bottom is cleared, it's best to place the wonderfully mysterious fortress down there. Kuu-woo-woo. The wonderfully mysterious fortress floating in the air slowly descends into the depths of the valley. Hee hee. Then, dear, you also bring those kids with you. I'll go down first. Tot. The Mad Lord jumps without hesitation towards the abyss where the wonderfully mysterious fortress descended. Simultaneously, she reaches out her hand, and the bodies of me and Kim Yon are lifted. Damn it. I try to fiddle with the formless sword, but quickly realize it's of no use. Wo Woong, she moves her massive body, taking me and her down. Shui-yi-I, as we descend into the depths of the valley, the Mad Lord has already pulled out numerous puppets, paving the way for the wonderfully mysterious fortress to settle. There are so many puppets that the giant, wonderfully mysterious fortress easily finds its place in the depths of the valley, deep below. Kugagugu, the wonderfully mysterious fortress fully settles down and its doors open. Now, please come in, dear. You guys as well. Ah, 4-axis level materials. I'm so excited. I feel like I'm going to go crazy with excitement. Ha-ah. Wo Woong, she, who is 10 jang in size, vibrates and gradually shrinks to the size of a human. It's only then that I can take in the full appearance of her. She is dressed in a pure white robe and carries 2 spears on her back. The structure of the spears look like they can be combined into one long spear. Her face is covered with a white veil, so her appearance is indiscernible. Step, step. She moves towards the gate of the wonderfully mysterious fortress with a natural motion, but I realize that's not human movement. The joint movement is subtly different from that of humans. It's clearly a puppet. ZZZZT. Damn, it's hard to look at for long. It's definitely a 4-axis stage puppet. What are you doing not coming in? Wo Woong, as soon as the Mad Lord's words are heard, Kim Yon and I are lifted into the air and sucked into the wonderfully mysterious fortress. I can't resist. Tot. I'm sucked in by inertia and nearly crash headfirst into the floor of the fortress. However, I manage to regain my balance and catch Kim Yon, who is flying beside me. This place is. I look around the interior of the fortress. The wonderfully mysterious fortress also applied spatial compression, boasting an immense size. And most of all, it's completely different from the interior of the serving command palace. Kugagugu, numerous puppets are roaming around. Dozens of pavilions, halls, and factory-like places where puppets are being produced, disposed of, and repaired. In many compartments, puppets are being created and managed. Daily life. It's just as it says. 2 puppets that look like a couple hold the hands of a smaller puppet, walking around inside the wonderfully mysterious fortress. That isn't all. In various areas of the wonderfully mysterious fortress, there are puppets running shops, puppets dancing. Small puppets running around and clicking among themselves. It's like a city inhabited by real humans, but shudder, shudder. What in the world is this? I feel a chill run down my spine at this bizarre sight. All these puppets are acting naturally as if they're human. But none of them are truly alive. They are all connected by a strange flow of spiritual energy, a flow so sophisticated it almost resembles real human intent. But that's all. It only resembles intent. These things that are clearly not alive are imitating real humans. Just when I'm feeling goosebumps, what are you looking at so intently? Come this way. Kugagugu. The space around us warps, and Kim Yon and I are brought to a certain area in the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Kugagugu, a space filled with giant cogwheels and strange puppet arms. A place crowded with numerous mechanical devices. Click, click, click. Flinch in this strange space. There's a large workbench with numerous moving puppet arms and mechanical devices above it. And in front of them, the Mad Lord is cackling as he is working on modifying the green-armored wooden man. Indeed, a 4-axis cultivator. Using the body of a real 4-axis cultivator as a base will stabilize her unstable spiritual energy flow. Hoo-hoo, it's perfect. Perfect. The Mad Lord spends a long time tinkering with his equipment to modify the body. During that time, I glance at Kim Yon, who is still unconscious beside me. She's been mentally tampered with. She isn't just unconscious. Inside her upper dantian, there is a kind of restraint similar to the 5 elements blood curse banner. suppressing her vast consciousness. It's when I'm examining Kim Yon. Now that the basic work is done, shall we decide what to do with you? The Mad Lord turns around and looks at us. My face stiffens like a rock, and I draw out the formless sword. Thinking he had completely subdued me, the Mad Lord no longer solidified the spiritual power within my body, allowing me to move the formless sword again. If it comes to it, I'll just commit suicide. I glance at Kim Yon. Perhaps I might have to kill her too, better than being modified by that madman and living an existence that's neither alive nor dead for thousands of years. Just as I'm about to swing the formless sword, the Mad Lord smirks. What are you doing? Didn't I say I would take you as my disciples? Aren't you going to greet your master? I hesitate to strike with the formless sword and flinch. Is he serious? It's impossible to predict what this madman might do. I try to discern whether the Mad Lord's words are sincere or just a product of his twisted mind. Snap. The Mad Lord flicks his fingers, and I feel the restraint in Kim Yon's upper dantian dissolve. And then, poo-whack, Kugagugu, an enormous consciousness bursts forth in all directions. Her consciousness, like threads, extend everywhere, transforming into a net that seems to engulf the heavens and the earth. But I'm taken aback by the strange aura emanating from her. Despite revealing such immense consciousness, she no longer appears to be on the verge of having her head explode as before. I immediately understand why. The dual-colored aura emanating from her body. The yellow and blue auras envelop her, stabilizing her physique. Spiritual constitution. Before entering the Ascension Gate, I fed her a precious elixir I acquired long ago. I gave her the red spirit ginseng, creating a red spirit tree body for her. I've been quite generous. After all, without the red spirit tree body, she wouldn't have been able to withstand such an enormous consciousness. Red spirit tree body? I'm taken aback. If ghostly yin transformation, immortal root, and heavenly golden thunder body are mythical and legendary, almost fantastical qualities, the red spirit tree body, while not as mythical, is a well-known type of spiritual quality. It's a constitution that develops both wood and earth properties in one's spiritual roots, characterized by a training speed no worse from a normal heavenly spiritual root, but even with the ability to read minute variations of wood and earth spiritual energy, making one stronger than peers of the same cultivation level. However, this constitution is more about the individual's innate spiritual energy rather than lineage, and red spirit ginseng itself is a herb naturally possessing the spiritual energy of the red spirit tree body. Therefore, anyone who consumes the red spirit ginseng, be they mortals or cultivators, will accept its energy and develop the wood and earth attributes of the red spirit tree body. The red spirit tree body also harmonizes and strengthens the physique, fortunately preventing her head from exploding. I ponder, watching her regain consciousness as the mental restraint disappears. Soon after, Kim Yon rises to her feet. She rubs her eyes as they meet mine. A dream? I remember parting ways with Deputy CO. It's not a dream, so please pull yourself together. As I help her up, she's startled and trembles. Deputy CO, it wasn't a dream. She looks overwhelmed by emotion, but my attention is more on the Mad Lord, who is observing us with glittering eyes. I must ask, Senior, what do you intend to do with us? Even if the madman goes crazy and modifies us on the spot, I have to ask, just what will happen to us? At that, the Mad Lord grins, showing his teeth. Didn't I say? For now, I will take you two as my disciples, no, as temporary disciples. Yes, temporary disciples. First, I'll teach you as temporary disciples. Then choose one of you to inherit my true inheritance and complete this wonderfully mysterious fortress. Wonderfully mysterious fortress. What exactly is this place that he wants us to complete? Isn't his goal related to her? I have a mountain of questions about her, but the fear of the Mad Lord suddenly going crazy and modifying me for bringing up such matters prevents me from asking. Aren't you going to thank me for accepting you as disciples? The Mad Lord stares at us, his eyes glowing. I swallow hard, gently pressing Kim Yon's shoulder, who still couldn't grasp the situation, and whisper, "Follow my lead, Team Leader Kim. Why, yes, yes. Kim Yon follows my actions and pays respects to the Mad Lord as a disciple. Heh, good. Good. A disciple with the highest level of consciousness in the four-axis stage as a mere mortal. A disciple who, without learning any cultivation methods, possesses core formation-level consciousness and has achieved ascension on his own. I will raise both of you well and definitely fulfill my dream. The man spoke while stroking his beard. Now then, first, that's right, I'm sorry. The Mad Lord suddenly looks at her beside him. Come to think of it, I haven't properly introduced myself. I almost forgot my disciples' names too. Thank you, indeed, I can't do without you. I clench my fists as I watch the Mad Lord, who is suddenly crying and laughing, hanging onto her puppet body. Kim Yon still looks confused and very frightened. Well. First of all, as you know, I am the Mad Lord Jo Yon. There's no chance you don't know about me, so let's skip my introduction. What are your names? I am Seo Yoon Hyun. Kim Yon is my name. Yes, I'll definitely remember. Kim Yon, you had your talent tested before the Ascension Gate, and you've also taken the Red Spirit Ginseng. There's nothing more to know about you, so you can go inside for now. Snap! With a flick of his finger, the Mad Lord summons a bee puppet, which picks up Kim Yon. Confused, she is carried away by the bee puppet, jumping through space and disappearing somewhere. And then, only the Mad Lord and I are left in the room. I haven't figured out what your talent is yet. I've been feeling curious since earlier, but what is that consciousness you're wrapping around your body? It's not demon beast methods, so what is it? What should I do? After a moment of contemplation, I reply. Bowoong, I wave my hand, and the formless sword sweeps around. Ha! Crossing planes, what in the world is that? This is a unique method using my consciousness. It's through this that I was able to ascend. My will and emotions are crucial in controlling this strength. If you modify me recklessly, I may not be able to use this ability as is. It seems so. The power is directly connected to the heart essence. Wait, that means you. Whoosh, the Mad Lord suddenly leaps in front of me. Our eyes meet. Does that mean you also see this vision? If you have the ability to handle heart essence, you shouldn't be unable to see it, right? Our gazes lock. My heart essence and his heart essence face each other. How should I respond? Should I give this person information? If I carelessly talk about heart essence, and it happens to be an area the Mad Lord is familiar with, he might modify me while keeping only my heart essence. I can't see it. Is that so? The Mad Lord steps back, looking slightly disappointed. Just as I'm about to breathe a sigh of relief then, lie down on that operating table for now. First, let's modify one of your arms and see if you can still produce that transparent thing with a puppet arm. Can you do that? Actually, I can see heart essence. Please forgive me for talking nonsense. Oh, is that so? That's really surprising. Truthfully, I suspected as much. All right, lie down then, whirring. Next to the operating table where a wooden puppet is being modified, another operating table rises, and above it, strange puppet arms and mechanical devices descend. Translator notes. The Yon in Jo Yon is different from the Yon in Hyang Hua's mother's name. Jo Yon can mean early fate or early connection, which might mean that his connection or relationship with her happened prematurely, causing the unfortunate events to occur. Also, Celestial Tribe, Heaven Tribe, hehe. Seo Yoon Hyun escaped the fate of having his arm torn off by the fox, but now it's changed to his arm being turned into a puppet. I bet some of y'all still got tricked into thinking the Mad Lord isn't that bad after all for a moment there. Chapter 142, Madman 2. Click, click, click. The mechanical devices around me begin to operate. I look around for any possibility of escape. I should give up on talking more to this madman. The answer is clear. I am to be modified regardless. Should I suicide? But then, I remember Kim Yon, who has just been captured by the bee puppet. If I die like this, will team leader Kim be left alone with this madman and undergo the same modifications? I haven't fully realized the insanity of this lunatic until our face-to-face encounter, but now it is clear. I can't leave Kim Yon alone with the Mad Lord. Suicide. Let's not think about that now. So, is escape possible? if I use the formless sword to cut the circuits of the surrounding puppets and escape. But that too seems impossible. It might have worked against Yuan Lai, who's at the nascent soul stage, but not against this mad lord, a heavenly being at grand perfection, and his four-axis level puppets. I'm in the lion's den, damn it, while I'm contemplating Cuaguagua. Numerous puppet arms descend from the ceiling towards my position. In shock, I evade the puppet arms with a defensive maneuver. You dodged. The mad lord's eyes shimmers as I evaded. Shit. I feel a sense of hopelessness. If things continue this way, I might not only have an arm modified, but my entire body might be forcibly changed. Fear grips me. I look at the mad lord and force a smile. I'll go willingly. Oh, sure, that's a good decision. Lie down. I'll attach something new and pretty to you. I grit my teeth and lay down on the operating table. I wonder if this madman will use anesthesia. I have little hope in this lawless era. I'm accustomed to the pain of having an arm torn off without anesthesia, but I'm worried about Kim Yon. If she gets modified, I should make some anesthesia for her, as expected. The mad lord approached, and the puppet arms descended from the ceiling. Let's see, open your mouth. He says, inserting his hand into my mouth to open it, and peers inside. Ho 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 ho, good, good. I had a hunch from seeing your body movements, but you're a martial artist, aren't you? Yes, I understand. I don't know if you heard the rumors, but I have a reputation for treating martial artists well. Seeing your teeth, you're an incredible one who reached the 5 energies converging to the origin. Very good. You are immensely talented, so I will treat you well. Now it's going to shock a bit, so bear with it for a moment. It. Suddenly, I'm enveloped in a massive electric shock. I clench my teeth and endure the shock. He's using lightning as anesthesia. After a while, I remain conscious amidst being electrocuted. The shock subsides, and the mad lord looks at me. What, you didn't faint? I even used lightning to anesthetize you. You have impressive mental strength. Is using lightning as anesthesia normal? While I'm dumbfounded, the mad lord grins. With such strong mental fortitude, you can probably endure being modified while conscious. Click, simultaneously, a gag is forced into my mouth and my limbs are restrained. This damned thing. If the anesthesia didn't work, shouldn't he have tried again? Then the puppet arms and devices converge on my left arm. Hiss. Perfect. It turned out truly excellent. Bravo, not even twitching during the modification, I have obtained a truly great disciple. I sigh and stand up from the operating table. I'm worried about team leader Kim Yon. It's only because it's me that I didn't flinch and endured this insane modification. For a normal person, no, even for a typical core formation or nascent soul cultivator, the pain felt from the recent modification is not something to easily dismiss. Click, click. I lift my left arm. For a sudden modification by this madman, the new arm truthfully seems quite useful. Inside the arm, numerous spiritual energy circuits are tightly packed, and the arm moves smoothly according to my will. When I infuse consciousness into it, the sensations in the arm feel quite real. It's more than adequate as a prosthetic, and I can sense many embedded functions. Now. Firstly, the basic energy source is designed to absorb energy from the wonderfully mysterious fortress's energy source when inside. When outside, it will draw on your energy, using it as its energy source. Have a test of its performance. Click, click, click. In one corner of the Mad Lord's workshop, several target-like objects suddenly sprung up. The puppet arm given by the Mad Lord transmitted instructions on how to operate it through my consciousness, when I infused it with my consciousness. Click. When I extend my left hand and concentrate my consciousness, energy gathers in my palm, and then, boom, a bright white beam shoots out, instantly turning 3 targets into ash. Never thought I'd shoot beams from my hand. Wo woong. When I slightly curl my fingers, spiritual energy gathers at the tips, forming bright white nails made of pure spiritual force. Whoosh, whoosh. As I swing my hand, the nails extend at will, slicing through the targets. Keen, click, click. When I clench my fist, various parts of the arm open, revealing nozzles. Boom, Spiritual energy bursts forth from the nozzles, and I fly forward with my fist, smashing another target to pieces. It seems like it will be useful for enhancing the power of my punches. Just from this demonstration, it appears that an ordinary first-rate martial artist with just this arm can rival a Kai refining cultivator at the 10th or 11th star. Of course, all of these functions can be performed with the formless sword. In my case, with such a high cultivation level, these abilities feel somewhat superfluous. These functions feel more like additional capabilities, and the true power of the puppet arm must be something else. Harmony. It perfectly harmonizes with my body, which has reached the 5 energies converging to the origin. There's no discrepancy, and the flow of vital force, Kai, and blood is natural. The natural movement and feeling, as well as the balance of the arm, seems to be its real advantages. And the real reason the Mad Lord made this arm is evidently, what are you doing? Try pulling that out, will you? Wo Wung, the formless sword emerges through the left arm. Ho ho, it comes out even through that arm. He seemed curious if the formless sword, formed through heart essence, could be emitted through the puppet arm. Aside from being attached to my body, it's no different from a Dharma treasure. The formless sword always had the ability to be used in conjunction with a Dharma treasure. It's no different than overlaying the formless sword onto a glass sword. The Mad Lord seems to have some inspiration, licking his lips while muttering to himself as he looks at my arm. Then, with sparkling eyes, he suddenly shakes his head. Hum hum. All right, that's enough. You can go now. Wo Wung. A bee puppet for transportation appears in the room. This fellow will guide you to your new quarters. For now, rest for today. I'll start instructing you tomorrow. The Mad Lord doesn't wait for my response. He approaches the 4-axis wooden man and begins to work like a lunatic. Wo Wung. I fly off with the bee puppet to somewhere else. Whoosh, I land in a grand estate located deep within the wonderfully mysterious fortress, having flown through space. The estate is decorated just like a real one, with lush grass, trees, and small animals and insects. Servants are moving around, cleaning and maintaining the estate, but I feel a chill, not a single living thing. The grass and trees are intricately made puppets, as are the insects, small animals, and the servants. Click, click as I look around, the servant puppets approach and bow to me. Are you going to guide me? Click, click. A servant puppet nods, and I follow it deeper into the estate. It shows me my quarters and various places around the estate. It feels desolate. Though the puppets are kind, this lifeless place is suffocating. As I look around, I sense a faint trace of life energy in the distance. This energy is, I leap towards the source of the energy. It's in an estate next to where I was. In a corner of the estate, team leader Kim Yon is sitting on a rock, dressed in new clothes, looking dazed. Wearing a pale pink attire, her face is filled with confusion and fear as she watches the servant puppets working. Swoosh, I land beside her. Ah, Deputy CO? As I land next to her, relief flickers across her face. I'm so glad. I don't understand what's happening. This place is too horrifying. And these grass and trees, they're all like robots, right? There's not a single living thing here. What should we do now? I look at the terrified face of Kim Yon and sigh. Team leader Kim, please listen to me carefully. I wanted to console her, but having undergone the modification of one arm, my mood had hardened. Now, you must forget about the modern society we lived in. In this world, there are no such things as human rights. That insane Mad Lord who kidnapped us might modify us whenever he's in the mood. Click. I show my left arm to Kim Yon. Her face, initially failing to understand, turns pale. What is that? Deputy CO, you're joking, right? Team leader Kim, I grab her shoulder and look into her eyes. This is no joke. Please listen to me carefully. You might not understand, but let me explain this world to you. I slowly explain to her about this world. Martial artists, demon beasts, cultivators. Martial arts, spells, the upper and lower realms. The Mad Lord Jo Yon and the story about him and her. What Kim Yon's awakened vast consciousness means. This is the kind of world we are in. Do you understand? I still don't quite. Let me show you, it'll be faster. I form a hand seal. The puppet arm that has become part of me has no problem channeling pure spiritual force, and since it's much stronger than my original arm, there's no issue in using spells. Release. Chalalak. Simultaneously, the blood body skin armor that has been boosting my regeneration inside my body is released. Chururururu. The blood that has seeped into my body falls to the side. Trickling back into Yuan lies blood body. Churuk, churururuk. The blood body, which has continuously given me increased regeneration, causes my cultivation to drop from late core formation to early Kai refining. What in the world is this? Kim Yon's eyes widen in shock as she looks at the blood body. I form a seal with the hand of the blood body. Hwarururuk flames burst from the hand of the blood body, and all sorts of extraordinary spells appear. Now do you believe me? This world is full of such bizarre things. I believe it. It's just... I was confused if it was a dream or not. I wish someone would tell me it's just a terrible nightmare. Kim Yon tiredly covers her face with both hands. Just then, wriggle, wriggle. Chalak, the veins of the blood body writhes, and a small centipede bursts out from inside. Ah, I had forgotten about this little one. I had placed it inside the blood body, boosting its regeneration ability to withstand the spatial pressure. Of course, given the pressure, it must have burst dozens of times, but thanks to the blood body, it kept regenerating. I feel a bit sorry for it. I blocked its pain through the blood body, but still its body burst several times. For now, stay inside. I manipulate the blood body to take the centipede back into its veins and cover it with flesh, pushing it inside. In the wonderfully mysterious fortress, it's difficult to recklessly bring it out. Meanwhile, Kim Yon looks a bit calmer and asks, "But Deputy CEO, how do you know all these things? And this woman? No, is it a man? Anyway, what is this person?" Team Leader Kim, as I mentioned, similar to you, all our colleagues have awakened strange abilities. Yes, I'm the same. This body, neither male nor female, is part of the abilities I've awakened to, and so is the knowledge I possess. Is that so? Oh, right, about my ability? And... I interrupted her. Do not reveal whatever ability you have acquired, no matter what. Why, there's only the two of us here. That's not the issue. It's hard to explain, but... Can you promise me you won't reveal it, Squeeze? I hold Kim Yon's hands and look into her eyes. Her face flushes red. Yes, I promise. You'll tell me later, right? In due time, I will. I look at her intent and smile bitterly. So promise me. Keep your secret until death, if necessary. Yes. Looking at her intent, I ponder, it'll be hard to leave her behind in the future. Kim Young-hoon might feel a bit regretful about parting ways with me, but he'll excitedly venture off on his own journey. However, I don't know what would happen to her in her current state if we parted ways. I inform Kim Yon of a few precautions and teach her a bit more about this world. Thus, our first day in the wonderfully mysterious fortress passed. From the next day, we received various methods from the Mad Lord, basic Kai refining methods, and a method called Wonderfully Mysterious Heart Cannon. The Wonderfully Mysterious Heart Cannon is a type of consciousness method. It focuses on training and further developing consciousness. It's also a crucial method for controlling the residents of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Until reaching Kai refining, you should learn the Wonderfully Mysterious Heart Cannon, and once your consciousness becomes stable in the Kai building stage, I will teach you my true consciousness method, the Wonderfully Mysterious Innate Heart Cannon. Given that it's meant for controlling the puppets of the wonderfully mysterious fortress, it seems to be a consciousness method optimized for puppetry. From that day, I helped Kim Yon with her consciousness method training and aided her in mastering the basic Kai refining methods. Half a year passed, atop the valley where the wonderfully mysterious fortress is located. Kagugu. After half a year, I see 5 strands of spiritual energy clouds revolving around me. Incredible speed. Despite not having the demon core of the fox and just absorbing the spiritual energy from the atmosphere, relying on understanding before breakthrough, I reached the completion in 5 surpassing paths to cultivation in just half a year. In this state, I seem likely to reach Kai building within a month, and Kim Yon is currently Kurung on the other side of the valley, she failed the 7 stars ritual, biting her lips anxiously. Heavenly rejection. I didn't know about it during Kim Young-hoon's time, but, sure enough, it's a phenomenon appearing to us who have come from the modern world. I failed again. What should I do? She asks in a trembling voice. I pat her shoulder, but she flinches and steps back over the past half-year. The Mad Lord has modified not only my left arm, but both arms into puppet arms, and the one I used to pat her shoulder feels like hard wood rather than human flesh. I, too, have experienced heavenly rejection in the bright, cold realm. However, in my case, I overcame the phenomenon by tearing through the clouds with the beam emitted from the puppet arm given by the Mad Lord without needing to shoot a gang sphere. This means, Deputy CO, what about me? If the Mad Lord, my arms too. If Kim Yoon can't overcome heavenly rejection, she too might be modified by the Mad Lord. There's still time. The next ritual isn't far away, so let's try again then. And the Mad Lord, as expected? I look at her consciousness domain. Unlike half a year ago, when her consciousness was scattered wildly, her consciousness, having learned the Mad Lord's method, is now calmly enveloping the heavens and earth in a spherical shape. Team leader Kim won't be modified recklessly like me. I look down at the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Half a year, after imparting the consciousness method and basic Kai refining methods to us. The Mad Lord, intending to create a 4-axis stage puppet again, has been holed up in his workshop in the wonderfully mysterious fortress for several months, modifying the corpse of the 4-axis wooden man. How can you be sure of that? The Mad Lord said he would come out of the workshop in 2 months, right? If I still haven't finished the 7 stars ritual by then. She looks at my arm with a face full of fear. Heavenly rejection phenomenon. I look at the clouds dispersing in the sky, lost in thought. Team leader Kim, how far have you progressed in the wonderfully mysterious heart cannon? 11 stars. With the wonderfully mysterious heart cannon consisting of a total of 12 stars, she is just 1 step away from mastery. Perhaps you might overcome heavenly rejection. How so? I show her the puppet arms. If the power of the puppet is considered my power, then perhaps if team leader Kim commands the puppets. No, I don't want to. However, Kim Yoon shakes her head, making a pained face. Deputy CO, you already know, to control those puppets I have to. I sigh softly. Certainly, it would have been easier if we could freely command the puppets of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. But there's a problem with the fortress's puppets. I'm telling you, my mind becomes strange, as Buck Hyung-Hwa's research on the bee puppets' circuitry had shown. The puppets of the wonderfully mysterious fortress contain circuits corresponding to the 7 emotions, and these circuits are interconnected with all the puppets existing throughout the fortress. When manipulating a lone bee puppet, there are no issues. But when trying to manipulate the interconnected circuits of all the fortress's puppets, it feels as though the circuits are alive, eroding the manipulator's consciousness. The puppeteer will inevitably become mentally unstable. Designed to match the Mad Lord's lunacy, the puppets of the wonderfully mysterious fortress are such that anyone other than the Mad Lord who tries to manipulate them will become assimilated with him, causing their mind to fragment. This is the difficulty Kim Yoon is currently facing. Even with overwhelming talent, she's being held back by the heavenly rejection phenomenon. I watch her with concern, deep in thought. Then I say to her, I can't directly help you pierce the heavens. But I will try to help you in any way I can. I look down at my puppet arms. With her normal mind, she won't be able to withstand the modification surgery. This is even if she's knocked out with electricity before the surgery. If the Mad Lord, after finishing the 4-axis puppet, learns that she is still at the 7th star of Kai refining due to heavenly rejection, he will likely modify her arms as well. I might not be able to completely prevent the Mad Lord from modifying her, but I'll do my best to delay it. I make this resolve while looking at the terrified Kim Yoon. A month passes. Kagugu, I have reached Kai building. Familiar pure spiritual force flows within my body. Kururung. After splitting the heavenly lightning falling towards me and scattering the dark clouds, I continue to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and practice my methods. The next cultivation method to practice after the 5 surpassing paths to cultivation. Yin's Soul Ghost Incantation. Patsususis. Yin's Soul Ghost Incantation is not a method where cultivation rises when feeling pain, but when understanding pain. Since the key is understanding, I managed to reach the peak of early Kai building just a day after entering Kai building. Kugagugu. Dark curse scripts circle around my entire body, and with this, I should be able to help Kim Yon. The day after tomorrow is Kim Yon's 7 Stars ritual. I intend to assist her 7 Stars ritual through the Yin Soul Ghost Incantation. Manipulate the puppets? Yes. I speak, looking at the puppets. You might feel the madness, but try infusing your consciousness into them. Okay. Kim Yon, after seeing my firm gaze, nods and extends her consciousness towards the puppets. Wo Wung, the residents of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. The numerous Kai refining and Kai building puppets there begin to move. And then, ugh. Kim Yon holds her head, enduring the madness of the Mad Lord with pain. I hold her shoulder and try to align my heart essence as closely as possible with hers. Then, Team Leader Kim, I will overlay my consciousness on yours. Please try to match the frequency of your consciousness with the structure of the wonderfully mysterious heart cannon. Yes. Wo Wung. Team Leader Kim Yon's consciousness and mine align for a moment. At that instant, the madness of the puppets of the wonderfully mysterious fortress, which she is manipulating through her consciousness, begins to flood in. Quadyuk, sticky madness. This madness is unpleasant not just because it causes mental fragmentation. Wriggle. The madness pushes aside the original personality of the manipulator, gradually taking over the flesh, and tries to dominate the consciousness of the puppeteer. But this time, it chose the wrong opponent. Udyuk. I take all the pain Kim Yon is experiencing and transfer it to myself, using curses to make myself a voodoo doll. Piss it. Blood vessels burst in various parts of my head and blood trickles from my nose. This level of pain is K-cuck. I clench my fist, overwhelming the madness that is trying to devour my mind. Nothing at all. Kyujuk. In this state, I look at Kim Yon and speak, or rather, there's no need to say anything. Our consciousnesses are connected at this moment. Can you now manipulate the puppets? Yes. She grimaces a bit, then extends her hands. Kagugu. The puppets line up in an orderly fashion, moving in all directions according to her will. Hundreds of Kai building stage puppets begin to heed Kim Yon's commands. Still at this level, I see. Yes, I'm not used to it yet. Anyway, this makes it possible for you to try. I speak to Kim Yon through heart language. Shall we try the 7 Stars ritual now? Chiolkiok. Atop the valley, the altar for the 7 Stars ritual. Surrounding it, a legion of puppets assume their positions, ready to unleash their respective spells towards the sky. The 7 Stars ritual in the bright cold realm is no different from the previous world. The only difference is that the ritual has to be conducted towards completely different stars than the 28 stars of the previous world. However, the names invoked during the ritual remain the same. According to a cultivator the Mad Lord kidnapped months ago, the names of the stars and constellations used in the cultivation world's rituals are fixed across dimensions. Instead of performing the ritual looking at the actual stars, it's done according to the energy of the stars. Therefore, if a star in another realm has similar energy, it's referred to by the same name as in the previous realm. Kurung. Dark clouds begin to gather in the sky. Kim Yon finishes the ritual and stretches her hands towards the sky. Then, hundreds of Kai building stage puppets that are manipulated by her emit light simultaneously. Quagwang. Hundreds of attacks from the Kai building stage puppets tear the clouds in the sky apart. And since it's she, herself, who moves the puppets to tear the sky, it seems the heavens recognize it as her action. Paat, I can feel Kim Yon successfully rising to the 7th star of Kai refining. Yun Hyun Appa. Through her intent, I can feel a deep sense of relief and an indescribable surge of emotion. Thank you. Having overcome the critical stage of Kai refining, Kim Yon wipes her eyes and looks back at me. Seeing her appearance, I smile bitterly, disconnecting our consciousness connection. Congratulations, Team Leader Kim. I know her feelings better than ever, but I absolutely can't accept those feelings. Now you won't have to worry about being modified due to the stagnation in your cultivation. Yes, it's all thanks to you, Yoon Hyun Appa. But aren't we going to stop using team leader and deputy titles? Ha ha. Kim Yon slowly descends from the altar. We're not in the company anymore. What should I call you then? No, more than that. Why do you still speak formally to me, Yoon Hyun Appa? You used to speak informally at the company. Did I? That was 900 years ago. I hardly remember. Speak informally. After performing the 7 stars ritual, I realized. She speaks with a deep sense of relief. We, the remaining people, should be close to each other. But I know that what she is saying isn't just about being friendly. That intent, I know it all too well. In fact, Just then. Oh, have you been well? Suddenly, the Mad Lord bursts through space, sticking his head out. Flash, he looks into the empty air with glittering eyes. Kim Yon seems not to understand, but I sense his gaze and feel a chill run down my spine. The Mad Lord is observing the color of Kim Yon's intent. Oh ho ho. Oh ho. The Mad Lord, looking at her intent, lets out a suspicious exclamation. Since it's difficult trying to understand the intentions of a madman, I'm always tense. I swallow and ask the Mad Lord, "Have you come out already, Master? I thought you would stay for another month." Ah, the 4-axis puppet was completed earlier than expected, Chalk. The Mad Lord, having torn through space, flicks his hand. Kuo, the wonderfully mysterious fortress below begins to rise slowly. And the spy puppet I sent out found the location of the light spirit pond, full of materials for injecting into her body. However, it turns out the bright cold realms race, occupying the light spirit pond, is quite formidable. They are called the cold spirit race, and they even have integration stage cultivators of the cold spirit race living there, making them a tricky opponent. What are you going to do? The Mad Lord spreads his arms wide, his eyes bloodshot with madness, and shouts, "What do you mean, what am I going to do?" War, of course. Cold spirit race or whatever race, I will conquer them all, and whatever stands in my way, I will conquer them too. If the world opposes me, I will conquer the world. He he he. World conquest, now let's go. The method of creating 4-axis puppets is now stabilized, so from now on we go to war with the cold spirit race. Kugagagugu. From within the wonderfully mysterious fortress, the true and undeniable power of the 4-axis erupts forth in 3 bursts. Simultaneously, over the past half-year, having undergone heavenly tribulation and risen to 4-axis, the Mad Lord's momentum envelops heaven and earth. Chapter 143. Madman 3. What is this insane madman saying now? I quickly dismiss the thought that came to mind and ask the Mad Lord. Aren't there still less than 5 4-axis stage beings? This is an obvious fact. Even if all the lower-level puppets are combined, it's barely equivalent to the power of 5 4-axis stage cultivators. Considering just the current cold spirit race, I heard that there are countless 4-axis stage beings. I even heard that there are integration stage cultivators there. So what does he mean by conquering the cold spirit race? I am puzzled when he speaks. So we need to increase our allies, right? The Mad Lord says with a chilling smile. I've already established the framework for a 4-axis puppet modification factory. With just the materials, we can easily produce formidable power within a month. Shiver, he's crazy. That means. First, I'll capture the nearby 4-axis cultivators one by one and welcome them as new residents of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Then, once we put the collected materials into the factory and operate it, the Mad Lord laughs with his mouth wide open. Our side will grow even more. Isn't that right? It sounds absurd, but why does it seem plausible, given that it's the Mad Lord, either way? A war that will spread throughout the entire bright cold realm has begun, all because of one madman's delusion. Kagogu. I look at the situation in front of me, as if a natural disaster has swept through. You wicked bastard. I've sent a signal. and all the four-axis cultivators nearby will be rushing to capture you. The Mad Lord acted quickly. He quickly invaded the territory of a nearby four-axis cultivator and their land, clashing with them and driving the four-axis cultivator to a corner. Cugagugu. The Mad Lord laughs from above the wonderfully mysterious fortress, commanding an army of puppets numbering in the millions. The materials are replicating. That's just too good. Ha ha ha, why are you taking such crazy actions? Do you really want to become the enemy of the entire bright cold realm? Well, that wouldn't be too bad. Now become nutrients for the wonderfully mysterious fortress. You, this madman? Arg Cugagugu numerous Kai building stage puppets swarm the four-axis cultivator of an unknown race, dragging him into the depths of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Woong. That's the end. Inside the wonderfully mysterious fortress, the sound of a factory operating can be heard. In a month, the four-axis cultivator who had just caused a natural disaster due to battle will likely reappear as a loyal four-axis puppet following the Mad Lord's commands. Moreover, the modification factory is still in its initial stages, and as the Mad Lord modifies more four-axis cultivators, more data and information will accumulate. Perhaps the process of producing four-axis puppets will become faster, and eventually, they might be mass-produced without even needing corpses. Truly a chilling force. Is there anyone who can stop the Mad Lord? Perhaps the entire continent might be swept away by his puppet army. Why aren't there integration stage cultivators trying to catch such a person, even near the flying immortal platform? I heard there are integration stage cultivators. So why aren't they pursuing the Mad Lord? Indeed, the Mad Lord is wanted, but why aren't there people eagerly chasing after him? I am truly puzzled. Before the Mad Lord grows further, someone of at least the integration stage must stop him. Only then, Kim Yon and I might be liberated from him. The Mad Lord's tyrannical actions continued. He kept capturing the pursuing four-axis cultivators, converting them into puppets, and with each battle, his power skyrocketed. Even when the threatened four-axis cultivators formed an alliance and attacked the Mad Lord. He's insane. Ha ha ha. The materials can replicate. The Mad Lord, who had already ground up numerous four-axis cultivators to evolve his four-axis puppet modification factory, was incomparable. It had been 10 years since he first killed a four-axis cultivator and made a four-axis puppet. Now, the Mad Lord has slain 46 four-axis cultivators and obtained a total of 46 four-axis puppets. And, over these 10 years, I have regained my core formation stage cultivation. And Kim Yon has somehow reached the nascent soul stage. Yunhyan Appa, can I ask you about the wonderfully mysterious innate heart cannon? Sure. ZZZT. Having used a four-axis stage consciousness to condense a nascent soul, her power explosively increased upon reaching the nascent soul stage. Having entered the nascent soul stage, where the power of consciousness significantly influences methods and techniques, she is already able to use heavenly being-level spells despite being merely at the nascent soul stage. I can feel my whole body tingling just from her approaching. But the real problem is, even if Kim Yon reaches the four-axis stage, can she kill the Mad Lord, that old monster? By the time she reaches the four-axis stage, wouldn't the Mad Lord already have created several integration stage puppets? Either way, for now, the only way to escape the Mad Lord is to foster Kim Yon's growth as much as possible. The consciousness method the Mad Lord mastered, the wonderfully mysterious innate heart cannon, is not as tricky as Cohweal's summoning wind, coagulating core transformation, and is an excellent method without anything to criticize. Mastering the wonderfully mysterious innate heart cannon stabilizes the consciousness, increases control over various parts of the consciousness, and makes it more pure. It also has the effect of increasing the size of the consciousness compared to other cultivators of the same level, making it an excellent method. The only downside to this perfect method is that it's too complicated to learn and master. If Yunhyan Appa hadn't been here, I wonder how I could have mastered the wonderfully mysterious innate heart cannon to this extent. My head already hurts. However, I could understand as soon as I received the essence of the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon. The wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon is an interpretation from a cultivator's perspective of the colors of intent seen by a martial artist who has reached the three flowers gather at the summit. Furthermore, developing from this perspective of intent, I, who have reached treading heavens beyond the path by fully delving into and mastering heart essence, could comprehend the true meaning of the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon. Therefore, even though she's at the nascent soul stage and I'm at the core formation stage, the understanding of the method is higher in me, and Kim Yeon often finds herself in the strange situation of learning from me. The ultimate goal of this method must be beyond the path to heavens. No, to be honest, it's one step short of beyond the path to heavens. If beyond the path to heavens materializes one's heart essence, then mastering the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon only gains the vision of beyond the path to heavens. But, somehow, I have a feeling that the Mad Lord has reached beyond the path to heavens. If I look through the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon created by the Mad Lord, his attainments are probably closer to a convergent evolution of beyond the path to heavens. Just like how I reached ultimate pinnacle, and my inner core underwent a convergent evolution with the demon core. The Mad Lord's consciousness method, the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon, must have also evolved closely to beyond the path to heavens due to his efforts. Just one step. The extreme described by the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon is really just one step away from beyond the path to heavens. Crossing this threshold, one can really reach beyond the path to heavens. Perhaps the Mad Lord, without even realizing, has already entered the realm. Simply because he had unknowingly reached an unknown realm, he might not have included that essence in the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon due to a lack of knowledge in that area. He is truly astonishing. How can he, without practicing martial arts and simply by researching consciousness, go beyond three flowers, surpass five energies, ultimate pinnacle, and come close to entering beyond the path to heavens? The wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon is also quite important to me. Until now, I only dealt with the domain of consciousness purely from the perspective of a martial artist. But the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon is a method that thoroughly analyzes the domain of consciousness from a completely opposite standpoint. By the way, Yunhyun Appa, have you heard what the captured cold spirit race cultivator said? I glance at a cold spirit race puppet walking among the puppets in the distance. The Mad Lord has been slowly infiltrating the territory of the cold spirit race for 10 years, creating a lot of cold spirit race puppets. Many of the cold spirit race captured by the Mad Lord helped us gain some understanding of the bright cold realm, the general flow of the bright cold realm, the major races of the bright cold realm, recent movements in the bright cold realm. We learned many such things. There are no entering nirvana cultivators in the bright cold realm. Only one sacred vessel cultivator called the White Cloud Sacred Master. Star-shattering cultivators have all gone to some other dimension with no promise of return, and recently, even the cultivators at the integration stage are showing some strange signs. Maybe it won't be too difficult for the Mad Lord to conquer the bright cold realm. If that happens. Kim Yeon lets out a bitter laugh. If that happens, can we see our scattered colleagues again? Probably. She's longing for the people from the same homeland. Living every day with puppets in this insane Mad Lord's fortress is a tremendous psychological pressure. Perhaps because of that, the time she spent talking with me has recently increased. Somehow, she seems to be sitting closer to me lately. Yunhyun Appa, Kim Yeon moves a little closer to me. There's something I want to ask. Sorry, the Mad Lord is calling me now. I turn away from her as she comes closer to me. I know her feelings, but I can't accept them because I am already betrothed. I cannot share my heart with another carelessly, now disciple. The conquest of the cold spirit race is about to end. Once we occupy Light Spirit City, the Light Spirit Pond will be in our hands, and she will reach the integration stage. Heh. Then the wonderfully mysterious fortress will be one step closer to completion. What have you called me for? Oh, the reason I called you is simple. The Mad Lord continues. The cold spirit race will desperately resist losing the light spirit pond. There might even be a chance that an integration stage cultivator will get involved. There's a high risk of death for both of you. So, I have a proposal. What is it? I want to fully integrate you into my world. If both of you become superior puppets, there's no need to worry about dying, right? If that happens, I will personally make you and Kim Yeon into a puppet couple. It seems Kim Yeon also has feelings for you. Wouldn't that be good for everyone? Kurg, at those words, I felt like throwing up in agitation, but I managed to hold it back. Calm down. Following this madman, I have somewhat expected something like this. Getting angry won't stop the Mad Lord. On the contrary, if I refuse, he might go berserk and modify us right away. Therefore, I have to compromise according to the logic of a lunatic. Fortunately, I have gotten a sense of his logic after following him for 10 years. I have a request. What is it? If he brought up this topic, it means, regardless of the uniqueness of my heart essence or anything else, he no longer cares about my formless sword, since 4-axis stage and integration stage puppets are more attractive to him. Then I must, anyway, to your eyes, master. I am a lowly person with inferior qualities who would be better off as a full resident of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Right. That's why I want to help you become even more superior. Correct. But doesn't Kim Yeon still have more potential to grow? Sacrifice myself and make Kim Yeon's potential growth more appealing to him, since he still finds her attractive. Rather than making her a puppet, it would be more efficient to properly train her as a puppeteer. Above all, I match my reasoning to the logic of the Mad Lord. If you make me a puppet, I would like to be handled by Kim Yeon with her vast consciousness. Oh, being handled by an excellent puppeteer is also the happiness for a puppet, is it not? Instead of making both of us a puppet couple, if you only make me a puppet and leave the control to Yeon. I continue, hiding my true feelings from the Mad Lord using my treading heavens beyond the path heart manipulation. Both of us can be happy. That's right, that's right. It's wonderful. Perfect. The Mad Lord claps frantically, tears streaming down his eyes lit with insanity. I will make you both happy. I knew it from the moment I saw Yeon like you. You two can achieve the perfect love that I couldn't. Now, lie down right away. I will make you into a perfect puppet. You will become the best puppet. I will appoint you as the martial arts instructor for the entire wonderfully mysterious fortress. You will become the guardian deity of the fortress, the general of the castle. Externally, I feign joy, but internally, I grit my teeth. Yona, I'm sorry, it seems. This is my limit. I've been intervening and taking the modifications myself to prevent her from being modified as much as possible. But that's all I could do till now. It seems this short and intense journey of mine ends here. But at least since the Mad Lord listened to me, he won't fully turn her into a puppet. With her talent, it might take time, but she will eventually surpass the Mad Lord, and she will avenge me. Definitely. Click, click, click. I get onto the Mad Lord's operating table, waiting for his modification. It isn't just a full-body modification. The Mad Lord's statement about accepting me into his world means that he will turn me completely into a puppet, leaving only a bit of my shell intact. Today I am going to die. Click, click. Chilling mechanical sounds envelop my entire body. I thought this would be my 14th return. Click. I slowly opened my eyes. Ah, perfect. Rise. Creak, I rose from my seat. My whole body moves. I did my utmost best to create you. Though your body didn't even reach nascent soul, I generously used precious materials, so you should have the power comparable to a 4-axis. I entrust the wonderfully mysterious fortress to you, General Seo. And then, just leave it to me, Lord of the Fortress. From my mouth, a strange mechanical sound emerges on its own. Now, go to your post. The battle with the cold spirit race is imminent. Understood, Lord of the Fortress. I move my body and leave the Mad Lord's workshop. My whole body pierces through space, moving instantaneously to the outer walls of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. 4-axis spatial movement. And then, I begin patrolling the outer walls of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. What? I move my consciousness in confusion. Wasn't being modified by the Mad Lord supposed to mean death? Wasn't I supposed to regress, but contrary to such expectations, I maintain my consciousness in the state of being turned into a living puppet? What is this? In a state of panic, I scream within the body of the living puppet I have become. I have been turned into a puppet by the Mad Lord, left in a state neither dead nor alive. Chapter X2. Authors Q and Authors Q&A 1. Authors Q&A 1. Question. Where are we at in terms of the narrative? Answer. We entered the main story. Question. Is the surpassing radiant saber actually faster than light, or is it a metaphor? Answer. Since it jumps through space, it can arguably surpass light. Just consider it a metaphor. Question. Could a cultivator in nascent soul grand perfection use the best Dharma treasure of the Black Ghost Valley to be as strong as a cultivator in heavenly being? Answer. That's probably the limit. Question. Will we see other factions and demon beasts that ascended outside of the three great factions and the Sea Dragon tribe? Answer. They are not as important, so we might not see a lot of details, but we might see a little more of them. Question. How many chapters can you write in a day? Answer. That's a tremendous spoiler. Question. Are there pills that can change your physical gender in the upper realms? Answer. There are a lot of cultivation methods that can change your gender. Pills that can do so are sometimes made by some enthusiasts. Question. When will the centipede get a human form? Answer. When it reaches the nascent soul. Question. You previously stated that you initially assigned literary genres to the 7 transmigrators. What are they? Answer. Kim Young-hoon, Classical Wuxia Jian Myung-hoon, Classical Xiangxia Kang Min-hee Apocalypse, Oh Hyun-seok Healing Kim Yon Thriller and Gore and Suspense, Oh Hai-seo, Eastern Romance, Fantasy Seo Yoon-hyun Infinite Loop Blue Mango a Des Note. These genres do not necessarily apply to the actual characters of R to C. These were just initially assigned genres, after all. Question. Why is the arm that was recently attached to Yoon-hyun by the Mad Lord so weak? Was it just roughly made to experiment with the formless sword? Answer. In the eyes of the Mad Lord, Yoon-hyun is just a bug, so he thought the bug would be grateful to have what amounts to a bigger limb. He did not realize that the bug can fire invisible beams to kill nascent realm cultivators. Question. I am curious about the age of the transmigrators. Answer. This should come up in the work eventually, but I don't think age matters much in Xiangxia. Question. Are there no beings that are very powerful from birth? Do the true immortals start from the Kai refining as well, or were they divine from birth? Answer. There are beings that are born at the minor and the middle boundary level, but nobody is born as a true immortal. Well, actually, there are beings that are born at that level, but they are mindless and more or less inanimate. Question. Why is the Mad Lord so sweet? Answer. Coh we all and the Mad Lord are the characters I showered with most affection. Question. I am curious about the power balance of the world of R to C. Yuan Lai in Nascent Soul was able to maintain an advantage against hundreds of core formation cultivators. Does this apply in higher realms as well? Or does the difference get even bigger? Answer. In the first place, Yuan Lai is a somewhat exceptional nascent soul cultivator, so he's multiple times stronger than equivalent cultivators. The core formation cultivators that were left behind were really poor quality and weak, and Yuan Lai's cultivation method itself specializes at massacring weaker beings. There are multiple reasons Yuan Lai was able to overpower hundreds of core formation cultivators. But a normal early nascent soul cultivator can be defeated by 100 core formation cultivators fighting a guerrilla war. At any rate, the difference between stages get bigger as it usually does in Xiangxia. Question. Is the centipede male or female? This is very, very important. Answer. It's male. Question. What is the reason Seo Yoon-hyun ignored and destroyed the Black Castle in his 12th regression? Answer. From his perspective, it's just a white elephant, burden/source of trouble. Question. Can pills only be made with humans and demons as ingredients in R to C? Are there no pills made with plants like other Xiangxia? Answer. Human pills are more common in the head realm because resources are scarce. Other places have a lot of human pills as well, but it's not as common as it is in the head realm. Translating novice. This is a cue and a translated by another member of our Discord community, Blue Mango Ade. They say if Resnut is the right minister, then Blue Mango Ade is the left minister. Both are a great help in maintaining the accuracy and quality of this great work by the great author Tremendous. Did you get the pun? A round of applause for Blue Mango Ade. Chapter 144, Madmen 4. I frantically move my consciousness, but no matter how much I try, nothing moves properly. Even when I try using the formless sword, it doesn't unfold. Damn it, what's going on? Before being captured by the Mad Lord, I thought becoming a living puppet meant living indefinitely without truly living or dying. It was the reason I committed suicide in a past life before being captured by the Mad Lord, and why I tried to kill Kim Yon early in this life. But there were never any truly alive puppets before. I know this for sure. During the 10 years under the Mad Lord, I wasn't just idly breathing. I had observed his puppets, watched over his shoulder as he created and manipulated them. They were all just corpses, and they never retained consciousness like this. I calm my confused emotions and first contemplate my soul. My soul is firmly seated in the puppet's upper dantian. The Mad Lord's spiritual energy circuits, laid out akin to the veins and nerves of a living being, are gripping my soul. These circuits are not unique to me, but also installed in other puppets. I know because I've seen shattered puppets. But why is my soul still here? Just when I'm pondering this, clank, suddenly, while patrolling the outer walls, my body stops abruptly and starts flying somewhere. It's the Mad Lord's call. Swoosh! The place I'm led to by the Mad Lord's summoning is the inner garden of the wonderfully mysterious fortress where Kim Yon resides. The place where she and I often met, and there the Mad Lord and Kim Yon were waiting. Here, it's a gift. How is it? Yes, at the Mad Lord's maniacal laughter, Kim Yon's complexion gradually hardens. It's not him, right? Master, please, this isn't him, right? Don't worry. General Seo was properly made with Seo Yunhyan's essence. Now you can control the guy you like. I can't disturb the puppeteer and puppets alone time anymore. Have a good night. The Mad Lord cackles madly and disappears somewhere, and Kim Yon's eyes are filled with utter disbelief. Her intent is in total chaos, anger, sadness, despair, pain, panic, all mixed into a great chaos. Step by step, she approaches me with a soulless expression, caressing me. Shudder, had she mastered the Yin Soul Ghost incantation, she might have surpassed its creator by now. Hua Kim Yon screams. Why? Tears fall from both eyes. Why? Just why is this happening to me? I got dragged into this world during a workshop I was eager for. I got captured by an insane old man, and I had to live every day in horror. Still I had hoped that one day me and Yunhyan Appa could leave this place and get together properly. That was the only hope keeping me together. So why? Just why? Duduk do PSSTTTT. Due to the wonderfully mysterious innate heart cannon. Her consciousness, which had been stably anchored in a spherical shape, started to stretch out to its original form. Her consciousness, stretching out like threads, began to spread in all directions, covering the entire wonderfully mysterious fortress. Why are you taking everything from me? Just why? Why? Thud Kim Yon collapses in front of me, grabbing my body and sobbing uncontrollably. The air vibrates. The entire space seems to tremble, and then I moved. Clank, please cease the disturbance within the wonderfully mysterious fortress. The voice, mechanical yet eerily similar to mine, is cold and emotionless. At that voice, Kim Yon stops abruptly. She looks up at me with shimmering eyes. What? Please cease the disturbance within the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Hoo-hoo, ha-ha-ha. Kim Yon starts to laugh. Okay, I get it. I'll stay quiet. Her consciousness, which spreads in all directions, is compressed back into a spherical shape. Her consciousness turns dark red. To my eyes, which can see intent, the area covered by her consciousness seems to be engulfed in darkness. She begins to caress my cheek. Just wait, a little. Yun Hyun Appa. I will definitely take the wonderfully mysterious fortress from the Mad Lord, shatter her into pieces in front of him, and avenge you. Actions harmful to the Lord and Lady of the fortress are not permitted within the fortress. Yes, yes. Just wait a little. Damn it. I try to extend my consciousness outside the puppet, but it's trapped inside the puppet's upper dantian, unable to escape. If only I can extend my consciousness outside, just somehow convey my consciousness. Just a little. Just wait a little, I will. I will definitely save you. Kuok. Kim Yeon's hands grab my head, her eyes have a madness similar to the Mad Lord's. And then, wriggle, wriggle. While she tightly holds me, something crawls up from beneath my feet. This sensation, it's the centipede. Wriggle, wriggle. The creature crawls into the joints of the puppet, making its way towards the body laden with circuits, for 10 years. During the 10 years, I had been raising it inside the fortress, perhaps due to the environment's spiritual energy being hundreds of times greater than the lower realm. It didn't die easily and grew robustly. Seemingly recognizing who was feeding it, it began following me at some point. Apparently it recognized me even in this state and crawled into my body. I might as well be dead. But those who remember me still remain. Damn it. And yet there's nothing I can do for them. Woong, as my emotions surge within me. Something strange entangles my soul. What's this? It's an extremely unpleasant sensation, and as soon as that sensation appeared, squish, a squishy feeling emanates from a corner of my soul. I, who has reached treading heaven beyond the path, observe my soul and immediately understand what this sensation is. This is insane. Following my emotional turbulence, the spiritual energy circuits inside the puppet began copying my soul. A mass of spiritual energy that mimics my emotional flow and agony appeared beside my soul. It isn't a complete replication of my soul, but only of the emotions that had just arisen. And then, Wo Woong, as much as the replicated spiritual energy mass appeared, my soul began to be pushed out of its place in the upper dantian. This is madness. Only now do I realize the fate of those turned into puppets by the Mad Lord. After being transformed into a puppet, for a while, the soul is held by the spiritual energy circuits inside the puppet, remaining in this world. But as time passes, the spiritual energy circuits begin to replicate the soul, creating a mass of spiritual energy inside the circuits that mimics the soul. Little by little, they replicate the original soul until a copy that's almost identical to the original soul is complete. When the replication is complete, the original soul is released and scattered, heading to the afterlife, and the spiritual energy mass created by the Mad Lord's circuits takes its place. Ah, now I understand. The source of the madness felt when manipulating the wonderfully mysterious fortress's puppets. The puppets of the wonderfully mysterious fortress contain artificial souls created by the Mad Lord. These artificial souls, although crude masses of spiritual energy compared to real souls, are still copies that mimic the original as closely as possible. They can't replicate all memories, experiences, and emotions of the original, but they can somewhat express a few strong emotions the original felt. And these puppets with artificial souls are all interconnected within the wonderfully mysterious fortress. A world swirling with countless emotions, somehow connected. This is the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Now I understand why I felt a flow of spiritual energy somewhat similar to emotions from the puppets. The replicated artificial souls emit spiritual energy waves that mimic intent. That means, I look at Kim Yeon, who is crying hysterically in front of me. As time passes, will I completely die and regress? Once the spiritual energy mass that replicates my emotions grows as large as my soul and completely pushes it out, I will reach death. My regression will inevitably happen, but Kim Yeon clutches and hangs onto the decorations attached to the puppet's body. Appa, please say something. Please, you used to console me before. Yun Hyun, Appa, please. Why aren't you saying anything? Why? Please just answer me. I'm telling you to respond. Please answer me, please, please. I, watching her clinging to me, realize, I can't die. Wo Woong, I forcefully pull back the small amount of my soul that was pushed outside. There's no need for me to be trapped in this puppet for thousands of years. As I have seen before, there's no souls left in the puppets. I can just regress comfortably. But what about those left behind, even though I failed and ended up trapped and miserable inside a puppet? This is my life. It might not have been pleasant or bright. But the heart and emotions I shared with Kim Yeon is still a connection because of the hearts we connected. This life is a blessing given to me. How can I give it up so easily? Wo Woong, with my mental strength, I push back the replicated spiritual energy mass, and at that moment, boom, the hastily constructed replicated mass of spiritual energy, unable to withstand my pressure, bursts, and the spiritual energy that formed it floats around the puppet's upper dantian. I can use this. Wo Woong, I manipulate the energy from the artificial soul. I can't extend my consciousness outside the puppet, but I can manipulate the spiritual energy from the artificial soul. Just then, Wuong, 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 when I extend my consciousness into the artificial soul's spiritual energy. I feel as if the voices of hundreds, millions of people are piercing my mind at once. The countless puppets in the wonderfully mysterious fortress, the emotions they emit. However, I too have a heart not inferior to yours. Koom. Amidst the multitude of murmurs, I respond with the pain I have endured thus far to combat them. Wo Woong, the spiritual energy circuits that bound my soul. A very small part of it, an extremely tiny part, is eroded by my consciousness. Kugagugaguk. As my soul seizes control of the spiritual energy circuits, the circuits resist. As if it's a forbidden act, a powerful pressure stabs into my soul. Just then, wriggle, wriggle, the centipede that crawled inside my body made its way to the head, where the spiritual energy circuits are most active. And then, crunch, crunch, whether it knows what it is doing or it's just instinct, I don't know. But the creature gnaws on one of the circuits that is pressuring me the most. Kuuang, squish. Simultaneously, sensing the foreign object stirring inside, my body moves, increasing the pressure of the spiritual energy to burst and kill the centipede. The centipede explodes and dies. Without Yuan Lai's blood body that can regenerate it, the centipede is now completely dead. Thank you. I deeply thank the centipede, which I hadn't even named yet, and extend my spiritual energy towards the circuit it gnawed on. Zooum. My body, sensing the malfunction in the spiritual energy circuit, tries to move towards the repair factory, but I'm faster. Flash. I connect the circuit gnawed by the centipede using the spiritual energy of the artificial soul it just gathered. The circuit functions without issues, at least outwardly. My body returns to standby, and I, through the outwardly intact circuit gnawed by the centipede, begin to take control over General Sio's body. It's slow. The spiritual energy obtained by bursting the artificial soul is weak, and since it's connected to hundreds of millions of other artificial souls in the wonderfully mysterious fortress, handling it causes madness to surge. Of course, the madness can be overcome with mental strength, but considering everything, it seems it will take a long time to fully control General Sio's spiritual energy circuits. Just wait a little longer. Yona. I resolve myself, looking at Kim Yeon, who cried herself to exhaustion and passed out. I will definitely tell you that I am still here, no matter how many centuries it takes. I will let you know that I am with you, since we've connected in this life. I won't take this blessing lightly and will survive, to return my heart to you, so just wait a little, just a little longer, and so decades passed. Yoon Hyun Appa. Do you know, Kim Yeon, stroking my cheek, speaks. After the Cold Spirit race, the Juru race, Palhio race, Gakshai race, Soliang race, and Peacock race were conquered. Oh, and recently I heard news about our colleagues. She, who has reached the heavenly being stage, began telling their story sitting next to me, controlling numerous puppets with her fingertips. Shall we start with section Chief Jian Myung-hoon? Chapter 145, Madman 5. It was a few years ago. When we were about to conquer the Cold Spirit race, I wondered why the integration cultivators didn't stop the Mad Lord, remember? Her words continue. I heard that near the human territory, a massive upheaval of fate shook the entire bright cold realm. Rumor has it that a portal to the immortal realm opened, diverting the attention of all integration cultivators to the human territory. Kim Yon playfully taps my shoulder. And only recently, the rumors about the immortal realm were sorted out. Can you guess what happened? She takes a deep breath. The Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect, where Section Chief Jian Myung-hoon had gone, was annihilated by a true immortal's attack. The upheaval of fate, the opening of the portal to the immortal realm, it was all a precursor to the true immortal seeking the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect. Ha ha! Section Chief Jian was the only one to survive the horrifying true immortal's bombardment. He became half-crazed, wandering here and there. Strangely, wherever he goes, lightning strikes, earning him the title Lightning Harbinger. There's a bittersweet expression on her face. Lightning Harbinger Jian Myung-hoon wanders around searching for something, annihilating anyone who blocks his path, be it an individual or race. This has caused him to accrue much enmity, being pursued here and there, then seeking revenge in turn and annihilating entire races. He's been repeating this for years, earning quite the infamous reputation, but of course not as much as us. Thump, with a flick of her finger, puppets move, bringing the corpses of a race in front of us. Kagagugu. Above, she is emanating an integration stage aura, looking down in all directions. After conquering the cold spirit race and strengthened with materials from the light spirit pond, she and the puppets in the wonderfully mysterious fortress have all significantly increased in power. Anyway, since all the integration cultivators flocked to the human territory, our forces in the wonderfully mysterious fortress have grown stronger, and he's already created several integration stage puppets. Escaping the Mad Lord's grasp seems even more distant now. A blood-stained battlefield. The puppets are busy clearing the battlefield, and Kim Yon sits on a throne made of puppets, placing me beside her as she talks. Anyway, I'd like to meet Section Chief Jian sometime. Will he understand my feelings? The feeling of losing someone precious? Ahaha. She laughs weakly and buries her head on my chest. Minhee Unnai is currently traveling the bright cold realm with the Black Ghost Valley, honing her skills. I heard she controls millions of ghosts with one hand. Now, in the entire bright cold realm, there's no one who doesn't know of her. If we're famous for our infamy, she's famous for her tremendous reputation. There were even attacks on her by spies from the True Devil, Blood Yin, and Nether Ghost realms. Ha ha ha. Through Kim Yon's words, the whereabouts of our companions emerge one after another. Chief O is making a name for himself in the Azure Heaven Creation Sect. As the direct disciple of the sect founder, Azure Tiger Saint, he's known for his heroism. Maybe he'll join an alliance to confront the Mad Lord in the future. Ha ha. It wouldn't be bad to be saved by the hands of our colleagues, right? She kept looking at me as she spoke, yet General Seo didn't look back but kept watching the battlefield as commanded by the Mad Lord. Hi Seo Unnai. I haven't heard much about her. Rumors say she married Seo Hweol, the Sea Dragon King, and became the Dragon Queen. Seo Hweol is active as a military advisor in the True Dragon Alliance, but there's no news about Hai Seo Unnai. It's strange, right? Even the dragons in the True Dragon Alliance don't know much about her. It's as if the information is deliberately blocked. Ha ha. Mad Lord said Seo Hweol must have intervened, that he's the most cunning in the world or whatever. I wonder if a madman is qualified to talk ill of others. Squeeze. She grips General Seo's body, which she had been tapping and stroking. Director Kim. Well, of course, there's no news. If there was a way to contact him in the lower realm, I'm not even sure if he's alive. Oh, now that I think about it, wasn't he sent somewhere by Mad Lord with Yunhyan Appa? Yunhyan Appa, what do you think happened to Director Kim? Appa. I'm asking you, Creek. Kim Yon's intent becomes unstable. I'm asking you, so answer me. Why aren't you answering me? Why answer, Seo Yunhyan? I'm telling you to answer me. Kagagagugu. As she rages, the sky trembles and the earth shakes. Though she is merely at the heavenly being stage, her power, amplified by her vast consciousness, reaches the 4-axis level. Natural disasters occur, and the world in all directions is in turmoil. Just why? Why did you leave me behind? Why? Please answer me. Yunhyan Appa, I've told you about our colleagues, haven't I? Isn't there anything else you're curious about? I'll tell you. Please just answer me. Comfort me like you did back then. Kim Yon, in a frenzy, sobs uncontrollably, clutching General Seo's shoulders. Wah. And I, feeling her intense pain beside me, grit my teeth internally. It's been 80 years since I became General Seo. 80 years since I started trying to take over General Seo's spiritual circuits. Wo Wung, I have managed to gain control over some circuits inside the upper Danshan. Now, when I move up to the upper Danshan, I can instantly crush and utilize the clumps of spiritual energy replicating my soul as my resources. Yet, I still can't express anything externally. I haven't yet gained control over the circuits in the facial or neck areas. And as I gain control over more circuits, more consciousnesses linked to them emerge. Through these consciousnesses, more and more of the murmurs of the wonderfully mysterious fortress reach me. The Mad Lord has been rampaging across the bright, cold realm for 80 years, conquering races and creating puppets. 1 billion. Around 1 billion new puppets have joined the wonderfully mysterious fortress, and their murmurs grow louder. Each time I take control of a circuit, another gateway for murmurs opens, and the murmurs only grow louder over time. The immense pressure almost drives me mad, but I persevere, clenching my teeth. Please answer me. Respond. I can't accept your heart. But even so, you keep giving your heart to me. This heart. Someday I will surely return it. If I don't repay the one who weeps for me, this life will be worthless. Even if I have no intention of accepting their heart, I hope that the one who weeps for me will someday find salvation. For that, I must survive. I acknowledge Kim Yon sobbing beside me and exert more effort to take over the circuits. And then, 500 years passed. Kim Yon reached the 4-axis stage. The Mad Lord's wonderfully mysterious fortress grew even more, and now there are over 15 integration stage puppets. The Mad Lord became famous across the entire bright cold realm, and his direct disciple, Kim Yon, became well known too. But her eyes lost more and more light, and she increasingly spent time clutching General Seo, sobbing madly or lost in madness, repeating "I love you." Yunhyan Appa, there's news about our colleagues again. Do you want to hear it? Thank you for listening. As always, you're all I have. He. At some point, Kim Yon started muttering to herself while looking at me. I spoke nothing, but she seemed to be imagining and making up conversations on her own. 500 years. During this time, having lost me and living alone with the residents in the Mad Lord's wonderfully mysterious fortress, she has gone mad, accepting the madness of the fortress. Lightning Harbinger Jian Myung-hoon became famous as a mass murderer. Anyone who provokes him ends up annihilated along with their entire race. Well, Jian Myung-hoon was already famous like that before. Crunch, crunch. Kim Yon continues, biting her fingers. Oh, Min-hee Un-nai. Ah, poor Min-hee Un-nai. She mastered the ghost path method and reached the level of controlling billions of ghosts. But she took in too many ghosts and went insane. She devoured her own sect, the Black Ghost Valley, annihilating it, and swallowed the entire territory of Black Ghost Valley. Only a single nether-crossing ship managed to escape from there. Now, cultivators who have reached the integration stage are gathering to subdue Min-hee Un-nai. Keek. Even though they dare not challenge the wonderfully mysterious fortress, they go after poor, ambiguous Min-hee Un-nai. After consuming and commanding numerous ghosts and becoming a powerful ghost monster, Un-nai is currently establishing her base in the middle of the Swiftwind domain, undergoing metamorphosis into something more powerful. Hoo. Choo. Biting her fingers, Kim Yon continues. After Azure Tiger Saint died, Chief O seemed to have become mentally unstable, indulging in alcohol, women, drugs, and all kinds of pleasures. Who would have thought that such a dependable man at the company would fall apart like that? He looked happiest under Azure Tiger Saint, and to think he would break down so much after the death of just one person. Well, it's true that anyone can fall apart when a precious person dies. Crunch, crack. From her fingers, blood flows. There's no news of Director Kim as always. Well, he must have died. Keek and Hi-Co unnigh, crunch, crack. Still, there's still no news, no news. Crunch, I'm saying it's good news, crack. It's good, right, isn't it? Hi-Co unnigh, answer me. With Director Kim probably dead, me insane, Section Chief insane, Min Hee unnigh insane, and Yoon Hai un Appa like this. Hi-Co unnigh, at least you. You're living happily, right? Everyone has become madmen, only Hi-Co unnigh, cruunch. The situation is not so miserable, right? She must be living happily, loved by the side of the Sea Dragon King, right? Tell me that's true. With all of us ending up like this, there should be at least one person who is happy, right? Isn't that so, Yoon Hyun Appa? Crunch. Before I know it, her hand has become completely mangled. But SSSHHH, spiritual energy wriggles, regenerating her flesh that reached the 4-axis stage. Appa, please, please just answer me, please. Until when, until when? Her consciousness chaotically spreads in all directions. She has not achieved completion in the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon. If she had, there's no way our eyes wouldn't have met, even now within the puppet of the Mad Lord. Only in front of the Mad Lord, I hide my heart essence with the enlightenment of treading heavens beyond the path. In front of Kim Yeon, I always reveal my heart essence, so if she did reach completion, she would have recognized it. I know the reason. The puppets of the wonderfully mysterious fortress, who she controls in a sane state of mind, are gradually driving her mad with their murmuring. Apart from the madness of the wonderfully mysterious fortress, the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon itself is an excellent consciousness method. But, becoming insane with madness before achieving completion, she couldn't take that last step. It's very likely the Mad Lord went insane after achieving completion. Watching her with clouded, maddened eyes, I sort out my feelings over the past 500 years. Controlling General Seo's circuits, I learned some things. First, the puppets created by the Mad Lord all have artificial souls. Even the puppets made from corpses that died before their souls could be replicated, or from inanimate objects like wood, stone, or metal. They all contain mass-produced lumps of spiritual energy, mimicking other puppets' artificial souls. Such artificial souls, lumps of spiritual energy, allow the puppets to emit spiritual energy waves similar to intent. The Mad Lord's spiritual energy circuits connect with other puppets' circuits. Through this connection, the puppets exchange intent-mimicking spiritual energy flows. These flows bind the puppets together, enabling the Mad Lord, whose consciousness isn't as vast as Kim Yeon's, to control the entire wonderfully mysterious fortress. Linked together, the puppets live their daily lives within the fortress, strengthening the intent-mimicking connection. Artificial souls emitting joy, child puppets playing together these weak, but slightly amplified energy waves, when performed by billions of puppets, increase tremendously. This amplified, strange flow of spiritual energy ties the entire wonderfully mysterious fortress together, gradually converging towards its center. Towards the center, emotional vibrations increasingly compress and amplify, resembling real intent. This intent in the center of the wonderfully mysterious fortress, combined from billions of artificial souls, is nearly indistinguishable from real emotions. In the center of this emotional whirlwind, she exists. Inside Mad Lord's puppet, tracking and observing his actions, I can guess his goal. Maybe the Mad Lord is creating real intent to create her soul. She has no soul. No, based on what I learned over 500 years under the Mad Lord, she isn't even a living puppet, just an ordinary puppet created with various precious materials, strongly reflecting the appearance of his lover. Just a puppet, nothing more. The Mad Lord has two ultimate puppets, both from the lower realm, now advanced to the peak of the integration stage from the 4-axis stage. Her, and the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Through the wonderfully mysterious fortress, he controls his numerous puppets, weaving replicated emotions from artificial souls into real intent. Through the fortress, he processes intent, gradually completing her soul. Yet, will a lover created by his own hands still be his original lover? I scoff inwardly at the Mad Lord's insane goal. I'm not really interested in his purpose. Creating a human soul is a great taboo, but honestly, I'm more focused on breaking free from his control. The reason for taking control of the spiritual energy circuits is also to ensure that it no longer obeys the Mad Lord's command. And after 500 years, I finally managed to somewhat control the upper body of General Seo's spiritual energy circuit. Even now, I can move my arm and pat Kim Yon. But the Mad Lord will notice. The spiritual energy circuit is interconnected with the other puppets. Through the interconnected circuits, the spiritual energy waves intertwine, and within the Mad Lord's hands, she is being completed through the entire wonderfully mysterious fortress. Therefore, no matter how isolated I am, no matter if I take full control of General Seo's spiritual energy circuit, if I act independently against the Mad Lord's command, he will notice right away. And if the Mad Lord realizes this fact, he will try to completely extract my soul from this puppet. That must not happen. Then, what should I do? Over the past 500 years, I had found a way, through the interconnected circuits. I will gradually take control of other puppets of the Mad Lord. It's possible through the wonderfully mysterious innate heart cannon. As long as I properly execute only the commands given by the Mad Lord, there's no reason to be caught. There's no need to control the entire wonderfully mysterious fortress, just the puppets around General Seo. I only need to control the area where those puppets reside. Although the puppets strictly follow the Mad Lord's command, a few minor errors are inevitable, and such errors are corrected internally by the wonderfully mysterious fortress, without information reaching the Mad Lord. After controlling one area, by accumulating small errors and pushing them all onto General Seo, for a brief moment, I can theoretically escape the Mad Lord's sight and control General Seo's body. Surely it's possible. Already, besides General Seo, I have controlled the spiritual energy circuits of 8,000 puppets. Regrettably, I had to indirectly control the puppets through General Seo's spiritual energy waves, not my own consciousness, so taking control was slower than expected. And if I project my consciousness outward, the wonderfully mysterious fortress will notice, so I can't even talk to Kim Yon. Who? I look at her for a moment, lost in thought, and then, with around 8,000, I can't move General Seo's body, I decided, but one arm. Click, click, click. 8,000 puppets all at once made a very slight, insignificant error. I've found the method to some extent. And such small errors are corrected internally by the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Click, click, click. Through the interconnectedness of the puppets, I concentrate all those errors into one of General Seo's arms. Click, click, click. General Seo's arm seems to twist, but my consciousness takes control of the arm, and then, it took a long time, but forgive me. Starting today, I will continuously express my existence to you. Pat, pat. General Seo's arm, after 500 years, patted Kim Yon's shoulder following my will by using the errors. I can even control the mouth a little. It's risky, but if it's just for a fleeting moment. When Kim Yon's gaze turns towards me, I slightly lift the corner of General Seo's mouth, and though the error is quickly corrected and my actions return to normal, Kim Yon's eyes widened in surprise. Appa, her eyes, soaked in madness, clears up momentarily. She might not truly believe it. She might just need something to comfort herself, but as if clinging to a lifeline of hope, she who saw my small gesture, trembling, raises both hands and grabs General Seo's arm. Are you there? As a disciple of the Mad Lord for 500 years. She knows all about how the puppets are made and what happens to beings turned into puppets. Behind, the artificial soul, are you there? But, knowing that fact, still holding on to hope, she looks at me and asks. Though I have used up all the errors I could mobilize for the moment and couldn't respond, tears well up in her eyes, different from the murky tears she had been shedding until now. You're there, aren't you? Yoon Hyun Appa, finally, you responded, didn't you? Drip, drip. Having received a response for the first time in 500 years, she bites her lips and embraces General Seo's body. Thank you for responding. For staying. It might have been a very small signal, but she clings to it, endlessly thanking me, in the Mad Lord's wonderfully mysterious fortress. One of the madmen in the fortress of the insane began to find her way back. PSSSTTT, her consciousness clears, and as the madness that hindered her achievement disappears, Kim Yoon's wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon fully blossoms. Finally, my eyes meet with hers. Chapter 146, Yoon's Yoon 1. You were here. She wipes her tears, but no matter how much she wipes, tears keep flowing from her eyes. Why did you only come now? She hasn't yet reached the state of beyond the path to heaven, but she can see the heart essence. And being able to see heart essence means that we can communicate through heart language. I convey my intentions through heart language. Heart language is often vague and conveys scenes rather than words, making it difficult to express in spoken language, but it conveys the essence of thought, making it immediately understandable. I see. If I just held on a little longer, trained a little harder in the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon, I could have seen this sooner. Ahaha. Kim Yoon, perhaps saddened by the past years, laughs while still shedding tears. So stupid. What have I really been doing? I comfort her. Kim Yoon keeps alternating between laughing and crying as we converse. So, you've been persisting all this time. She accurately receives my heart language and nods continuously. For those who haven't reached beyond the path to heaven, transmitting heart language is futile. But for those who have attained this vision, it's possible to receive heart language clearly, allowing us to converse unnoticed by others. I see. You've been enduring, persisting all this time. We share stories that we haven't been able to share over the long years. She, engulfed in terrible loneliness and madness among the puppets, and I, who had to just watch as my colleague went mad over the span of 500 years. Thank you, Appa, for enduring. Ahaha, you've been hiding your heart essence from the Mad Lord. How did you do that? As expected. Appa, in terms of heart essence, you are even higher than the Mad Lord. How long has it been since we've had a proper conversation like this? Haha, you think so too, Appa? But if someone sees us, they'll think I'm talking to myself. She laughs heartily, hugging General Seo's body with genuine joy. Well, what does it matter? Those ignorant of the truth don't concern us. Kim Yoon continues to hug General Seo closely, exchanging conversations. The Mad Lord suddenly watches the everyday lives of the puppets from the top floor of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. From below, he witnesses Kim Yoon, embracing General Seo dearly, conversing in a loving voice. Oh, the Mad Lord looks on, tears rolling down his face in emotion. How beautiful, finally understanding the true heart hidden in the puppets. Yes, excellent. He speaks to her standing beside him. Look, my disciple has finally come infinitely closer to me. Now, perhaps in a few hundred more years you can be completed. He slowly rises from his seat, embracing her gently as if caressing a glass sculpture. By the way, Appa, if you are in such a state, perhaps she might also be. Kim Yoon inquires about her. Yes, is that true? So she isn't in the same remaining state as you, Appa. Then was the Mad Lord's muttering really due to madness? I convey what I have learned through heart language. Insane, trying to create a soul. But how did you realize that, Appa, when I hadn't noticed? I see. There's a difference between the vision after becoming a puppet and that of a human. Anyway, if what you say is true, Appa. To escape the wonderfully mysterious fortress, we need to create errors and target the moment when the Mad Lord shows a gap due to the errors. Is that it? After a heartfelt conversation, we discuss ways to escape from the clutches of the Mad Lord. Click, click. Kim Yoon moves her left hand. Her left arm had already been modified into a puppet. In the wonderfully mysterious fortress, the Mad Lord is practically a god. To create an opportunity here, even controlling the entire fortress would not be enough. We either wait for outside help or wait for me to raise my cultivation level. But, either way, it will take a very long time. The number of integration stage puppets created by the Mad Lord have also increased tremendously. Moreover, according to Kim Yoon, the Mad Lord is gradually finding a way to create star-shattering stage puppets. If she becomes a star-shattering puppet, there will be no stopping her, Kim Yoon says. Of course, If I had about 1,000 to 1,500 years, I feel like I could at least reach the integration stage. Perhaps by then, even if she becomes that strong, it might be worth a try. Even the Mad Lord seems to be having a headache about creating star-shattering puppets. It will take a considerable amount of time. Kim Yon shakes her head as she continues. But it's hard to wait that long, so perhaps receiving help from the outside might be faster. After the forces exterminate Min-hee Unnai, perhaps they might come to exterminate us too. Deputy Kang Min-hee is on the verge of turning into something terrifying. Therefore, a group of integration cultivators are planning to hunt her down. If they exterminate Kang Min-hee, there might be hope for us too. It's really hopeless. Everyone. Section Chief went mad, Chiefo went mad, Min-hee Unnai turned into a ghost monster, no news from Haiseo Unnai. We both got caught and modified by a madman. Director Kim must be dead. What, he might be alive? Haha, that's a good joke. He didn't even ascend, did he? She laughs at my words. Even though everyone was so distant at the office, you seem to really trust Director Kim? He was a really nice person, but he was also distant with everyone at the office. Kim Yon brings up the topic of our company. Was it like that? I recall the days at the company for the first time in a long while. The memories are too old to remember well. But as I hear her stories, bits and pieces come back to me. Indeed, I had a distant relationship with Kim Young-hoon, and originally I had a neutral relationship with Kim Yon. I was her senior, and she was the rookie who followed me well. It's been a very long time since I remembered this. Talking with her after so long seems to have brought up deep-buried memories. No, from Yon's point of view, neutral might be an understatement. Unbeknownst to me, it seemed she had quite passionately expressed her feelings, for the first time in a long while. I reminisced about the memories of when I was an ordinary human, the day I first met Kim Yon, the day I slowly taught her work. The times when I took full responsibility and resubmitted everything from scratch when Kim Yon delivered the wrong documents. The time at a company dinner when Kim Yon clung to me, crying and vomiting after getting drunk. There were people I trusted, disliked, who tormented me, and who I liked. But I couldn't quite remember who they were. Only memories related to Kim Yon surfaced from beyond those memories. We reminisced about our company days for a while, discussing them, and through the conversation I steeled my resolve, no matter how long it takes. No matter what, let's escape, Yona. Yes, Yoon Hyun Appa. We looked at each other, sharing a firm resolution. Again, 500 years passed. Kugagugu. The wonderfully mysterious fortress is flying in the sky. It's been around 1,000 years since ascending to the bright, cold realm. During that time, the Mad Lord further modified the wonderfully mysterious fortress, now boasting incredible pure flying capabilities. Kugagugu. Behind the wonderfully mysterious fortress, billions of puppets follow. By now, the number of integration stage puppets have reached about 100. She is said to have reached the star-shattering stage. According to the Mad Lord, at least. I control the puppets of the wonderfully mysterious fortress alongside Kim Yon. Kim Yon has now reached the mid-4-axis stage. Her power is practically at the integration stage. Of course, it still feels far from escaping the Mad Lord, but our minds are considerably at ease. This time it should be possible, right? Considering the chaos that will happen. Definitely it will be. Upon hearing my words, she nods her head. A short while later, Kugagugu. Over the horizon, countless races and hundreds of cultivators at the integration stage appear. Among them are humans and demon beasts. Ha, who do we have here? Where do you think this is for a snake bitch to slither your way here? And then, among the demon beasts, Cohweol appears, having reached the grand perfection of 4-axis. It's been a while. With Old Man's fame spreading throughout the entire bright cold realm over the past 1,000 years as a fellow from the same head realm. Shut your mouth before I tear it apart. By the way, you've got a lot of strange Dharma treasures on your slithery body now, don't you? Is that what's making it obscure? I can't see through you as I did before. Kim Yon did so, and I, of course, observed Cohweol. However, unlike 1,000 years ago, Cohweol is now completely unreadable, even with the vision of beyond the path to heaven. There seems to be some sort of milky barrier blocking the view. Haha, it's well known that the races of the bright cold realm fear the sight of the heart tribe. Hence, it's natural that Dharma treasures that block the eyes of the heart tribe were developed. By the way, old man is amazing. When I was in the head realm, I didn't even know what the heart tribe was, but you had their vision since back then. HMP. As if to prove you're not a dark-hearted bastard, you're draped in Dharma treasures to block others from seeing into your sinister heart. Heh. Coming to the bright cold realm filled with entities who have a vision like mine must be driving you insane with discomfort. Huh? Haha, old man. Let's leave the small talk. Anyway, have you thought about it? HMP, the Mad Lord, arms crossed, speaks from atop the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Fine, it's good. If it's true that heavenly being demons from the demon tribes will help me complete the wonderfully mysterious fortress by deploying the full demon realm transfer formation. Haha, truly, thank you very much. I'm truly touched. I never thought I'd join hands with old man in my life. HMP. I'm just here to assess her capabilities as she reached the star-shattering stage. It's not like I've particularly joined hands with you. Shut your mouth and just guide the way. Haha, understood. Whoosh. The Mad Lord's wonderfully mysterious army followed behind the wonderfully mysterious fortress. We all gathered hundreds of millions of demon soldiers and hundreds of integration stage cultivators from other races. A formidable force with immense power united and began to fly towards a single destination, squeeze. Kim Yon holds my hand and whispers softly. With this much, surely an opportunity will arise. I smile bitterly inside. There must be. This is our chance to escape the clutches of the Mad Lord. But I'm sorry for us to escape meant that we had to trample and scatter her, one of the integration stage cultivators gathered by We all shouts. There, look, Kugagugu, over the horizon, dark clouds are rising, Kia. Hundreds of billions of ghostly wails echo throughout heaven and earth. Zip, zarap those clouds. What looks like black clouds are not clouds, but ghosts, each and every one of them. Tension fills the eyes of the integration stage cultivators. Triumph in the eyes of the Mad Lord. A truly immeasurable ghost army, but what is truly terrifying is not the ghost horde. It's the being beyond them with an overwhelming presence. Kuuo Kaya Ghost, ghost. One of the four-axis stage cultivators shouts tremblingly. It's the ghost guiding Holy Mother. The ghost guiding Holy Mother has appeared. Everyone, reorganize the front lines. While the Ghost Mother battles the Mad Lord, we'll form the formation in the rear, Quagwagwagwa, the being in the center of the ghost horde. Its scream turns the earth upside down, and the four directions are filled with yin energy. It's as if a part of the world has become the netherworld. Kim Yon looks at the entity with a complicated expression, and I, too, look at her bitterly from inside General Seo. Min-hee Un-nai. Deputy Kang Min-hee, the girl who was captured as a disciple of the Black Ghost Valley. Now, 1,000 years later, she has become a star-shattering ghost monster, controlling hundreds of billions of souls. Kugagagugu in the center of darkness. A black, ghostly figure is holding their head. Shedding tearful, blue tears engulfed in blue ghost fire is Kang Min-hee. Her disheveled hair spreads out in all directions, permeating the clouds, and her body, now transformed into a ghostly form, has grown several meters in size. Damn it. Those below the nascent soul stage do not look directly at that monster. Those who are alive do not rashly listen to the Ghost Mother's screams, use sensory-blocking spells. Kia. At Kang Min-hee's scream, among the alliance behind the wonderfully mysterious fortress, many cultivators below the nascent soul stage transform into ghostly beings all at once. Kia. Those who turned into ghostly beings fly towards Kang Min-hee, joining the black clouds that are wailing around her. Of course, there are no anomalies among the puppets in the Mad Lord's camp, where nothing else is alive, except for the Mad Lord and Kim Yon. The artificial souls vibrated, but since they are not real souls to begin with, there was no significant impact. Keheh, Then remember the promise, you CO lineage trash. Haha, if Old Man subjugates the Ghost Mother, all races have agreed to cover up Old Man's past misdeeds. With 50% of the bright, cold realm already turned into the land of death by the Ghost Mother, what's Old Man's promise in comparison? Right after, the Mad Lord Jo Yon and the Ghost Mother Kang Min-hee clash. Boom! Billions of puppets fly into the air, colliding with the swarm of ghosts. The living cultivators support the Mad Lord with their spells from behind the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Come back soon, Appa. I will. I have already successfully seized control of more than 90% of General CO's circuits. But to avoid suspicion, I have to participate in this battle first. Tadat, I, in General CO's body, enter into the midst of the ghost swarm surrounding Kang Min-hee. Wuong, wuong, wuong. The will of the Mad Lord transmits through the wonderfully mysterious fortress. The wonderfully mysterious fortress commands the entire wonderfully mysterious army. I move in perfect harmony with the other puppets, following the commands of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Woong, 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 spiritual power concentrates in my eyes. Flash. Bright beams shoot out from the eyes of me and the other four-axis stage puppets. Z, 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 Z. The black clouds are pierced by the beams. Although the number of ghosts are overwhelmingly higher than that of the puppets, in terms of quality, the puppets are superior. Kugagagogu Kia. Gaia, of course, there are ghost kings too, so the puppets do face difficulties. But overall, the forces seem evenly matched. And then, while I and the spirits are fighting, the heavens and earth began to shake. She and Kang Min-hee began to clash. Wrapped in a white light, wielding a spear, she drives back Kang Min-hee, who is surrounded by souls and wailing wildly. Like light driving away darkness, every time she swings her spear, the heavens and earth split, and the dark clouds are pushed back. I, in the body of General CO, analyze the gap between her and Kang Min-hee every time their battle comes into view. She is operating at maximum output. Attacks that can tear apart any integration stage cultivator in one strike are landing on Kang Min-hee dozens of times. But Kang Min-hee is just screaming. She hasn't moved even once. That is the case. Kang Min-hee, commanding numerous souls and screaming, has so far managed to block her attacks with the billions of ghost hordes. Despite possessing the power of the star-shattering stage, Kang Min-hee hasn't shown any signs of exerting her strength. Maybe. I concentrate on their battle, holding on to hope. And then, flash. From behind, COHWEAL and the demon beasts, along with numerous races of the Alliance, emit brilliance. The formation they have been preparing is completed. Kugagagugu, drawing the dragon veins from the surroundings. Spiritual energy from heaven and earth are drawn towards the direction of the Alliance. And then, flash, a brilliant white light tears through the darkness, flying in to assist her, beginning to intercept Kang Min-hee. From the formation of billions of races and hundreds of integration stage cultivators, attacks equal in power to each of her strikes are unleashed. Kuwang. Though the billions of ghost hordes willingly blocked the attacks, Kang Min-hee, who never allowed a strike until now, finally got hit by the light shot by the Alliance. Kang Min-hee. The ghost mother screams. The one who screams and clutches her head raises her hand. From her hand, long ghost claws extend, and that, flash, is the end. The entire Alliance becomes silenced, even the Mad Lord, who has been pushing Kang Min-hee through the wonderfully mysterious fortress with enthusiasm. Kim Yeon-mi, everyone falls silent. She is torn in half and flung backward. Nu-woo-woo. The Mad Lord wails crazily. At the same time, the Ghost Mother begins to exert her power. Kugagagugu. Heavens and earth are covered with ghosts. True four-axis stage ghost kings begin to appear around her, who have only been surrounded by mere lower-level ghosts. Flash when the Ghost Mother's ghost claws shine. Half of the earth is torn away along with space, with two movements of her hand. Half of her body is torn off, and half of the Alliance is wiped out. Thiscant bethiscant bethiscant bethiscant? The Mad Lord holds his head and convulses crazily, while Cohweal maintains his smile and issues commands from behind the Alliance. All forces, change the formation. Flash. The formation supporting the Mad Lord from behind transforms into a barrier that traps both the Mad Lord and the Ghost Mother. Cohweal, with a benevolent smile, says to the Mad Lord, "I'm always thankful for you, old man. We will wait for the opportunity, so please buy us some time. Now then, farewell." "I knew it, you snake bitch." Boom, the Mad Lord's puppets catch her torn half that was flying off and returns it to the wonderfully mysterious fortress. And then, wonderfully mysterious fortress fire. The fortress gathers power equivalent to her, shooting a beam toward the barrier set up by Cohweal and the Alliance. Kuang. The formation doesn't break immediately but is significantly damaged, and Cohweal's expression stiffens slightly. "Did you really think you could use us as bait if something happened to her? How ridiculous. The wonderfully mysterious fortress, which is the world itself of her and I, is also a puppet comparable to the star-shattering stage." Boom. Once again, the beam fired by the wonderfully mysterious fortress hits the formation barrier, and finally, a hole is forcefully opened. "Have I been backstabbed by you only once or twice, you snake bitch? Haha, even this time it seems I was insufficient to trouble old man. Just wait there a little. I'll just graft your body to her part that was torn off and that should do it." However, Cohweal speaks to the Mad Lord without losing his composure. "Well, if you can do so, I hope you try. The esteemed one is said to be sending support soon. If you manage to overcome even them, then at that time I will show you my last trump card." Wuong, wuong, wuong. With those words, Cohweal and the Alliance disappear with the flash of a teleportation array they had already set up beyond the formation. Pot. The teleportation array transmitted Cohweal and everyone in one go and then lost its shine. Heh, that annoying snake. Hear this, all residents of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. She needs to recover, hence we're retreating. Crunch, crack. The Mad Lord crazily chews his fingers, issuing commands to the puppets with his eyes blazing with madness. Damn it. I clench my teeth inwardly. It ended too quickly. If the wonderfully mysterious fortress itself had been hit instead of the Mad Lord's her, we might have had a chance to escape. However, as long as the wonderfully mysterious fortress, commanding the Mad Lord's puppets, remains intact, escape is still far off. I return to Kim Yeon's side. "What should we do? If not now, we won't have a chance. Let's wait a bit more. It's too dangerous." Although the Mad Lord's power is greatly weakened, I expected that with Cohweal's betrayal, they would fiercely attack the Mad Lord's rear and damage his wonderfully mysterious fortress. I did not expect that Cohweal, preserving half of his gathered troops, would retreat without even fighting the Mad Lord. It's dangerous now. Yes. Kim Yeon bites her lip, and led by the call of the wonderfully mysterious fortress, she begins to flee from Kang Min-hee. Kim Yeon turns back to look at Kang Min-hee, screaming madly beyond the barrier. She doesn't particularly chase us, engrossed in devouring the souls of half the Alliance that her recent strike annihilated. She's suffering. It isn't just us enduring pain. All our colleagues who had fallen into the bright, cold realm, they are despairing, frustrated, and suffering. Damn it, everyone is in agony, but there's nothing I can do. I cross the continent of the bright, cold realm, engulfed in a deep sense of powerlessness, along with the Mad Lord's remaining army. Just then, when we are getting as far away from Kang Min-hee as possible with the Mad Lord's wonderfully mysterious fortress, Wuong, wuong, wuong. The Mad Lord furrows his brow. From the direction the wonderfully mysterious fortress is heading, space splits open. A faint green light emerges from beyond the fissure in space. Kuung, it is the size of a child. The small green entity, with the physique of a child reaching Kim Yeon's chest, has two podows strapped to its back. 4-axis stage. Integration stage. It's hard to properly read the realm of that entity. However, upon its appearance, the Mad Lord's face stiffens and he stops the wonderfully mysterious fortress. The remaining puppet army also halts in place. "Are you the esteemed one mentioned by that garbage CO?" The Mad Lord, stroking his beard, asks the small entity. The small and unimpressive entity wearing a green hood speaks while crossing its arms, its small hands the same green as the hood, their gazes intertwine. "I see you've stepped into the first phase of manifestation. Or not? Ah, I see. You just accidentally reached it while cultivating consciousness. What are you talking about?" "Well, considering there aren't many among the human race who truly understand consciousness, reaching this level alone is quite impressive. To not even realize what you've attained, how pitiful." Tusk. The entity suddenly criticizes the Mad Lord, clicking his tongue. "Anyway, are you the Mad Lord Jo-Yon who ascended from the head realm? I've heard that the entire bright cold realm is in chaos because of you and the Ghost Mother. This is strange. You don't even seem like an integration stage being, but why did the celestial energy change when you appeared?" I wonder if you're pretending not to know. Or, as I've heard, you truly don't know because it's impossible to get proper information in the bright cold realm. Shiver. I sense a primal warning ringing wildly in my instincts. I recognize this feeling. For powerful cultivators, with 4-axis stage or integration stage cultivators, I feel a sense of crisis like encountering a monster. But this one is different. It's like the crisis I felt as a martial artist when I fought Kim Jong-hoon at his peak during the Ultimate Pinnacle era. A tension like facing a finely honed blade. "Child, the title esteemed one is reserved." Swoosh. The small green hand draws one of the podows from its back. "For those who have reached the star-shattering stage, or are comparable to it." "You're at the star-shattering stage? You seem much weaker compared to the Ghost Mother." "Well, of course. My main body is currently returning to the bright cold realm from a distant dimension. I sent only a part of my energy as an avatar first because Sacred Master Beak Woon, White Cloud, was so urgent." "Heh. It was risky to make a puppet with the Ghost Mother, but if I catch you, I can create a real star-shattering stage puppet. You, just like the rumors say, are truly a madman." Tusk. It seems your mind is utterly decayed. How are you even alive with such a mental state? Clinging to a sliver of hope, not succumbing to suicide, he speaks to the Mad Lord while looking at him. Kugagagugu? The Mad Lord's wonderfully mysterious fortress begins to gather power. She might be injured, but if it's just a star-shattering cultivator's avatar at the integration stage, I can definitely catch it. Heh. I can also supplement the lacking data of star-shattering stage cultivators with you. Indeed, the energy seems to be roughly at the level of star-shattering. And then, Wo-Woong, the small green figure, lifts the podow. Ah! I shudder at that sight. Kim Yon and the Mad Lord didn't notice, but only I could see his posture and feel its beauty. But it seems you're misunderstanding something. It's not enough to just imitate the energy of a star-shattering cultivator. True star-shattering cultivators are those who gradually step out of the realm of the ordinary and become divine. And Kugagagugu. All the light in the world converges on that podow. The chilling premonition seems to pierce my very soul. I am merely on a level comparable to star-shattering, not actually a star-shattering cultivator. So even if you somehow defeat me, you won't get what you want, child. What did you say? Be honored to know, child. I am the supreme leader of the Heart Tribe, heaven-entrapping esteemed one, Jang-Ik Radiant Wing, Flash. The podow falls slowly. It falls at a rate so exceedingly slow. Yet, just by watching it alone, it makes me feel as if all the martial arts I accumulated are becoming distorted. To the Heart Tribe, distinctions like integration and star-shattering and their magnitudes of power hold little significance. Know that it is an honor to die from this single strike. The next moment, the wonderfully mysterious fortress is split apart. Translator notes. Heaven-entrapping esteemed one sounds so F-kin cool. Also, Beak Woon is the name that means white cloud. As for why this daily chapter came out so soon. Sigh. Chapter 147, Yon's Yon 2, SSSS. In the area where the green flash had vanished, space itself seemed to have been torn away, revealing a void in the dark emptiness. SSS. A green hand places a podao behind their back. Kugagugu, a massive piece of a fortress falls through the void. The figure in green hood, heaven entrapping esteemed one Jang Ik, looks down at the fragment of the fortress with an interested gaze. Impressive. They avoided this. Kugagugu, the falling piece of the wonderfully mysterious fortress is about a third of its whole. Of the 3 cylindrical fortresses that make up the wonderfully mysterious fortress, only one had been cleanly sliced off, with the rest escaping. Interesting fellow. If he was only not insane, perhaps we could have shared a cup of tea and discussed enlightenment. Wo Wong. A small apparition appears next to Jang Ik. A handsome young man with blue hair and small deer horns on his forehead, the apparition of Co Hwial. On behalf of the Earth Tribe Grand Alliance, Chief Military Strategist Co Hwial sends his greetings to the esteemed one of the Heart Tribe. Earth Tribe Grand Alliance? There's such a thing now, yes, to respond to threats including the Mad Lord and others like the Lightning Harbinger. The Earth Tribe has decided to unite. But, may I ask why you let the Mad Lord escape? At Co Hwial's question, Jang Ik snorts and replies. Sacred Master Beek Woon urged me to act, but she said to deal with the Mad Lord later. The Mad Lord isn't the priority. Besides, I'm using an avatar, so my existence is already fading. Wo Woong. Jang Ik shows his half-transparent left hand. While the ghost mother is threatening, she's no different from a beast without reason. Rather, the Mad Lord, where madness and rationality coexists, is the real threat that can grow stronger in the future. Wouldn't it be better to deal with that one first? At those words, Jang Ik looks in the direction where the Mad Lord fled. I made 2 attacks. One split his fortress, and the other was infused into the heart essence of one of his disciples. I don't quite understand the Heart Tribe's mysterious and profound methods, so is it possible for the esteemed one to explain? Also, the Mad Lord has only one disciple, so when you say one of the disciples... Interrupted by Co Hwial's question, Jang Ik glances at him and waves his hand. PSSH. With that gesture, Co Hwial's apparition distorts. The ghost mother is approaching. Though its rationality has evaporated, I can sense the power of the stars within, meaning it's much closer to star-shattering than the Mad Lord's puppets. I need to concentrate to cut down something of that level, so let's end our communication here. SSSS. Co Hwial's apparition fades completely. Jang Ik clicks his tongue. I've seen something filthy. Even the Earth Tribe has been struck by a deadly omen. For such a person to take the position of chief military strategist, Tusk, Kugagugu, beyond the horizon, accompanied by black clouds, a howling entity approaches. SSSS. SSSS? Jang Ik takes out the 2 podaos from behind his back and assumes a stance. The Mad Lord and Ghost Mother. No matter how I look at it, both seem less dangerous than that Co Hwial. Is it right for Sacred Master Beek Woon's orders to prioritize the other 2? Well, if the Earth Tribe falls to ruin, it'll be easier for the Heart Tribe. Let's leave it be for now. He lifts up the podaos and begins to dance. Starting with his small frame, a green storm begins to rage. Kugagugu. The wonderfully mysterious fortress, despite losing a third of its structure, continues to move forward rapidly. Crossing through the sky and over all sorts of strange landscapes, it finally arrives at a destination. Kugagugu, a valley similar to the one where the wonderfully mysterious fortress had stayed 1,000 years ago. The Mad Lord lands the wonderfully mysterious fortress and hurriedly enters its core to repair her. I speak with a glint in my eye. It's now. It's a golden opportunity. The wonderfully mysterious fortress is not functioning properly, and the Mad Lord's her is currently half damaged. Now is the perfect time to escape from the Mad Lord. I convey my intention to Kim Yeon. You want to leave now? Kim Yeon looks at me. I'm taken aback. Her eyes are shimmering. Why? Click, click. I take advantage of the chaos in the wonderfully mysterious fortress, causing errors with the controlled puppets. Then I direct the errors towards my face and ask, Yeon, what do you mean? Yoon Hyan Appa. If we just escape from this madman now, he will repair her and learn from his recent defeat, growing even stronger. Yon, escaping is wrong. We must kill him now. A faint rage is visible in her eyes. No, it isn't just a faint rage. It's a hatred as intense as lava. Yon, Do you want revenge? Yes. This might be the right way. No, it is. I swore, didn't I, to shatter her in front of the Mad Lord. We've ended up like this because of being captured by that lunatic, but he'll just be happy forever indulging in his own world with his puppet. Click. Yun Hyun Appa. If it's now. I can take control of the wonderfully mysterious fortress with my consciousness and snatch her right in front of the Mad Lord. Kim Yon shouts with a broken smile. This is rather our only chance. Right now, right here, let's defeat that lunatic and make him pay for what he did to us. If we don't, Bang Shi, with her puppet-modified arm, grabs her chest and says, "How are we ever supposed to resolve this grudge stuck in our chest?" I look at the wonderfully mysterious fortress. She is right. I too have a lot of grievances against that madman. Yun Hyun Appa, if we escape from the wonderfully mysterious fortress, we agreed to open up our hearts to each other, right? When we finally had a proper conversation, we promised to do so. I plan to return the heart and emotions I received from her after we manage to escape from the wonderfully mysterious fortress. After we shatter her and turn the Mad Lord to puppet materials, let's have a proper wedding ceremony here. Today is the perfect opportunity. I look at her. After reaching completion in the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon, her madness improved significantly from that day. However, I noticed she developed a strange obsession instead of madness. From the day she achieved completion in the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon, Kim Yon developed a strange obsession with me and the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Her obsession with me is fine. I understand that. However, I sometimes slightly fail to understand the obsession with the fortress. There were times when even I, who surpassed Kim Yon in understanding the essence of the mysterious, bizarre, innate heart canon, found it slightly incomprehensible. Perhaps, having reached treading heavens beyond the path, and being someone who has perfect control over heart essence, I am better at shaking off the temptation of the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon than Kim Yon, but something's suspicious. Yon, the Mad Lord is mad, but at the same time he is a being of reason. He must have considered our betrayal. It's okay, Appa. Wo-woong surururururuk, her consciousness unravels like thread. Sarararak. In an instant, the puppets controlled by the wonderfully mysterious fortress begin to lose their control to her. Her consciousness, stretching like threads, enters the puppet's spiritual energy circuits and takes control. The Mad Lord failed to understand my real ability. It's not just about having a large consciousness. Yunhyun Appa, since the day I confirmed your heart, from that day 500 years ago, I felt like I've realized my fate. And, she laughs brightly, somehow I feel that her laughter is tinged with a strange madness. My ability is related to my fate. It's probably the same for Appa and our other colleagues. Once each of us realize our own fate, we should be able to understand the true nature of our powers to some extent. Kugagugu. Gradually, an undeniable power begins to infuse her consciousness. Heavenly golden thunder body. Ghostly yin transformation, immortal root. Unique holy body, not such foolish qualities. The real power we gained as we fell into this world. The ones who assessed our qualities were too low-level to discover them, just spouting nonsense. Wo-woong, her consciousness emits brilliance. Bright enough to be seen with the naked eye, her shining consciousness envelops the entire wonderfully mysterious fortress. The Mad Lord's fortress is being consumed, covered in white threads. The Mad Lord is definitely an extraordinary person. The wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon he created becomes somewhat similar in form to my powers when it reaches completion. But that's it. Yunhyun Appa, please help me. Patsitsutsu. Kim Yon's entire body begins to boil white, following her consciousness. She resembles a ghost made of tangled white threads. Help me. Let's defeat this madman and live our lives together. I understand. After a moment of thought, I slowly speak. After this is over, I will properly tell you my feelings. Thank you. She smiles and then enters deep into the wonderfully mysterious fortress. I take control of the surrounding puppets. Wo Woong. The spiritual energy circuits laid on General Seo's body all come under my control. Not only General Seo's spiritual energy circuits, the Mad Lord's puppets as well. The flow of spiritual energy that interconnects these puppets are also, in a way, an invisible circuit of spiritual energy. The flow of spiritual energy, resembling intent, also begins to come under my will. Jijijijik. A portion of control over the entire wonderfully mysterious fortress falls under my consciousness. Despite the fortress showing resistance and pouring billions of murmurs into my mind, I look at the fortress with a smile. I've been understanding you for 1,000 years. A cradle of madness, infinitely close to a living being. A madman's workshop that weaves together the waves resembling intent emanating from numerous artificial souls, collecting them at the core to create genuine intent, and crafting a soul that is infinitely close to being real. Operated solely by madness, but I too have been grasping his madness, secretly taking control of the circuits and enduring for 1,000 years. I will not lose to you. Wo Woong, I continue to take control of the wonderfully mysterious fortress, and Kim Yeon takes control of the puppets. 1,000 years. Today, 1,000 years after being captured by the Mad Lord, we finally begin our rebellion when he is weakened. Click, click, click. Inside the Mad Lord's workshop, the Mad Lord restored her shattered body to roughly form a shape. Oh, very fortunate. At least only the battle functions are damaged, and most of the important functions are intact. I'm glad she's not hurt. The Mad Lord strokes her head and sighs in relief. Just then, kugga-gugga-gugoo. The wonderfully mysterious fortress vibrates, informing the Mad Lord of his disciples' rebellion. Didak, with a flick of his finger, the mechanical devices inside the workshop moves, bringing a mirror to the Mad Lord. Spiritual energy gathers in the mirror, warping it and gradually showing the image of Kim Yeon ascending the upper floors, taking control of the puppets. Kim Yeon, with her white threads of consciousness spreading in all directions, has an odd appearance, covered in white brilliance. The Mad Lord strokes his beard while looking at her for a while. She's coming here instead of running away. Is she coming to take control of the wonderfully mysterious fortress? It appears that his madness is subsiding a bit, and his rationality returning. He looks at Kim Yeon's image and smiles faintly. Couldn't resist the temptation of the wonderfully mysterious innate heart cannon and the hatred towards me. The Mad Lord briefly gazes into the mirror and then closes his eyes. The wonderfully mysterious fortress is half destroyed, and my love is not in proper shape. Now you're trying to take control of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. I thought you had gone mad, but you still have some rationality left. The Mad Lord grasps her hand with his wrinkled hand. It's a pity. It would have been better to attempt taking the wonderfully mysterious fortress under better circumstances. Well, what can be done? Somehow he wears a comfortable smile that has never been seen before. If this is the best I can do, I must accept it. It's been a long journey. The Mad Lord hugs her tightly. Finally, today, the wonderfully mysterious fortress will be completed. After hugging her for a moment, the Mad Lord looks up at the ceiling, the core and the highest level of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. The upper floor of the workshop, a layer that even Kim Yeon had never been allowed access to until now. Click, click, click. At his gesture, stairs leading to the last floor spirals down from the ceiling. The Mad Lord holds her hand and slowly ascends to the top layer. Even as he heads up, he does not remove or alter the stairs. Ainz Shi, who had taken control of the puppets and received control of the wonderfully mysterious fortress through Seo Yoon Hyun, began to operate the entire fortress with her consciousness. It's been a while. This feeling, the madness and murmurs of the wonderfully mysterious fortress, are being borne by Seo Yoon Hyun himself for her stead. And she, controlling the puppets of the wonderfully mysterious fortress, heads to a new realm. How many times had there been a situation like this since she pierced through the 7 stars ritual long ago? Although this time it isn't about breaking through a new cultivation realm. It's the moment to seize the opportunity to leap towards a new life. Kuang. The puppets, commanded by Kim Yon, hammer the Mad Lord's workshop. Finally, Kim Yon, manipulating her consciousness, peers beyond the workshop. The core of the wonderfully mysterious fortress is undetectable even by consciousness. Rather than being sealed by a special prohibition, the surface is swarming so wildly with nereal intent that merely extending consciousness recklessly engulfs one in madness. Even this detestable workshop will now be over. Kuang, a hole is made in the workshop. And now this place will become a home for me and Appa. Deep anger and pain surges up in her heart. Even though Seo Yunhyan is still barely clinging on inside a puppet, when he first became a puppet, how much pain did she feel? It felt like the world was falling apart. She became half insane for hundreds of years. And as if that wasn't enough, the Mad Lord also modified her body to make it more helpful in handling the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Unforgivable. Hatred flares in Kim Yon's eyes. That madman ruined the love between me and Yunhyan Appa. I will punish him by smashing what he cherishes the most. Step. Kim Yon, who enters the Mad Lord's workshop, looks around. That is, the spiral staircase leading to the ceiling, the last and hidden layer of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Are you going to hide in the deepest layer of the wonderfully mysterious fortress to face me? Master, even if you bring her mom, dad, and grandparents, you can't change the situation now. Step. She clenches her teeth and climbs up the spiral staircase left by the Mad Lord. From today onwards, the wonderfully mysterious fortress will be mine. Here, Appa and I will share our love. Step, and reaching the end of the staircase, Kim Yon, who ascended to the top floor of the workshop, is startled. This is Wo-Wung. From outside, I handed over control of the fortress to Kim Yon, and bearing its madness, I looked toward the center of the fortress. The connection has faded. My consciousness thread was also connected to Kim Yon. We were communicating in real time, connected by consciousness, seizing control of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. But suddenly, the thread of consciousness connected to her became faint, as if in a very noisy place, unable to hear a friend's voice from a little distance. Intense torrents of intent are interfering with the connection between me and her. Should I help? But at the moment, it's challenging enough to deal with the madness of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. It feels like General Seo's head would explode at any moment. If I push further, General Seo's head might actually explode and my soul would scatter and die. Whatever happens, be safe. I clench my teeth and look toward where Kim Yon is. What is this? Kim Yon looks in astonishment at the lair hidden by the Mad Lord. Have you come, my disciple? The Mad Lord greets Kim Yon with eyes clearer than ever before. The madness that had been in his eyes was washed away. You seem to be in good spirits, Master. Did your mind get healed after being properly disciplined by the Ghost Mother and that green dwarf? Ha, how could that be? It was you who healed my mind, my disciple. The Mad Lord speaks while smiling bitterly. Yes, it's been a long and arduous journey. I have been waiting for the day you would lose yourself to madness and seize my wonderfully mysterious fortress with your enormous consciousness. What? Unexpectedly, you seem to be sane, considering you attack me now when I am at my weakest and the wonderfully mysterious fortress is almost destroyed. Kim Yon glares at the Mad Lord. Was making me like this all part of your plan? That's right. I have been waiting to truly complete the wonderfully mysterious fortress. What? What does that mean? She discards even the minimal honorifics for the Mad Lord. Until I found you, I just accepted it when I was lost in madness, but I always felt hopeless when my sanity returned. To properly complete the wonderfully mysterious fortress, I needed to at least reach the star-shattering stage, have more than 100 billion puppets, and invest an uncountable amount of resources. However, you can't imagine how happy I was when I found you. If I only have you, such vast resources, puppets, and cultivation realms won't be necessary. Thank you for growing so well, my disciple. I have been waiting and waiting for the day you would seize the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Only with your immense consciousness can the wonderfully mysterious fortress operate properly. Finally, the wonderfully mysterious fortress will be completed. Words Kim Yon could never have imagined came out of the Mad Lord's mouth. I'm sorry, my disciple. Blame this madman. You. Kim Yon laughs coldly, staring at the Mad Lord. From your words, just smashing the wonderfully mysterious fortress to pieces with the puppets will make you suffer, right? Haha, the puppets are set not to attack the wonderfully mysterious fortress. If you want to change that setting, you need to seize control of the fortress first. And to completely seize control means you have to fully activate the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Kim Yon bites her lip. What happens if she just gives back the wonderfully mysterious fortress and leaves now? Then the Mad Lord would become a madman again, take back the wonderfully mysterious fortress and turn her into a puppet. After a moment of silence, Kim Yon glares at the Mad Lord with shimmering eyes and speaks. You're mistaken. You don't know what my talent is. Yes, I know. Even after searching through all the scriptures, there is no one with a consciousness like yours. But have you forgotten? There are similarities between my consciousness, having completed the wonderfully mysterious innate heart canon, and yours. It means that, even if your qualities are unknown to me, I can infer to some extent from the realm I've reached. So, have you inferred? Let's see, try it for yourself. As soon as the Mad Lord finishes speaking, Kim Yon's consciousness spreads in all directions, seizing control of the wonderfully mysterious fortress even more fiercely. I don't know what you plan to do with the wonderfully mysterious fortress, but if I seize control of the entire fortress faster than you can activate what you want, it's over. Jiaing, click, 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 the highest floor of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. There, numerous intents created from artificial souls are sucked in. The puppets, under Kim Yon's command, crazily fly to the highest level of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. A bizarre duel between two puppet masters begins. Kim Yon seizes control of the fortress, and the Mad Lord begins manipulating the puppets in the depths of the fortress. Wo Woon. Kim Yon also tries to snatch the Mad Lord's puppets, but the puppets do not obey her commands. These puppets are a bit peculiar in their manipulation. Maybe only when you completely control the wonderfully mysterious fortress can you slowly snatch control. The puppets at the highest level begin to move, but Kim Yon does not lose her smile and raises her spiritual power. You haven't forgotten, have you? Though I've reached the 4-axis stage, my true strength is already comparable to the integration stage. Such mere puppets, not even her, can stop me. At that, the Mad Lord smiles meaningfully. I know, they are not designed for combat in the first place. Simultaneously, the puppets begin to move. A look of confusion appears on Kim Yon's face. Shall we begin then? The Mad Lord stands up with her. Gradually, astonishment appears on Kim Yon's face. What, you? Is this? She asks with a trembling voice. Wasn't the purpose to create a soul? The Mad Lord does not answer. He just looks at her with endless affection. Kim Yon's face gradually contorts. No, don't be ridiculous. You shouldn't do that. Kugga-gugga-goo-goo. Kim Yon's consciousness gradually seizes control of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. And finally, at the moment when she seizes 100% control of the wonderfully mysterious fortress, Kim Yon realizes the Mad Lord's goal. And simultaneously, by activating the wonderfully mysterious fortress in place of the Mad Lord. No, by drawing out the entire power of the wonderfully mysterious fortress that even the Mad Lord couldn't call forth. The scenery the Mad Lord truly wanted to create unfolds before her. Don't be ridiculous. Stop it. Kim Yon cries out in madness, shedding tears. But even as she tries to stop the scene before her through the wonderfully mysterious fortress, the scene does not disappear. The feat the Mad Lord has built up over thousands of years. A masterpiece created by a madman. The Mad Lord, holding a fan, declares, the final phase of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Yon's play Yon, activate. That day, the magnum opus the Mad Lord Jo Yon truly wanted to create is born from Kim Yon's hands. Chapter 148, Yon's Yon 3. Click, 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 click. The mechanical devices move crazily, creating a landscape. Fate is like a magnet. That means fate has the power to attract things. Back in the old days, when I was a plaything of Cohweal's schemes, I visited the serving command palace with him and felt the attraction of fate, and that's when an idea struck me. The surrounding landscape begins to change. On the bodies of the puppets, illusions of certain shapes are cast, and eventually they transform into complete humans. At the highest floor of the wonderfully mysterious fortress, a night sky appears, and the sounds of a boisterous festival begin to echo from all around. If fate can attract metaphysical phenomenons, maybe, can it also draw in my past that space and time? The place where Kim Yon is standing and where the Mad Lord is standing becomes separated. A completely alternate space-time begins to form. Since the day I created this imitation of the serving command palace, the wonderfully mysterious fortress, I have been dreaming and dreaming of this moment. Finally, the Mad Lord smiles brightly, dancing with the one who has transformed from a puppet to a real person holding a fan. The happiest moment in the human named Jo Yon's life, that alternate space-time of the two holding fans and enjoying the festival, as it was back then, is being recreated in the center of the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Patsutsutsu. Kim Yon feels her energy being sucked into the alternate space-time before her. Even as her life force is being drained, Kim Yon does not detach her consciousness from controlling the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Tears are flowing down her face. You pushed me and Yunhyan Appa into hell, and now what are you doing? Why are you the only one trying to be happy? Don't be ridiculous. Kim Yon could not accept it, the wicked perpetrator who had plunged her and billions of lives into a pit of agony. She could not tolerate him inside his own world, wearing a blissful smile as if he had reached heaven. Jijijijik? Her will, having seized control of the entire wonderfully mysterious fortress, finally gains access to the deepest parts of the fortress. Click, click. She stops the mechanical devices one by one, trying to collapse the alternate spacetime before her. However, she shudders. Life. The alternate spacetime before her and her life have become perfectly connected. Arg. Kim Yon clenches her teeth. An enormous amount of energy is being sucked into the alternate spacetime before her. If this continues, her life force will be entirely drained, leading to her death. No, no. She refuses to watch the evil man who ruined her life achieve his goal right before her eyes. This can't be happening. She understands the movements of the wonderfully mysterious fortress's mechanical devices. She estimates that the alternate spacetime being manifested before her wouldn't last long. Perhaps when the dance ends, everything will disperse like smoke. Then her life force wouldn't be drained anymore. Her life force would drop to a critical level for sure, but currently that is the only path she has to survive. But Kim Yon doesn't want that. Why do I have to see that madman happy? The evil man who ruined her life and the life of her beloved, she knows as well. The Mad Lord's life force is also being drawn into that time. Perhaps when this created time ends, the Mad Lord too will be on the brink of death. If she waits a little longer, the Mad Lord will simply die. But that insane madman, dying wrapped in happiness, crunch. I can't accept it. Her consciousness threads begin to bore into the alternate spacetime before her eyes. However, simultaneously, Kim Yon realizes that she and the spacetime before her are gradually merging. Puckwhack. Her upper dantian overheats, causing blood to burst from her nose and eyes. Yet Kim Yon, shedding bloody tears, still trembles with the determination to destroy the Mad Lord's creation. Just then, clench, someone strongly grasps Kim Yon's hand. It's Seo Yunhyan. I alternate my gaze between the spacetime created before me and Kim Yon, who, in her effort to destroy it, is on the verge of killing herself. After Yon seized control of the wonderfully mysterious fortress, the murmurs vanished, allowing me to finally reach this place. Yona, stop this. Appa, she looks up at me. Why? Why does he get to die happily while we have to live in the life he ruined? It's too unfair. We can't let this be. He should also experience the agony of his lifelong goal crumbling before his eyes. Yona, I speak, looking at her face. Isn't life inherently unfair? Yes, that's just what this world is. It's hell. Unfair, insane, a place full of pain, but I embrace her. Even so, didn't we share our hearts with each other? Once, someone taught me that desert glass shines like a beautiful gem when illuminated by light, but becomes a sharp and dangerous monstrosity in the absence of light. My inability to forget her is not only because of the heart she gave me, but also because of the value of life I gained by sharing hearts with her. But at this moment, I think of only Kim Yeon and hold her even tighter. Life may be hell, but if we share our hearts, maybe we can reach a heaven far better than what that madman over there is experiencing. Drip, drip, I feel her tears falling on my shoulder. All this time, I thought I couldn't receive your heart, because, although I'm an emotionless puppet, her heart, her pain, her excitement, and her feelings reached me. I've only ever received your heart in this puppet's body, unable to give you anything in return. But now that the end is approaching, I can finally give you my heart. Slowly. Kim Yeon, previously enveloped in white threads, returns to her usual appearance, dressed in a light pink garment. I will accept your heart. Thank you, she says, crying like a child in my arms. Thank you so much. CHSHHHSS, she no longer uses her consciousness to bore into the space-time before her. The merging has stopped, but the energy is still being sucked into that space. Her wonderfully mysterious innate heart cannon had forcibly linked the power that activated the wonderfully mysterious fortress with the space inside. If that alternate space-time eventually collapses, Kim Yeon will be safe, but it's uncertain if it will remain intact and consume all her life force. I need to sever the connection between Yeon and that space. Whoosh! I gather energy in General Seo's left hand and swing it towards the flow of energy between Kim Yeon and the space. But the connection doesn't cut, and instead her life force is sucked in even more efficiently. I think for a moment. Ordinary attacks won't sever the connection. Then, an attack specialized in cutting and severing is needed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After being remodeled into General Seo's body, I take out the formless sword for the first time in a very long while. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Although it feels a bit awkward, being naturally integrated into my body and soul, my formless sword reveals its aura again. Cut. Crackle, crackle, crackle. I infuse the formless sword with the energy of a peak 4-axis, drawing in the energy I seize from the puppets as well. Swish. The formless sword becomes even more clear and eventually, it's almost non-existent in my hand. Cut. With the energy of a peak 4-axis, the formless sword is enhanced to the point where it can cut through anything uncuttable. Cut. And finally, at the peak of its momentum, I swing the formless sword. Whoosh, bang, the formless sword cleanly slices through the connection before it. True to its name, it cuts through the flow of life force, which seemed uncuttable. But, ugh. I fail to completely sever the massive flow created by the Mad Lord. The countless artificial souls created numerous intents. These numerous intents formed the alternate space-time before my eyes. A power even greater than the immense suction force of this alternate space-time is needed. If only I could cut through the alternate space-time itself. If such power or skill exists, it might be possible to cut through. One more time. I concentrate all my energy and swing the formless sword again. Whoosh, but still, the results do not change. I close my eyes and recall the feeling when I imitated the surpassing radiant saber. Entering into my heart essence, I visualize the surpassing radiant saber. Standing on the transparent sword hell, I draw the aura of the swords inward. But it's not enough. With just the entire sword hell, can it really cut through the Mad Lord's magnum opus, to cut through the entire space-time, consuming Yeon's life? A power stronger than both the surpassing radiant saber and formless sword is needed. I need more power. Just then, I suddenly notice. Within my heart essence, amid the transparent sword hell, there's something odd. It's a green-colored podao, different from the surrounding swords pointing towards the sky. This podao is firmly embedded with the handle up, as if someone had intentionally placed it there, alone. And then, I feel an inexplicable pull towards this podao, grab it, Grab it, grab it. In my heart essence, I find myself reaching out towards the podao that constantly whispers to me, and when I grasp its handle and pull it out from my sword, hell, flash. The formless sword I'm holding turns green, becoming a podao. Someone's voice echoes in my mind. To think you've reached the second stage of manifestation. You seem like an unusual one, even surpassing my master, so I planted my strike in your consciousness. A small green figure, the heaven-entrapping esteemed one, Jang Ik, speaks as if he's right beside me. You harbor a rebellious heart against the Mad Lord, don't you? The day you draw out my strike will probably be the day you reveal your rebellious intentions. It might strain your body a bit, but... That green figure, heaven-entrapping esteemed one, Jang Ik. I assume the same posture that person had demonstrated in the starting form, staring blankly at the flow of energy in front of me. And then, the green podao falls. Using this strike, you'll certainly achieve your goal. I don't know how you reached the second stage of manifestation of the heart path method. Anyway, judging by your heart essence, you're a remarkable member of the heart tribe. So I'll assist you. Destruction. Only this word comes to my mind. Ah, this is a combat method created solely to obliterate everything, to obliterate the opponent before me, any annoying entities, anything suppressing me. A state to absolutely crush everything to bits. A different solution from me and Kim Young-hoon. Quaguanguanguan. The green podao advances relentlessly, tearing through the space itself. The gigantic flow of energy, it's mere child's play in front of this. Everything is utterly destroyed. The green single-edged saber splits the remaining wonderfully mysterious fortress in half, along with the space-time. Crack. Heaven and earth are enveloped in green light, and the circuits in both arms of General Seo are unable to withstand the output, burning to crisps. The spiritual energy I had been drawing from the other puppets of the wonderfully mysterious fortress is also completely exhausted at the same time. Kugagugagoo. Kim Yoon's connection with the Mad Lord's time is cut. Chua, as her consciousness and life ceases to fuel it, the alternate space-time created by the Mad Lord begins to collapse. Kugagugoo. With my completely ruined arms, I somehow manage to move the formless sword, catching Kim Yoon as she's thrown out. Kuaguaguaguagua. Half of the remaining part of the wonderfully mysterious fortress, along with the traces of destruction left by the podao, fall away into the torn space. I step on the air, moving next to the Mad Lord's space, swoosh. After a while, the Mad Lord's space slowly disperses. Finally, it's over, Appa. I put Kim Yoon down. The alternate space-time crumbles away. What remains at the top of the wonderfully mysterious fortress are only the puppets that had stopped in their tracks. She, too, has returned from her past human form to her current puppet form. And the Mad Lord, looking even older than before, is holding hands and smiling with her. Depleted of all energy, not even a trace of life can be felt from him. We approach the Mad Lord, thud, and as we approach, he collapses right there alongside her. He's dead. Seems so. The Mad Lord's goal was not to revive the dead. It was merely to recall the happiest moment of his life. To summon that space-time again and die within it, I look at the surrounding puppets. Now it's clear why this madman was creating fake souls. Kim Yoon says as she chuckles. Was it because she had seized control of the wonderfully mysterious fortress and completed this space-time with her own hands? She seems to have realized something. The Mad Lord had been creating numerous fake souls, until now with the belief that just as fate influences people, people can also influence fate in return. From her mouth, who had completed the wonderfully mysterious fortress, flows the secret of the fortress. By manipulating numerous artificial souls, he influenced fate to create attraction. Through this attraction, he wanted to recall and reproduce his past, his happiest moment. That was the objective of this madman. Kim Yoon collapses, exhausted, as she speaks. I sit down beside her. Not a trace of spiritual power is left in my circuits. She, too, seems drained from the immense ordeal she had faced. With a weak expression, she leans on my shoulder, saying while looking at the deceased Mad Lord and her, "It's all over now." Yes, It was long, truly long. But now, we finally escaped the grasp of the Mad Lord. She smiles faintly and tightly clenches my hand, which could no longer move due to the burnt spiritual circuits. Yunhayan Appa. I have something to tell you. And then, Kugagagugu, above in the sky, a massive barrier unfolds. Flash. In the center of the barrier, a majestic blue dragon is depicted. From beyond the barrier formation, Cohweal's voice resounds. Thanks to the guidance of the heaven-entrapping esteemed one, we were able to locate the coordinates of his attack. Ha, old man. Are you still alive? Or have you finally closed your eyes after being hit by the strike the esteemed one left hidden? It's hard to see from this distance. Whoosh, energy begins to gather in the center of the barrier. I grit my teeth and try to get up, but my strength leaves me. Maybe because I had just adopted the heaven-entrapping esteemed one's strike, my entire body became ruined. Kim Yon, too, after having activated the wonderfully mysterious fortress for so long, couldn't even lift a finger. She tries to control the remaining puppets, but there are few left, and most of them are also broken. If old man passed away, that's one thing. But if by a slim chance, I mean a very, truly slim chance, old man is still alive, it would be very troublesome for us. So please don't cling to your stubborn life and close your eyes now. Kugagagugu. The dragon symbol in the center of the barrier twitches and comes to life. Simultaneously, various mystical immortal beasts appear around the dragon. Finally, our ill connection, Yon, comes to an end. To my lifelong rival, Cohweal, express my respect. Now then. Kugagagugu, madam, please activate it. Flash, the immortal beasts turn into vivid illusions, appearing beneath the formation, each opening their mouths. A blue light fills the heavens and the earth. I slowly watch the falling beams of light and look at Kim Yon beside me. She has a resigned look in her eyes. Yunhayan Appa? Yona. I hold her hand and ask, may I ask for one thing? What is it? For the future. I close my eyes and speak. Tears seem to well up in my dried-up body. If we have another life after this, in our next life, even if you are not the Yon I have known until now, the surroundings turn white. May I continue to convey this heart to you? For a brief moment, she looks into my eyes and smiles amidst the luminance. Yunhayan Appa, you told me not to tell my secret, right? Shall I tell you a huge secret? Wait, hesitating for a moment, Kim Yon smiles more beautifully than any budding flower. Really like you, Yunhayan Appa, so please do that. That's. Engulfed in light, my entire body disappears. I smile faintly. That's a really great secret. At the end of Jo Yon's play, Yon, having confirmed Kim Yon's heart for me, I slowly close my eyes, ending the bond Yon of love Yon. The two dolls, who had been together for over 1,000 years, at the end of their life riddled with pain, finally kiss, submerged in a burst of light. That is Co Yunhayan's 14th return. Translator notes. Bond of love is also translated as Yon's Yon in the Raws. Hence, Yon's Yon has the dual meanings of Jo Yon's play and bond of love. Chapter 149. 14th cycle's first day, no matter how many times I experience it, I can never get used to it. It's always an unpleasant sensation. After all, every moment before death is a completely different situation. Wo-woong. A barrier unfolds on the flying, immortal platform under my feet, and the surrounding space stabilizes. The situation is right after ascending to the bright, cold realm. And then, that disgusting voice I heard at the end of my last life. Make your choice. We'll soon scatter according to the guidance of the bright, cold realm seniors. Which faction will you join? I blink my eyes and look around. Jin Bayak Ho, Hio Guak, Chengmun Sun Wu, Cohweal, and the Mad Lord. After looking around once more, I look at Kim Yon, who is foaming at her mouth, collapsed next to the Mad Lord. Could you please hold on for a moment? Without waiting for Cohweal's response, I immediately approach the collapsed Kim Yon next to the Mad Lord. The Mad Lord's eyes sparkle, but ignoring his gaze, I immediately press the acupoint of the fainted Kim Yon. Ugh! Kim Yon gasps for breath and opens her eyes. Wah, what? Is that you, Deputy CO? And before Kim Yon could fully regain her consciousness, I hugged her tightly. Ho-ho. The Mad Lord looks at me with interest, and confusion is evident in the eyes of the others. Yona, I call her name. I like you, and I will continue to like you. The promise I made with her in the last life, continuing into the future, into the next life. Even if the Kim Yon of the next life is not the one I know. I promised to love her over and over again, so without hesitation I held her and confessed. Yes. Kim Yon looks around, bewildered, not understanding the situation. Then her face suddenly turns bright red. Ah, no. Is this a dream? While holding her, I infuse her body with the spiritual power of Yuan Li's blood body without revealing my formless sword. A small spell is engraved within her body. A spell so I can continue to track her position in the future. Since it's made referencing the spiritual energy circuits of the wonderfully mysterious fortress, there's no worry of being detected by the Mad Lord inside the fortress. After holding the still confused her a bit longer, I stand up and speak. Sergio Yon. A madman doesn't understand unless spoken to under the logic of the madman. However, I have fully understood the logic of this madman by associating with him for over 1,000 years. Yon has the qualities of an excellent puppeteer. As someone who was her colleague, I can attest to that. Ho. So please raise her to be an excellent puppeteer. Someday, I will enter the wonderfully mysterious fortress and become one of your residents. As a resident of the wonderfully mysterious fortress, I wish to be controlled by Yon, who has become a puppeteer. I wish to be controlled by a fully accomplished puppeteer, so please do not modify her too much. I fully lay bare my infatuation in front of him, saying I wish to be manipulated by the person I love. There's no logic more appealing to a madman obsessed with puppets. As expected, the Mad Lord bursts into tears and claps wildly. Ah, beautiful, okay, I'll do that. I will teach this child well. But does that mean you want to become a resident right now? I shake my head. No. If you modify me in my current state, you would only get a Kai building stage puppet. I do not wish for such a weak puppet to be used by Yon. Therefore, I will train to become a more excellent puppet and will come to the wonderfully mysterious fortress on my own someday. The Mad Lord sheds tears of emotion. What a splendid fellow. Okay. The doors of the wonderfully mysterious fortress will always be open for you. Kim Yon, with a puzzled expression, listens to our conversation, and the Mad Lord, moved to tears, pats my shoulder. Adjusting my explanation to fit the logic of the madman seems to have made it clear. This should be for the best. I bow to the Mad Lord and turn around. I can't take Kim Yon away from this madman right now. It's clear that trying to take what he considers his would only make him more agitated and lash out. I turn my back on the Mad Lord and look at the other forces. It's obvious who I will go to. First, I have always admired the reputation of Azure Tiger Saint Chungmun Sunwoo, the founder of the Azure Heaven Creation Sect and the great ancestor of the Chungmun clan. Since I have had connections with the people of the Chungmun clan before, may I have your permission to receive the teachings of Azure Tiger Saint? I speak in the language of Byokra and perform a respectful bow to Azure Tiger Saint. Azure Tiger Saint laughs heartily with his arms crossed. Ha. Good, the Azure Heaven Creation Sect does not discriminate against anyone, so you too can become a distinguished disciple of our sect. Thank you. And just like last time when the green-armored wooden man tells us to go to our respective forces. Don't want to. Do not command me. She is speaking. Silence. The Mad Lord, having a tantrum, opens a box and takes out the wonderfully mysterious fortress. Kugagugu, and, just like last time, the same scene unfolds. Cohweol quickly flees with Jayuryon and the demon beasts, and Azure Tiger Saint erects a familiar barrier. Kugagugu. The blue barrier covers my surroundings. The sky flashes as the Mad Lord and four-axis cultivators collide. And then, swoosh. The Mad Lord, once again, captures the green-armored wooden man with the wonderfully mysterious fortress and flies off into the distance with her. That madmen issue a bounty for him. The cultivators on the flying, immortal platform shout angrily towards the Mad Lord. As the cultivators are raging against the Mad Lord, Azure Tiger Saint looks at me worriedly and asks, "By the way, are you really going to become a puppet to seek out that madman?" I shake my head. "No, I only said so because the person who was collapsed next to him is someone I like." Ha ha ha. Brilliant. To deceive that madman, the Mad Lord, for the sake of a comrade. Azure Tiger Saint laughs heartily. FSSSH. Azure Tiger Saint lifts the barrier, and Jin Bayako and Hio Guak also release their barriers, laughing. That's quite the feat. Deceiving that madman to ensure the safety of a comrade. It's a pity. Black Ghost Valley would have treated you well if you chose to come. Hio Guak looks at me with their androgynous appearance, licking their lips. I also show my respect and reply. Having a small connection with Elder Song Jin of Azure Ghost Valley, I too feel a bit regretful. Oh, with Elder Song? Yes, the great person who decided to stay in the lower realm to protect the Nether Crossing ship that was destroyed in battle with the Mad Lord. Ah, to think you were an acquaintance with Elder Song, truly regrettable. If you had come, we would have treated you well. Haha, having had a relationship with the Chengmun clan before. Then, it can't be helped. After briefly interacting with Hio Guak, I then respectfully address Jin Bayako. I have something to say to the sect master of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. What is it? Jin Bayako, who was watching our conversation with interest, asks. I speak directly without beating around the bush. By any chance, do you know about the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect's immortal treasure, the Heavenly Lightning Banner? Of course, it's the divine artifact of our sect. Then, without hesitation, I tell Jin Bayako about the contents of the upper steel that was in the lower realm. Thus, due to the Great War 40,000 years ago, the top part of the steel was damaged. And as I mentioned, possessing the immortal treasure Heavenly Lightning Banner can be dangerous. Lightning struck down from the sky towards me. I clench my teeth and collapse as I'm struck by the lightning. How dare you, spouting nonsense about our sect's immortal treasure as if you know anything about it. Do you have any proof that what you're saying is true? If you knew this, why didn't you speak up when we met last time? Kurong. Jin Bayako's body is enveloped in golden lightning, transforming into a lightning deity. You wouldn't say something absurd like you didn't know this when we met in the lower realm last time, would you? You're not going to tell me that during the few days of our ascension, you found the old temple of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect in the middle of the heaven-treading desert, discovered the top part of the steel in the center of that temple, and deciphered the ancient language to learn all this? He guessed correctly, but admitting it would seem like a mockery to him and will only fuel his anger further. Be thankful you joined the Azure Heaven Creation sect. If it weren't for Azure Tiger Saint's face, I would have turned you into ashes and sold your soul to Black Ghost Valley. Pajajijijit. After absorbing the golden lightning back into his body, he turns and walks away from the flying immortal platform. Other cultivators from the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect who have come with him follow suit. Honestly, your words don't carry much credibility, so it's no wonder Master Jin of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect reacted that way. Maybe when you have cultivated more and your words carry more weight, you can try speaking again. Tap, Azure Tiger Saint pats my shoulder, and a blue spiritual energy envelops my body, healing my wounds. Thank you. Whoosh, then, from above the sky. The four-axis cultivators who failed in their pursuit of the Mad Lord descended. First, let's make identity plaques for everyone. Follow me. Guided by the four-axis cultivators, members of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, Azure Heaven Creation sect, Black Ghost Valley, as well as various other cultivators from the righteous and devilish alliances followed them. We descended from the flying immortal platform and moved to another location. This place is called Kunlun Castle, located in the domain known as the Kunlun Central Area. A blue-skinned cultivator of another race led us and continued explaining. With the vitality of the bright cold realm and the opening of spatial rifts connecting to the lower realms, we built the flying immortal platform here to manage those who come from the lower realm. Since numerous races ascend from numerous lower realms, There are no wars or conflicts in this place. Numerous lower realms. Indeed, there are other lower realms besides the head realm. In my past life, I only lived as a puppet for countless years, never having access to proper information. At best, I only know when major events will occur. We follow the four-axis cultivator through several gates of Kunlun Castle, moving towards a destination. When we pass through a large blue jade-colored gate of Kunlun Castle, bustle, we see a massive crowd. Oh, who are these? Interest sparkles in Azure Tiger Saint's eyes. I look at the people in the grand hall, slightly intimidated. Each one is a heavenly being cultivator. These are cultivators who ascended from different lower realms than you. They came up using different flying immortal platforms. Kunlun Castle has many such platforms. After finishing his words, the four-axis cultivator flies up and shouts. Cultivators who ascended from the astral realm head over there, and those from the decaying corpse realm go in that direction. Following his words, dozens of cultivators head to their respective destinations. Azure Tiger Saint asks the four-axis cultivator, "What are the astral realm and decaying corpse realm?" "Oh, I haven't explained that to your group yet. To put it simply, was your land flat or round?" The lower realms protected by some invisible force where the land is flat are collectively called the decaying corpse realm. The lower realms where the land is round and the sky stretches infinitely are known as the astral realm. Hearing this, Azure Tiger Saint and others look towards where the decaying corpse realm cultivators go. Then we must be from the decaying corpse realm. Azure Tiger Saint walks among the decaying corpse realm ascended cultivators, and Jin Bayuk Ho and White Bone Ghost Devil also lead their respective heavenly being elders into that group. The heavenly being cultivators from other lower realms, sensing the early four-axis stage auras emanating from Azure Tiger Saint, White Bone Ghost Devil, and Jin Bayuk Ho, cautiously step back. Now let's issue the identity plaques. Everyone. Azure Tiger Saints, heavenly being elders, and the nascent soul cultivators following them were able to receive their identity plaques. However, the numerous disciples of the sects brought from the lower realm were told they couldn't all receive identification plaques. Damn it. You're telling me you brought your entire sects to ascend together? How is that even possible with the spatial pressure increasing to insane levels? The elder of Kunlun Castle, responsible for creating identification plaques, is visibly frustrated, shouting loudly. "Are you telling me I have to create identity plaques for millions of these people? Stop talking nonsense. Make some sense. What kind of monsters are you to collectively ascend your entire sects? Even if you reduce the burden by deploying formations within compressed spaces, it still doesn't make sense." After some arguing, it was decided that the disciples of the three sects would go to the human territory to receive their plaques. And then, Kugagagugu. We, led by the four-axis cultivators who came to meet us from each race, scattered from Kunlun Castle to various racial territories. Ha, this is crazy. Our human race ascended in such large numbers this time. Our four-axis guide, Hio Ryong, one of the ancestors from Black Ghost Valley, looks at us incredulously. "Really? Even though they are my latter generation, what have they done?" Hio Guak greets the ancestor. "I heard you ascended to the four-axis as soon as you ascended. Really? This generation, huh?" Hio Ryong looks around at us for a moment, then with a flick of his tongue floats into the air. "Now then, everyone follow me. We're going to the human territory." Including other human cultivators who ascended from different lower realms. Those from the three sects took out their flying artifacts and headed towards the human territory. Wuwash Chief Oh Hyunseok and I first boarded the flying artifact provided by Azure Tiger Saint and flew off. I could have flown there directly with my formless sword, but fearing I might be mistaken for a spy from the Heart Tribe, I slowly unraveled the formless sword from within my body and dispelled it. The four-axis cultivators fly at the front, and since the flying artifact carrying me and Chief follow right behind Azure Tiger Saint, I can hear the conversations among the four-axis cultivators. "Ancestor, Could you perhaps give us a brief explanation about the bright cold realm? Sure, it's not anything difficult. Although there must have been information handed down to you, let me explain first. Information regarding the bright cold realm begins to flow from Hio Ryong's mouth. There are three major tribes in the bright cold realm: the Heaven tribe, the Earth tribe, and the Heart tribe. But it seemed like there were many more races in the grand hall we were just in. One of the heavenly being cultivators following behind mutters in confusion, and Hio Ryong responds. That's correct. There are an enormous number of races. However, since it's impossible to know all of them in the bright cold realm, the characteristics of the races are broadly divided into three: Heaven, Earth, and Heart. He continues his explanation. The criteria for dividing into the three major tribes is just one thing: vision. The Heaven tribe are those who find rituals suitable for their race, offer sacrifices to the heavens, and possess the eyes to read celestial energy. Our human race is included in this category. The Earth tribe are those who train their bodies, pushing physical limits to awaken certain senses, possessing the eyes to read the spiritual energy of the earth. Mostly, the demons born from beasts make up the absolute majority, and lastly, the Heart tribe. I listen even more intently, focusing on Hio Ryong's explanation regarding the Heart tribe. Chapter 150. Azure Heaven Creation Sect 1. Pausing for a moment, Hio Ryong frowns slightly. With a somewhat displeased expression, he says, "The Heart tribe, broadly speaking, refers to those capable of reading emotions and the very essence of sentient beings, their heart essence. By mastering what the Heaven tribe and Earth tribe call the Heart Path method, they can perceive the colors of emotions and, furthermore, read minds themselves." Hio Ryong, who has been frowning, continues with a look of slight confusion. Of course, in reality, these Heart tribe folks are just grouped together for classification. Compared to the Celestial and Earth tribes, they're nothing more than dregs. The number of genuine Heart tribe masters is less than 10,000, which is insignificant compared to the Celestial and Earth tribe masters that are so numerous they can't be counted. 10,000. Even my descendants alone number more than that. Is the Heart tribe scarce in high-level cultivators? I carefully absorb the basic information about the bright cold realm that Hio Ryong is providing. Just then, Azure Tiger Saint, who was listening to Hio Ryong, asks a question. "Wait, I have a question, Senior. You mentioned that seeing the colors of emotions or cultivating the body is characteristic of the Heart and Earth tribes. In my case, and in the case of the cultivator Mad Lord Jo Yon, it's possible to see the colors of intent, and I have also cultivated a method for training the body. If the distinction between tribes is based on the methods cultivated, doesn't that mean there's essentially no difference?" Hio Ryong responds with a grin. "No, there is definitely a difference. As you said, firstly, the Heaven tribe acquires the ability to read celestial energy by finding their unique ritual method. They can also theoretically obtain the vision of the Earth tribe by separately training their bodies, and if they acquire the Heart Path method, they could, in theory, gain the vision of the Heart tribe. Theoretically, the Heaven tribe can learn all the methods of the three major tribes. That is why the Heaven tribe is called the most noble tribe, and why the human race of the Heaven tribe is one of the ruling races of the bright cold realm. Then, why was I killed last time? I feel puzzled as I listen to Hio Ryong's explanation. As for the Earth tribe, they can theoretically gain the vision of the Heart tribe if they learn their unique Earth tribe method, Demon Beast methods, and separately the Heart Path method. However, the Heart tribe is too foolish to learn either the Celestial or Earth tribe methods. They are mere scraps that can only diligently dig into their own Heart Path method. Among the Heaven tribe, there are 3 star-shattering cultivators, while the Earth tribe only has 2. The Heart tribe is a pathetic race with only their supreme leader at the star-shattering stage. Before this leader, they were just a slave race. I gain an understanding of the Heart tribe while listening to Hio Ryong's lengthy criticism. I thought they were a tribe specialized in the Heart Path method. They turned out to be a weak race that could only learn the Heart Path method. If those mere 10,000 proper members of the Heart Tribe hadn't all mastered the extremely esoteric Heart Path method, they would have long been captured and utterly annihilated. While members of the Celestial and Earth tribes can learn consciousness methods or see the colors of emotions based on experience, they cannot achieve beyond that no matter what. That's why the Celestial and Earth tribes are desperately trying to capture members of the Heart Tribe to uncover the secrets of the Heart Path method. Theoretically, the Heaven Tribe can learn the Heart Path method. But it seems that in practice, there is practically no one in the Heaven Tribe that has succeeded. Hio Rion keeps fiddling with his side as he curses the Heart Tribe. In reality, the Heart Tribe is essentially hunted by the Celestial and Earth tribes. That's why, at the Flying Immortal platform, the Celestial and Earth tribes can welcome disciples ascending from the lower realms, but the Heart Tribe is not granted this right. I see blue lines converging there. I read his intent and guess. Judging by his behavior and psychology, it seems he once had a piece of his side torn away by a member of the Heart Tribe. After a while of ranting about the Heart Tribe, Hio Ryong also talks about other races. The powers, types, etc., of all the races in the bright cold realm. I absorbed the information I couldn't properly learn before when I was captured and modified by the currently wanted Mad Lord. In the bright cold realm, there is one sacred vessel sacred master, 5-star shattering esteemed ones, 1-star shattering Heart Tribe esteemed one, and integration grand cultivators are scarce, ranging from several to only 1 or 2 per race. Also, for a while, I listened to Hio Ryong explain basic information about the bright cold realm. Finally, we arrived at the place called the Human Territory. Kagagugu, so this place is the Human Territory. I look at the majestic scenery unfolding before my eyes with a small exclamation of awe. Whoosh, a region covered in white clouds from all sides. Breaking through the clouds, we can see massive sky islands floating in every direction. Dozens, even hundreds of sky islands, similar to Ascension Path, are floating above the white clouds. Each of the sky islands are covered with a faint spherical barrier. This is the Cloud Island Archipelago, where our human race has settled. First, you should head to the smallest sky island over there, known as Temporal Fate Island, and issue identity badges to the disciples. After that, everyone must disperse. Must we separate? Azure Tiger Saint asks with a hint of regret as he looks around the scenery. Yes, if you were all at the Heavenly Being stage, it wouldn't have been an issue. But aren't all the leaders of each faction at the 4-axis stage? Hio Ryong crosses his arms and speaks. According to the regulations of the Human Territory, having more than 3 4-axis masters in one sky island is restricted. Well, that's fine. It would be annoying if the 3 sects sat in one place and quarreled over resources. Jin Bayako nods in agreement. Let's go to Temporal Fate Island then. Thus, we fly towards the place called Temporal Fate Island. During our journey, something felt off. Wait, something strange. Azure Tiger Saint furrows his brows. I, too, squint towards Temporal Fate Island, which is gradually getting closer in the distance. Something about the perspective. And shortly after, not only I, but also Azure Tiger Saint, Jin Bayako, and Hio Guak's faces are all etched with astonishment. That is. The thin veils that cover each sky island are expanding into thick barriers with immense power. And what seemed like a sky island the size of Ascension Path size at most starts to grow tremendously large. This is insane. Kagagugu? Let's enter Temporal Fate Island. Temporal Fate Island, the smallest island, boasted its insane size as we approached it closer. Ascension Path, it's incomparable to that. It's rather the heaven-treading desert. It boasts a size that combines the 3 countries of Byokra, Yangnuo, and Shengzi. The size of the heaven-treading desert occupies 1/4 of the head realm's continent, an immense size. I look at the other dozens of islands visible beyond Temporal Fate Island. Those, from a distance, are at least 6 to 10 times larger than Temporal Fate Island. In my previous life, I was trapped in the body of General Seo and spent most of my time inside the wonderfully mysterious fortress, so I couldn't grasp the scale of the bright cold realm. But now, I truly feel it. The bright cold realm. The human territory within the Heaven Tribe's domain. Each of these numerous sky islands in the human territory is about the size of the head realm I had lived in, or slightly smaller. Open, swoosh. As Hio Ryong gestures towards the vast barrier, reminiscent of the ocean, the barrier in front of us splits, creating a massive hole large enough for us all to enter at once. Go in! We, momentarily stunned, follow without a word into Temporal Fate Island. Kagagugugu. Temporal Fate Island is a place where strong winds blow fiercely. The area seems more like a wasteland, overflowing with rocks, stones, and sand, rather than a place suitable for living. Follow me. We follow Hio Ryong to one side of Temporal Fate Island, a rocky mountain area. When Hio Ryong forms a hand seal, one of the mountains gradually becomes transparent, revealing a huge palace hidden inside. A gigantic palace, the size of a whole mountain, greets us. Everyone, go in and receive your identity plaques. Hio Ryong forms another hand seal and pulls out thousands of ghosts from his sleeve. His ghosts lead the disciples of the 3 sects, numbering in the millions, to different areas, and we each follow the groups of ghosts, receiving identity plaques in various parts of the palace. After a while's snap, I too received my identity plaque. On the back of the plaque, the character for heaven is embossed. On the front, the words human race and Co Yun Hyun are engraved. And beneath that, in small letters, engraves disciple of Azure Heaven Creation Sect, indicating my affiliation. It was a massive undertaking to issue identity plaques to millions at once, but surprisingly, the process of distributing the plaques was completed quickly. Inside the gigantic palace, the size of a mountain, the people of the bright cold realm's human race were bustling with activities, handling their duties. As the minor tasks were all processed through spells, the work was done quite efficiently. Approximately half a day later, everyone had received their identity plaques and became official members of the bright cold realm's human race. Now that the basic identity verification in Temporal Fate Island is complete, it's time to choose your respective sky islands. Those who came from other realms and are at the heavenly being stage can freely choose and enter any sky island. As for the 3 sects from the head realm, Hio Ryong sighs softly. I'm sorry, but you don't have a choice. Since you belong to a faction with a 4-axis stage leader, you can't just enter any sky island. For those from Black Ghost Valley, just follow me. As for those from the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect and Azure Heaven Creation Sect, you'll have to disperse completely. Understood? Yes. Azure Tiger Saint nods, and Jin Bayako responds with a grim expression. Watching them, I suddenly feel curious. The Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect also has a long history, so why is no one from there coming out to greet us? Reaching the 4-axis stage significantly extends one's lifespan. It would have been enough for the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect to establish their place with just a few of their ancestors, who ascended thousands of years ago. What's going on? After a while, Jin Bayako and Azure Tiger Saint went below the palace to a map showing the sky islands and decided to disperse by choosing their appropriate sky islands. Then, head to the sky island marked on the map. Each sky island has a human race administrator, so you can ask them for guidance. Now, I'll take my leave. Hio Ryong effortlessly boards the Nether Crossing ship and, along with Black Ghost Valley, heads towards a distant Black Sky Island. Then I wish you good luck from this point, Azure Tiger Saint. I as well. After exchanging farewells, Azure Tiger Saint and Jin Bayako fly off in opposite directions. After some distance from Jin Bayako, I ask Azure Tiger Saint something I've been curious about. Lord Azure Tiger Saint. Call me Master from now on. Ah, yes, Master, I have a question. Far in the distance, the sky island chosen by Azure Tiger Saint can be seen. Why is it that Black Ghost Valley had ancestors come out to greet us, but the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect, despite its long history, had no one, and Elder Jin seemed unhappy? To my question, Azure Tiger Saint clicks his tongue. I don't know the details either. But according to rumors, it's said that after a great chaos struck the head realm 40,000 years ago, the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect lost proper contact with the upper realms. The ancestors of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect, who ascended to the bright cold realm from the head realm before this chaos, were also involved in a great war related to the sect 40,000 years ago, suggesting something went wrong. As a result, aside from a few ancestors who ascended thousands of years ago, the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect has had little means of contacting the bright cold realm. The ancestors of the sect who recently ascended are also mostly weaker than even Jin Byakho. I see. So there was no ancestor of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect to warn about the immortal treasure. Should the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect be left as it is, a sect doomed to be annihilated by a true immortal in a few years, what can be done to save them? There's only one answer. I need to become stronger. To make that brutal sect listen to me, I need to grow in power. First, let's get stronger. I strengthen my determination and resolve myself. Ooh, are you all right, Chifo, beside the flying chariot? Looking at Chifo Hyunseok, who's suffering from motion sickness and panic, I click my tongue in sympathy. The flying chariot is fast, but without the convenience of modern airplanes, it's very shaky. Cold wind continuously enters through the gaps in the door, and Chief Hyunseok has been trying to survive the combination of flight sickness and cold wind since departure. I pressed various acupoints on his body to alleviate his discomfort, but the continuous shaking of the chariot seemed to worsen his motion sickness. Just hold on a little longer. It seems we're almost there. Kugagagugu, the thick barrier surrounding the Sky Island draws nearer. Flash. Azure light starts to swirl around Azure Tiger Saint's fist. To contest for a place in the Sky Island, we must battle the internal forces and seize their territory. The Human Race Grand Alliance supports this survival of the fittest competition, believing it benefits the human race. Do you all understand? Whether it's the lower realm or the bright cold realm, the essence is the same, Kagagugu. Immense fighting spirit emanates from Azure Tiger Saint. The survival of the fittest, only the strong survive. Now, disciples of the Grand Azure Heaven Creation Sect, let's see how capable these natives of the bright cold realm are. Kagagugu. Disciples of the Azure Heaven Creation Sect, one after another, start to exude formidable combativeness. The Chungmun clan was just child's play. The Chungmun clan, known for its fierce veneration for the Tao of combat, is nothing compared to the aura exuded by the Azure Heaven Creation Sect. Now, it's time for the rolling boulder to crush the stationary rock. Let's enter our new home, Azure Cold Island. Kwang. Azure Tiger Saint leads the way, crashing into the barrier of Azure Cold Island, creating a huge opening. Wu Woong. An announcement echoes throughout Azure Cold Island, at the center of Azure Cold Island, atop a gigantic jade mountain peak. In a blue pavilion there, several heavenly being cultivators are discussing. We've received a message from Temporal Fate Island. A sect called the Azure Heaven Creation Sect from the lower realm has come to Azure Cold Island to fight for territory. A sect from the lower realm ascended. What are you talking about? It's news from Heaven Earth Palace. Apparently there are monsters who ascended with their sect, and the leaders reached the 4-axis stage as soon as they ascended. 4-axis? Damn, the regular sects in Azure Cold Island won't stand a chance to face such power. West Spirit Gate should step in. Many heavenly being cultivators look at a man seated in one corner of the pavilion. Elder Y, doesn't the West Spirit Gate have a 4-axis senior? As the leading sect of Azure Cold Island, it's time to assert your authority. The man in a dark blue robe chuckles. Isn't that too much a funny request? What? Are you suggesting that the Grand Elder from our main sect should confront mere newcomers from a lower realm? It's like using a dragon-slaying sword to kill a chicken. How strong can these newly ascended ones be? They have never even witnessed the true cultivation methods of the bright cold realm. This contest for territory is merely a pretext. It will suffice to simply allocate them a corner in Azure Cold Island. but I heard there's a four-axis cultivator among them. Ha, the sect formations in your factions should be enough to handle one early-stage four-axis cultivator. Don't make a fuss. And seriously, you think this so-called Azure Heaven Creation sect came here to genuinely engage in competition? Another heavenly being cultivator speaks with a dark expression. The only way for a new force to establish itself in a foreign land is through competition, is it not? Not necessarily. Submitting to a stronger power is also a method. In other words, this Azure Heaven whatever sect is basically saying, we have the strength of four-axis and the will to fight. They're showcasing their advantages to sell themselves at a high price to the strongest power in Azure Cold Island. Urgent news. Interrupting Elder Wise words, someone rushes into the pavilion. West Spirit Gate has fallen? At that moment, as if his brain froze, Elder Y of West Spirit Gate became completely petrified. Quang! Here lies the best spiritual vein. From today onwards, this place belongs to the great Azure Heaven Creation sect. Yield your place to us. Azure Tiger Saint laughs heartily as he grabs the collar of a four-axis cultivator in West Spirit Gate's highest pavilion. Similar events are also occurring throughout the human territory. Thunder Spirit Island Supreme Thunder Spirit Sect, Thundercloud Pavilion. The place where Thundercloud Pavilion once stood has literally become where Thundercloud Pavilion once stood. Kurung, Kurorung, Fizz Fizz. Wielding a flag wrapped in the power of lightning, Jin Bayako of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect looks down upon Thundercloud Pavilion with cold eyes. In this Thundercloud Pavilion, despite being an ascendant from the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect of the lower realm, a traitor has forgotten their roots and sold the sect's secret methods for luxury. If they don't come out within a count of 10, I'll obliterate the entire Thunder Spirit Island. 1, 2, 9, 10. Quararung. Quararung, Jin Bayako rapidly counts to 10 without giving the opponent a chance to respond and swings the flag. Simultaneously, the entire Thunder Spirit Island is enveloped in lightning. Kiya Black Mist Island. Above the Black Mist Island, filled with yin and ghostly energy, two black ships are floating. The Nether Crossing ships have finally ascended. Today, Black Ghost Valley will reclaim its place as the foremost sect of Black Mist Island. Kugagugu. Hio Ryong gathers ghostly energy from his entire body, and Hio Guak begins to muster a horde of hundreds of thousands of ghosts. Above the dark Nether Crossing ships, blue ghost flames flickered. The influence of Black Ghost Valley began to cast its shadow over Black Mist Island. Elsewhere in the human race territory, Cloud Island Archipelago, numerous newly ascended cultivator factions began pushing out the existing groups to establish their own areas. Kug, this insolent fellow, a mere lower realm creature, Quagwang. A blue light spreads in all directions, and far away, the four-axis cultivator caught in the hands of Azure Tiger Saint begins to exert their power. Ha ha ha. Are you planning to fight seriously now? As there's no chance of victory, you'd better just surrender your area to our main sect, Kugagugu. Azure Tiger Saint's momentum also begins to grow. The two four-axis cultivators start to battle, rising into the sky. Simultaneously, the voices of the four-axis cultivators resonate in all directions. Listen, West Spirit Gate. Show these lower realm fools the power of native bright cold realm cultivators. Azure Heaven Creation sect disciples, listen. Quagwangwang, azure and blue light covers the sky. Azure Tiger Saint's voice rumbles loudly. We will win. It's only one statement, but it's all that is needed. Kugagugu. The Azure Heaven Creation sect begins to overpoweringly push out one of Azure Cold Island sects. I look down from the flying chariot, pondering. Is there no intention of even attempting negotiations? The cultivators of Temporal Fate Island mention to Azure Tiger Saint that conquest is a method of integrating into a new area. Although the method itself is accepted, I hadn't expected them to storm in so bluntly without any discussion. It seems I can't adopt the quiet and disciplined training approach I had at the Chengmun clan. As I shake my head in disapproval, Quang. Suddenly, A strange figure falls in front of the flying chariot I am in with Director Ohayunsiak. He appears to be an elder of this West Spirit Gate. Cough, cough, damn it, how could such monsters ascend from the lower realm? After grinding his teeth for a moment, the elder and I lock eyes. He glares at me, grinding his teeth. Kugagugu. A tremendous surge of nascent soul stage aura emanates from him. Ah, you must be the precious disciples of the sect. You are now my prisoners. As I watch him for a moment, I sigh softly and stepped off the flying chariot. Ha ha ha, wise of you to surrender quickly. Ignorant lower realm beings, once the conquest is over, will use your lives as bargaining chips. Formless sword won't work here. Well, no matter. I can handle him even without the formless sword. Wu-Wung, I gather spiritual power from the blood-body skin armor still enveloping me and begin forming a spell. As he looks puzzled, Kugaguguk. A blood-red tree grows from the ground, gradually coalescing beside me and transforming into a wooden puppet. Kyujujuguk. I place my hand on the wooden puppet and quickly etch a spiritual circuit. The puppet gradually transforms into a familiar face. Wu-Wung. After a while, the completed puppet's spiritual circuit absorbs the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy, beginning to emit tremendous spiritual pressure. I look emotionlessly at the West Spirit Gate elder. This friend here is named General Seo, a kind-hearted fellow despite his appearance. It would be nice if you could play with him. Wu-Wung, for the past 1,000 years, I had meticulously studied the structure of the body and circuits. Knowing the structure inside out, I can now replicate it at any time. Of course, the real General Seo's body contained incredibly expensive materials in abundance, so it's impossible to create a true 4-axis stage puppet in less than a second. Therefore, the power of this hastily made puppet is roughly Kwa-ang, early nascent soul stage, perhaps. I ponder this as I watch General Seo mass-produced version shooting beams from his eyes. The elder of the West Spirit Gate hurriedly dodges the beams and begins preparing his spells. Seeing the West Spirit Gate elder still appearing composed, I begin creating another General Seo puppet. Translator notes. We get more info on the 3 main tribes and the power structure of the bright cold realm. I'm curious why the Heaven Tribe cultivators couldn't learn the Heart Path method while our MC was able to. Also, Temporal Fate Island might not be the definitive name as the author didn't give the Hanya/Chinese characters. Other than that, this chapter was jokes, Elmao. From Elder Y getting absolutely face-slapped, Azure Tiger Saint acting as a true muscle head, Jin Bayuk Ho skipping counts, and Seo just casually creating a nascent soul puppet, especially General Seo mass-produced version XDD. For more chapters, join my Patreon, link in description.